5, something shit like that.
When they were 210.
It's so crazy. Like now they're like $15, bro.
No, now I roll my own. They're still 210.
Yeah, but you know the deal. It's like fucking Marlboro's. Like actually, shit. It's not. Oh, I don't even know. Rolling. I used to roll Buglers and Top and all that shit. But
Yeah.
yeah,
You got the like automatic machine, the power you plug it in and shit from Amazon and stuff. But yeah, Newports and Marvs and shit, they're like $15.
Like at least 2 times the price of like when I could buy them. That's inflation for you. Ooh. Or is it money's deflating? I don't know which one.
yeah. How fucked up that one lady was on TV and she's like, inflation is like nobody uses that word. Did you see that? It's like fucking one like CNN, like you know, people wouldn't be even saying that, or like recession or something, or like inflation or something. She's like people like it's only white people saying that or some shit, like straight up. Like you're just like, what? It's so crazy. It's so crazy. Like I think like the greatest. Do you guys all have like paper bags yet down there? Are they on that shit show?
They are here, no plastic.
Like, dude, I have yet to walk out of a grocery store or walk like into my home successfully with one of those bags or like any of those bags working. It's
Oh
fucking
yeah,
unreal.
the paper bags never work. They're horrible.
They just rip the fuck. I mean, like it's so like it's like the complete. I think like it's the microcosm of the destruction of our country, of the world almost. It's like you know what I mean. Like this unraveling happened when we left plastic bags to save trees by cutting trees to use wood. I don't get it.
I remember
You know
they
what I
were
mean? It
like,
was
"Yo,
like a
we need to
lesser
switch."
for like a lesser product. You know, using the resource you said you were trying to help the earth, right? Fucking, I mean, it's just like, and like none of it works.
Yeah, what was it back in the 80s or 90s? Like, yo, we need to stop using. We need to start using plastic bags because we're cutting down too many trees for the paper bags. And now they're like, the plastic bags are fucking up the ocean. We need to
Let's
start
save
using
the
more paper
whales.
bags. Like, yo, you guys gotta make your fucking mind up.
Save the whales, Jim. Save them.
Think of like the marketing campaign for Dawn dish soap after the Exxon fucking oil leak. You know, they're still riding on that high.
Yeah. It is a really good degreaser, though. I mean, give it that.
Right. I'm just saying, it's like, it's almost like the, I don't know.
I gotta go for a bit.
Yeah.
Check your cast later.
Yes.
Our whole infrastructure is so dated. You just ship the food right to your house. Like, yo, what does your home need? And then you just ship it directly to my house. Instead of having to ship it to the farmer gets milk. He ships it to a warehouse somewhere. Then that warehouse has to ship it to another warehouse, and that warehouse ships it to a grocery market. Then I gotta go to the grocery market. You know what I mean? Like, yo, just ship that shit to my house from the farm. Skip all the bullshit.
Well, no, like it makes sense that you would have, uh, I mean, all that kind of stuff makes sense. To me, I think. Like, I think there's almost like a level of like community that like people have to decide upon, and like part of that is like the grocery store or shit like that. Like, I think that like that's a modern luxury I'd rather enjoy. Like, you know what I mean? Like, but because like what's the complaint? Like, oh, I don't want to leave my house. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, granted, I get it, but at the same time, and like we're there, but it's like the cost of that living has like is what allowed for actual discussions about whether or not men should be in women's bathrooms possible. Because we're not in a community looking at the fucking, the weird family like a bunch of freaks. Like, yo, you need to fucking stop that shit with your kid. You know what I mean? Like, you need to grow up. Like the community kind of checks itself. Whereas, like,
If I was
nobody's on
LeBron,
that.
if
What's
I
that?
was LeBron, if I was LeBron, I would be like, yo, I'm switching genders, and then just go to the WNBA. Like, fuck it.
Well, it's like, I love, like, there's kind of like a trope going around of like, people ask like women like, hey, should women basketball players get paid the same as men, and they're like, yes, da 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 da, and then they go, can you name one women's NBA team? And they're like, no. Oh, whoops, you got me. It's like, cause nobody knows who the fuck it is, so LeBron ain't doing that.
There's a couple good guys on TikTok that just be roasting those people.
Yeah, those are always enjoyable to watch.
This brand new guy to Flat Earth got everyone in his fucking server. Pretty impressive.
No, it just happens, man.
It's like a bar. Everyone's a, you know what it is? Everyone's a, all these guys are like college kids out and they're horny and they're bar hopping and like they're just looking for the bar with all the people in it so they could try to like get some bitches.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's something like, and that's a good thing, man, because like, to be honest, like for instance, if you like, what I find intriguing kind of is that there's like, it's like, there's like 20 people that wind up in every chat room, same 20 people, and then they rehash the same conversation at a different server, and have to address all the mod issues again, have to address all the debate issues again. How come he's a mod? How come this guy's that? It's like, it's like high school drama. I kind of look at like, you gotta, like, I don't know, there's a certain level where the conversation reaches a point where it's like you're literally arguing with the bums at the park. Do you know what I mean? Like you're literally like around a trash can on fire, yelling, "No, my schwill's better than your schwill," and it's like, that's what I feel about it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like at a certain point, you got to just tap out and be like, wait a minute, I'm arguing with the bums at the park. What am I doing with my life? Oh my God. You know what I mean? Like,
I used to love debating this shit, but now it's like it's just
oh,
a
dude,
headache now.
I look at it, flat Earth is so 2016, dude. You know, that's how I feel. But at the same time, it's like, you know, you've got new breeds coming into the conversation. And what's cool is, I think anyway, to like see that. Like my biggest point of contention, and like, you know, I used to just argue on the notion that, and I'm so happy to hear when people use negative averment, right? Which is like, you know, and is it not true that, right? I know that comes from our shit from years ago. Because like I think you know, and I don't know what to say about it. Like, but like it's like that, those phrases and the reasonings behind those phrases and stuff like that. Like I know we curated that. You know what I mean? Like, you know, and I just know it because it was such a shit show. Without those kinds of Socratic methods, it becomes a complete shit show. Because it's you're an idiot because you believe in this. Whereas when you're trying to when like we didn't have a formula to introduce the questions. And I think that was the formula. And it's like, whenever I hear shit like that, and I may sound megalomaniacal for thinking it, but I don't give a fuck. It's like, is that, you know, when I hear stuff like that, or like I hear like, you know, well, everyone knows that gravity just means weight. And, you know, like, or those kind of ideas, like, I feel like I'm done. You know what I mean? Like with giving a fuck anyway. Because what used to get me was when flat earthers would come in and just make blanket, you know, and because I was like trying to make I always thought flat earth, and I'm sure you feel this, all of us feel the same way, is to try to introduce flat earth with somewhat of a logical context so that it's not as crazy, you know what I mean? Or
Yeah.
argue for it in a way that makes it intellectually superior.
Yeah.
And I think that's like, you know, I had my turn doing it. You've had all of us had their turn doing it, and you just there's a certain point where you're not gonna change people's minds. But what we've done is rationalize our own thinking, which is better than worrying about what somebody else's feelings about it. You know, that's what I think is the benefit of it. Like I get to rationalize my thoughts with other people that think along the same way. And that's beautiful. And there's fucking new people coming to this every day. What's weird to me though is it's still the same 30 people in the fucking one chat room.
Yeah. Where are the new people? Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, you know, and well, the new people they're not as, you know, honestly, I don't think like people are as bold as some of us are to come online and talk about it. Do you know what I mean? Like they
Yeah.
just,
Yeah. Maybe.
or they don't feel the need to. You know what I
Especially
mean?
if
Like
they listen in.
that's all. You know, but it's like a
Uh,
kind of a group of us that are interested in us anyway. You know what I mean? Like I like the quote unquote group of flat earthers that are out there. They're it's fun. You know, and the anti-flat earthers that come with them. You know what I mean? It's kind of like I wrote a little thing about it 5 fucking years ago about I was doing it was like I imagine like this circus, like a pantomime. And it's like, you know, you've got like different characters and like this is back when like I don't know if you remember Poncho. This guy Poncho was around back in the day, and like it was just it was reminding me of a big circus, like a big production. And like I feel like the Globe Earth team is like, have you ever been to a pantomime, Jeremy? I'm sure you understand the
I
idea
don't
behind
even know what that word means.
a pantomime. Like let's say, like in England, right? A pantomime is like a production, like by a playhouse, right? That they do a play, but it's not your average play. It's like the crowd interacts with the so like
Oh,
somebody
no
comes
doubt.
out and and they address the crowd and they say, "This is Lord what's his name," and he comes out and he goes, whenever he comes out upon the stage, everyone go boo hiss. You know what I mean? Like, you know, and when the lovely Miss So and So comes out, everyone come out. Once she comes out, everyone's gonna cat call. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
hoo-hoo.
Yeah.
You know
That
what I mean? And
sounds
so
like
like
fun.
now,
Yeah.
like you've got the interaction of all these players. I wish, you know, pantomimes are just interesting because I see it like when Jeremy walks in and he's like, "I heard somebody say the Earth is a globe." You know what I mean? And everyone's like, "Boo! Hiss!" You know what I mean? Like, it's just a fucking pantomime. And then, when Ruhif comes in, it's like everyone's like, oh, but you know what I mean? Wants to go to sleep. And there's just like tropes. Like when Rumpus comes in, it's like, oh my God, boo, or whatever. I just think it has that feel to me. And I enjoy it because it has that feel to me.
Yo, I'll be right back. Hold on, I gotta check something real quick.
I missed that. What was it?
Check.
Yep.
Bro, how long before they shorten the work week? We need a lot more automation before that happens, ain't it?
I don't know, man. People, it's like, I don't know, man. Work is money, man. You know the deal. People aren't shortening the work week when they need to make a certain amount, certain amount.
They do after the Industrial Revolution, though. They shorten it then.
I don't know. I think unions or something probably had something to do with that, which because I think that's what's kind of happened there. But I don't know.
Oh no, they need to do the same pay. Same pay, just shorten the work week, like do like 4 days or something.
Yeah, if you're hourly, it ain't the same pay.
And but yo, just make everything 4 days. School, the mail delivery, you know what I'm saying? Everything. The bank, whatever, 4 days.
Well, that's what got me going on. Like, imagine if I don't. I mean, I don't know. It's just this concept of like discharging of debt always fascinated me because like essentially, if you had a credit card and a relationship with your bank to discharge the debt that the bank was going to owe because of your citizen's credit line, and you were going to be able to discharge if you could discharge that, then like technically you would just have a credit card and you would just make sure that your paperwork is on point. You would send them a bond so it covers the debt. I don't know if that makes any sense. It's like it's so complicated. I don't know if we'll get there, man. Like it's not even complicated. It's just the idea that we don't know what we are and who we are and what this system is about, kind of. And it takes takes balls to find out. So like imagine if like everything was an automation and you're obligated to discharge the debt that you've created with your citizen by using like a bond you would give to the bank to settle any encumbrance on the person. The problem is you still need people to work because you need people to be able to provide the services. Like you're never going to be fully automated, and it's good. Like work is good. You know, work is good for people too. People need it almost.
Yeah, you can get it close though. You know,
I mean,
like
it's a little crazy right now.
90%.
No,
Be
I
like
don't think.
90%.
Well,
No.
right, but then you're dealing with a bunch of undeveloped children who have no work ethic, and then what kind of society is that?
Yeah, I don't know. Stuff.
That's what I was saying earlier. Like it's kind of like society has to like if we ever get to the point where we have the option, it's kind of like quitting cigarettes, but still having a pack of cigarettes around because every now and again you might smoke one. Can we tolerate it? You know what I mean? Can we have that kind of measure of self control? And like most people don't, right?
Yeah, no, I hear you.
And I'm not speaking out of like I don't half the time. You know what I mean? To be it's like it's just difficult, and like that's what I think like society needs to measure, figure out which one's which, and how far down the line they're gonna go. Because like we were saying earlier, if you take away like the grocery store, you take away community. Now, granted, you could have everything shipped to your house, and that's easier, but you don't know anybody. Like your spirit will be craving, that awkward interaction with the hot chick who works at the supermarket. Like I don't know. You're just gonna, you know what I mean? Like we're gonna, and then it becomes well. It's like New York City. It's like in New York City, you can get everything delivered right to your fucking apartment, no problems. But it's like the loneliest city because nobody knows actually how to talk to anybody. Nobody has any fucking communication skills. They're all fucking scared or retarded or just they're just And then what's that like the opposite direction is that it's complete promiscuity, complete fucking. You know what I mean? It's just heathenism because there's no substance.
Yeah. What's up, Lewis? Lewis the Lion.
Oh shit! Is that Lewis?
I don't know if it's the Lewis.
Nice. What up, Lewis? He might be busy or something. It's funny. What up, Lewis? Yeah, it's funny. I was just gonna say something. Lewis reminded me of, or like a long time ago. Lewis was like, the government tells you exactly what's good, and then people don't want to listen. And it's like I agreed with him completely. I was like, you're so fucking right. You know.
Hello. Sorry, I was having Bluetooth problems.
No problem, brother. How you doing, man? Been a while.
I am doing very well. I'm gonna get into real estate and become a millionaire.
Fucking right, brother. Good for you. Good shit. Yeah, I talked like Left Lane or something was over here saying you were driving or something. I was like, fuck yeah.
Yep.
Yeah,
I'm
man. Good.
driving.
That's awesome, dude. That's awesome, dude. I'm like big rigs and shit like that because that shit is impressive as fuck, bro.
It's not. No, it's not.
I mean, I hear you, but like backing them bitches in, driving with a trailer—that's no fucking joke. That's a stress job right there, bro. Respect.
Well, okay. It's easy to me. So,
Nice.
yeah. But I'm not free. I want to be free, and money is freedom. So, I'm going to either fail and die broke or succeed and sorry, I'm reading road signs and have a bunch of fucking money from real.
Yeah, I get it, man. That's what's up, dude. Do both. Fuck it. Just be busy as fuck, man.
All right, I'm back.
What happened? What happened with the stock trading?
Roger.
Shit stuff, trading stuff, bro. I hear you.
The advantages of real estate are numerous. They're great. Your property will appreciate depending on where you buy it, and you can rent them. So if you have a lower mortgage payment, in many places, rent will actually generate money. In many, it won't generate money. But this is why doing a lot of research before you buy a property is very important. And there's a lot of work, but it can
Yeah,
be
I
it
found,
can be a
dude.
great investment.
Check this out. Like, if you do shit, like I've heard of like like the idea if you had an Inc. and you had a bunch of LLCs that own the properties, and then
Oh yeah.
one's making money, one's not making money. Well, all those entities are pass through entities that go to the Inc. So therefore, the Inc. then can write off each one or write off the loss against the gain, and essentially pay no tax. That's how these motherfuckers do it.
Well, okay, so when you spend money in real estate, so if you have a loan, a mortgage, and you pay your mortgage payment, the interest that you pay is not taxable. So that's one way you can get around it. Another way you can get around it is that the appreciation in value is taxed when you sell the property. But there is something called a 1031, which puts the money from the sale into the purchase of another more expensive real estate property. And by moving it from one property to the next, you will not be taxed. You can move
Yes, sir.
you
Yes, sir.
can push the deadline of when you get taxed further and further and further back. And that's what most rich people do. They just never pay taxes because they're always putting their money into different investments.
Right. And that's the thing that gets me is like people are like mad about it. And it's like, dude, why would you be mad about that they do this? Like you could do it too.
I know. That's what's crazy to me is there's nothing I'll be doing that anybody else couldn't have done. And I don't know. I read this book called Rich Dad Poor Dad, and it kind of changed the way I thought about things. And I don't think I'm ever going to be able to go back to thinking about them the other way.
You can't, you know, once you
Yeah,
see like
yeah.
what they and then realize like, you know, I mean, I don't know. It just depends how immersed you want to be, you know.
Well,
But that's awesome, man.
have you read that book?
You know, man, I'm familiar with it. I haven't read it from cover to cover. I've read pieces of it and parts of it, and I've discussed it quite a bit with friends.
Gotcha.
But I
There,
haven't read it cover to cover yet. It bored me.
it's one of
I
those.
opened the fucking. I don't know what it was. I just was like, oh my god, I got lost in the sauce, and I just put it down. I couldn't read through the
That's
first whatever it
fine.
was. Yeah, but I should. I've done that with a lot of books that I should read. So yeah, that's good.
There's an audio version of it on YouTube. It's pretty
You
good. The
know, I
reader.
always forget about that. Fuck
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. Well, the thing is, I drive a truck, so I have nothing to
Right.
do.
Yes,
So
man. That's
it's
awesome.
perfect. It's perfect for me. I'm able to just constantly listen to different educational content. At least what I am calling educational content. It's not traditional educational content, but I'm starting to think that that is. I don't know. Like my company offered this program. They would pay for my tuition to go to this online university, and I was attending, and I didn't see a path forward for any of the stuff I was learning. And I was just doing it because I thought, well, this is a good opportunity and this is what people do. But then I started listening to stuff on real estate, and I started thinking, actually, school is a waste of my time because I only have about 10 more years of good work left in me. And after that, my health is going to start to decline. The amount I'll be able to work will go down. And there will be compounding factors as I decline. And I really don't have that much time to make money and invest it and build something for myself.
You got 20 years easy, bro.
Yeah, but the point is I have restricted time, and by staying in school,
Yeah.
I'm delaying the process of starting that project. And so I thought, well, I don't this isn't going to help me. I don't see a path forward with this school and this degree that I'm going for. And so I'm going to stop it and dedicate my time towards real estate and studying different housing
What's crazy though?
markets.
You gotta even like, I don't know. You gotta also start. You might as well start learning carpentry, man. Start learning
No, I
carpentry.
mean,
Start learning how to fix, like, learn about drywall, learn about carpentry, learn about putting up fucking all that kind of shit. That would be my suggestion if you're looking at real estate, because that's what
okay,
happens. You buy
so
something, and then now you got a loan on it. Then you've got to freaking fix it up to actually, because you didn't put that much down on it. So it's like, you got to go work on that thing to be able to give it some appreciation value. You know what I mean? And then that becomes time.
yeah.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. It's like, and I'm just saying you could, you know, if you learn a couple of things, like, I've made grand mistakes before, bro. And all I'm just saying is if you learned a couple things, you save yourself a fucking shitload of money, dude.
So that is not very realistic for me in the strategy that I'll be going with. Although there are many people, that's exactly how they get their start in real estate, and they do extremely well for themselves. They can afford to take much more time on projects, go a lot slower because they're doing the work, they're putting in the sweat equity. And when they do the rehabs on the properties they buy, they're able to increase the value of the property at much lower cost to themselves, which is great. I don't have those skills, and I don't think it would actually be worth my time to learn them.
Nope, you're wrong. You're wrong. Go learn the skills, brother. I know, and even like, yo, I'd say, even like, yo, like if you got a buddy that's like, just go learn it. There's no reason you shouldn't know it. It's like, I had
Well,
somebody
I
was trying
have
to.
to I have to make money. So sorry, I hear you got something going on in the background there.
Oh, no, you're good. I was gonna say, do the audiobook thing, bro. Just familiarize with the terms.
Oh yeah, and there's a main reason that I should do that, other than to learn how to do it myself, and it's so that I can communicate effectively with independent contractors, the general contractors that I'll be working with, because I'll be paying them to do a lot of this work. And so for me, what I need to learn how to do is look at an itemized bid and figure out which things I actually need and what things are going to increase the value on an appraisal, and how I can creatively use the square footage of a property to increase its value and make it more comparable with other houses in the neighborhood that are worth more.
Right.
So that's
Have you looked at the cost of materials lately?
well, it's different in every market, and yeah, of course that is a big consideration in determining whether or not I'm going to buy a property. I mean, that's probably going to come down to the make it or break it in a lot of deals. Because what you're looking for as an investor, or at least with my strategy, will be to buy a property that's in distress, rehab it, rent it, and then refinance the loan. And the idea is that the money I put into the property, I will get back when I refinance it, because the amount its value has increased from the rehab will be greater than the amount of money I put into it. A lot of banks will give you something that's called a 70%, 80%, sometimes even 90% loan to value home equity loan. And so if you buy a house for $75,000, and that's the after rehab value, I know a lot of houses aren't going to be that cheap, but this is simple numbers for the example. So if you buy a house for 75 grand and you're all in 75 after rehab, and then it appraises for 100, then you can ask the bank for a 75% loan to value home equity loan, and they will give you that $75,000 back. And so you can go take that and buy another property with it. And you just do this again and again and again and again and again. And so using this strategy, you can quickly, relatively quickly, acquire many properties. And that's the 50,000 foot view of the strategy.
Yeah, that's cool, man. That's interesting.
However, I need
That's why
money, so right now I'm just saving money and learning.
right on. Do you run a credit card?
I do have a credit card.
Yep, right on. Do you have multiple banks?
No, but I'm gonna need to get one because I'm realizing that my current bank, Bank of America, is not very good. They don't have very many lending instruments, and the ones they have aren't very good. So, yeah, I'm not sure which banks to go for. I haven't done any research into that yet. But once I start getting more money, I'll do that, and I'll try to keep the housing finances separate from my personal living finances.
Yeah, that's cool, man. Yeah, I think I remember just one time I had an issue with one bank, or I was using one bank at a time, and then it was like something happened. I couldn't use my card, and I was like, "What the fuck?" I was like, "Why don't I have another bank?" Because then you're completely outside. Why not? Like, even if you just have, I mean, I don't know. It's my opinion.
Well, for me, it's so like my bank, Bank of America, wouldn't let me do a loan out of state, like to get a car. So that's one investment that I need to be making is I want to get a particular type of car because it's going to help me make more money down the line. And there was a 2008 Toyota Yaris with 9,000 miles on it. It was literally perfect because it was so cheap. It was $12,000 and it was in great condition, but it was from out of state, and my bank wouldn't let me get a loan for it because it was out of state and from independent dealership rather than like one of the more better known dealerships. So things like that get in the way, and that would be my reasoning for picking a bank that is going to be more flexible with the types of loans that they'll give out. And yeah, and really with real estate, what I'm looking for, there's a lot of different lending institutions other than banks that I'll probably work with. I may not even work with banks for a lot of these, because the banks might not give 75, 80% loan to value. The higher the loan to value is, the less you have to increase the value of the property in order to get your money back out. So it's in my interest to find a lending institution that gives a very high loan to value option. And I do have plans, if I'm successful, becoming a million.
Yeah, Lewis, to crush flat Earth.
Unironically, yes.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
fucking gold.
I'm a petty, vindictive person that would get an unhealthy amount of pleasure from building a multi-ton Cavendish experiment and contracting an engineer to build that.
Oh, dude, I would love it if it didn't. If it didn't work, though, would you admit that we were right?
Well, it's gonna work.
You're like, I don't fucking care. You make it work. I'm paying you good money.
It would be one of the conditions is it would have to be like all visible. Everyone would have to be able to see it.
Yeah, you got to be
you
naked
know,
to work on the project and shit.
I don't know about that.
You're like, this is my vision. This is my vision. A bunch of naked slaves fucking making me a big Cavendish experiment.
I would also want like a big force the line thing, like in the middle of Nebraska or something. Yeah, there's like
Dude, yeah, have you ever heard the story of, I think it's like Umar from like Islam or something, and it's
No.
so like the prophet, right? Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, he's traveling around, and there's like this one guy that's a warrior for the pagans, and he wants to kill the prophet. And like he's like spends all this time trying to fucking hunt him out and kill him, and he fucking just wants nothing more in his life to kill the fucking this Muslim guy. And he ends up going and he's looking for the prophet, and he's walking, and there's a man sitting underneath a tree, and he says, "Hey," he says, "have you seen the prophet?" And long story short, anyway, it is the prophet sitting under the tree, and he converts him to Islam. So he's like,
Ah,
he started out as like the warrior of like, I'm gonna kill this, like I hate this mother, you know what I mean? Like seeking him out to kill him. And then when he finds him, he like becomes a Muslim and like fucking becomes like one of the
mm.
biggest warriors of Islam. And I'm saying I could just see you building like, the force the line experiment and be like, fuck guys, it's flat. Oh my God.
No, it's it's not. So that
Yo,
won't
my
happen.
Cavendish experiment failed. Force the line is true. The earth is flat, everybody, and then you're gonna get shut down. You'll be treated like Elon Musk, bro.
No, it's not gonna happen. Sorry, Isa. The Earth isn't in fact flat, so it's
I
that's
mean,
the really
I don't.
that's the
I tell you,
fatal
yo,
flaw.
I got a new one for you. You guys should call people topography deniers.
Okay,
Topography deniers. The Earth is
yeah,
not
that
flat.
misses the point.
Oh, I think it makes it beautifully. Topography deniers. No shit, the Earth isn't flat, dickhead. What a good one.
Yeah, but you know what I mean.
I know, man. I know. You're spinning through space in the galactic mission of making money.
Exactly.
I get it, Lewis. I get it.
I would love to do that. There's so many different little experiments throughout the years that would just be, too costly for most people to ever try to do. But I, with my real estate,
My superior intellect. My superior
with
intellect in
my
my land.
yeah, if I'm ever successful enough, I would love to contract with engineers and some people and see if they can do it. I'd love to do it. I'd love to do Force the Line. I'd love to do Cavendish. I'd love to do
Yo, I wonder if the bank would put out a fucking what is it? What'd you call it? Asset to or equity to what was it? I forget.
no. They wouldn't do that.
What was it called though? Forgive me the term.
A loan to value, loan to value. Oh well,
Yes, loan value.
I mean, yeah. They would give for a already owned piece of property. Yeah, they would give that out. Absolutely. But
Yeah, but how
I
much for
thought
the
you meant
how much for the property and the Cavendish fucking
okay. So the property is going to have to be pretty big. Probably like 100 square miles or so. Maybe not quite that big. I would want it to be that big though. And then, so the property itself, depending on what happens to the price of land out in the middle of nowhere, that might be, $50,000, maybe more. Then to engineer Force the Line, I have to pay the engineers. They've got a bunch of equipment. They're going to have to pay contractors to get the thing done. That starts turning into probably $1 million project, multi-million-dollar project. And the Cavendish experiment, I doubt if it would be as expensive, but it would be no less challenging to engineer. It might not even be possible to engineer it, but that's why I would be paying other people to try. Yeah, it would cost millions of
it's a
dollars.
tough sell to the bank.
Right, exactly. And it's not something that's going to have a return on investment.
And you're like, yo, but it proves the Earth's a globe. They're like, yeah, we know that, dude.
Yeah, we don't care about that. The bank doesn't care about
Yeah,
that either
we know
way.
that, dude. 1964, dude. Or 19. What was you here? Did they go to the moon? 69. No.
70. Oh, is it 69? Oh.
I think so.
The last one was 72. I was gonna say 72.
Right.
Yeah, so it turns into a really expensive project, and you know, that's that. So I need millions of dollars, and to get there, I'm probably gonna need to own like 5 apartment buildings. If I own like 5 apartment buildings, I might have enough money.
Yeah, that used to be my dream to own 6 2-family houses.
You
You
want
make
you want to
enough.
do you want to do 6 2-family houses?
No, that used to, when I was a kid, I used to want to do that. I don't have that dream. I was a tenant. I was a landlord for a while. It's such a hassle. Such a hassle.
How much cash flow did you have coming in?
I only had one house, but it was just a huge hassle. It would have been worth it if I had like 5 or 6 more, but it's not worth it
Right,
with just like 1 2-family house.
right. What was the cash flow?
I don't know, like 1,200 a month. But then you got to pay taxes and shit.
Right, right.
So
Cash flow is how much money you pocket after expenses.
I don't remember, dude. This was like 20 years ago.
Okay. It wasn't much
Probably
though.
like 6 grand a year or something. Yeah, wasn't much.
Okay. All right. Yeah, but you're still building equity in that property, but it's, you know, I like hearing this,
No,
Jeremy.
the property was not building equity. It was getting destroyed. The neighborhood was going downhill. It was losing
Oh,
value.
okay. Gotcha. Bad neighborhood.
Anywhere you can rent, anywhere you can rent is going to go downhill.
That's not true.
Because people don't give a fuck. I mean, maybe if you own fancy big buildings with a pool and a gym and shit, but any like neighborhood where you can rent and just a neighborhood, it's going to go downhill. I've seen it happen
Well,
time and time again. It's pretty much like guaranteed almost.
how did you get into landlording?
I just bought a house,
You buy, so was it you this was a duplex?
2-family house. Dude,
Okay.
I'm telling you,
So,
anywhere you can rent, the neighborhood's gonna go down. Renters don't give a fuck about the neighborhood, and they trash
that's
shit, and the neighborhood goes downhill.
okay. So that may be true in many places, but there are many places where that's not true. One example of where that's not true is if you have a military base. A lot of people in the military have families or loved ones that will want to be in the area next to the base. A lot of the time, the military members themselves won't want to stay on the base all the time. And so military members make great tenants. So
Yeah,
if you like
that sounds good. Yeah,
Fayette,
never thought of that.
Fayetteville, Fayetteville, North Carolina has a military base. So there's a lot of good tenant potential there in Fayetteville. Um, Cheyenne, Wyoming also has some military bases. The real estate market in Cheyenne is a lot more competitive to get into, though. I didn't see a way for me to get into it with my current earning capacity. And let's see. Yeah, that's that's one thing to look at. Any place that has a military base is going to be a better renter's market. Um, there are other unique circumstances that can make some place a good renter's market, and it might be pretty small. You might have to look at it from a different point of view than you had been looking at it from. So
I mean, you could always.
one example is like a travel nurse. A lot of the times, travel nurses make really good money. And so you can have a upscale rental property near a hospital. And if you know the types of people that work at the hospital and travel nurses come and go, there's a renter's market for that type of property in that area. But you have to be looking for that sort of thing. You have to be watching the market. And when a house opens up in the right spot and the right price, you can pounce on it and grab it, but you have to be
Tell you
watching.
what you do.
You have to be thinking about things.
I'll tell you what you do where the big bucks is at. You buy a fucking airport hangar. People love living in that shit. Oh, he left. Never mind.
I didn't.
Sean
I'm
G's
here.
now.
Oh.
No, Sean.
What,
Sean G. It was an
why?
airport hangar. That was a joke, bro. It was a joke. You're so
Oh.
serious, Lewis. You're so serious.
Well, okay.
Well, yo, Lewis, talking about credit,
Uh,
right? This is why, like, something I've been kind of talking about, right? It's the idea of that, like, do you know what I mean when I say, like, we are, like, the priority security interest holder over, like, do you know what did you ever grasp any of that shit I was talking about years ago when we were talking?
no.
So, like, do you know what a priority security interest holder is?
No.
So, like, let's say, like, you bought a building, or something, um, and I gave you the startup money to buy, like, I gave you the money to put down to get the loan, kind of a thing.
Sure.
Like, I would be a priority security interest holder in your property if I created an agreement with you in paper that you owe me 25 grand plus whatever our agreement is. Right.
Okay.
And so therefore I could file that in the county as a UC, like on what's called a UCC1, and make a public record of our private agreement that you owe me 25 grand. Right. So I would be
Okay.
a priority security interest holder in your ventures. That's all.
Right.
That's all that means. So, like, if you turn that back into the idea that you, as, like, all of us collectively gave over, like, so you understand instruments now, right? Like, do you know
Okay.
what an indented deed is?
No.
An indented deed it's really just an instrument that's got indentations on it. That's from, like, and it either represents land or gold. That's what a deed would kind of show an interest in, from what I gather anyway. Most likely land, right? Nowadays, it's how we use it. So, like, you gave this indented deed that has value to the United States, and they in turn gave you a social security number and a citizen to operate in the financial system that you helped generate, right?
Okay.
So you essentially gave something of value to the United States, and the United States has said, we're going to pay you back. Right. But then now what they did was they gave you, well, I mean, if you give someone something, it's an investment, right? For future gain. Like, it's kind of
What
just
did we give? What did we give the United States government?
an indented deed. Your birth certificate is
That's not an indented deed.
Do you have it in front of you?
No.
If you can, I don't know what state it's from, but it most certainly is an indented deed, which is it's a financial instrument. It's got the seal. It's a deed, man.
Okay. Well, dollars to donuts. You have a misunderstanding here.
What's my misunderstanding?
That you think a birth certificate is a financial instrument.
Can you prove to me that it isn't?
Can you prove to me that it is?
Yes, it's an indented deed. It has indentations and markings from the state. It's on bond paper. So
Okay. What's the?
there's my evidence. What would be your evidence to suggest it isn't a financial instrument?
Well, I don't know, but I don't buy it. I don't buy that a birth certificate is a financial instrument that represents, like ownership of a person. Because
Well, no,
that's what
check it.
that goes
Well,
to, isn't it?
Well, not really. Not really. What an indented deed, what the birth certificate is it comes from this thing called a Sesta KV trust, which is the idea that if a warrior goes and fights for his king, right, and dies on the battlefield, they would give the child of that warrior a certificate, so that when that child became of age, they could go to the coffers of the king and get their value for that instrument.
Okay.
This is
Well, I mean,
it's an ancient historic thing.
sure.
Where they've done it, just because warriors have always fought they're fighting for their families, And so the king would offer, you know what I mean, give the child an instrument, and that instrument would be a financial instrument. This is our version of it in our society. Now, and I'm not trying to
No,
like,
it's not.
well, I mean, can you, or you just have no willingness to understand what I'm talking about?
I know. I have willingness to understand. I disagree.
On what grounds, though, bro?
What grounds?
Yeah, what ground? I'm just saying, like,
All right.
I'm providing, these are, like, is what I just said, how is it wrong?
Because you can't go take your birth certificate and go to the state and be like, "Can I collect my money, please?"
No, but you can go with your social security number to the bank, right? And ask for a loan, right?
With your social security number?
Yeah.
I mean, they'll need
Try
your
to do it.
social
I'll tell you what,
security number.
try to do it without your social security number. See how that works out.
Yeah, but you could get a loan before social security existed. This is just another contingent way to identify someone.
Right. Well, I'm saying
So
you
it's
could,
not the number that's giving you the money, it's your identity.
right. And why do they feel the need to give you any line of credit? What did you give them, Lewis?
Promise to pay it back with interest.
And granted, for anyone else, I'll just carry on in a way. It's like you're right. The citizen has been, charged with the duty to pay the bank so that the bank can pay who, Lewis?
Uh,
Who does the bank have to pay for what they were given? And what were they given, Lewis? Didn't you give over the instrument and then they gave you a card, but now you're identifying as the thing on the card, not the thing that gave them the actual instrument in the beginning?
it's just not the same thing as a kid whose father died and was given a some kind of note from the king that said, "Hey, when you get older, come collect this." It's not the
Well, no,
same
that's how
thing.
we created Social Security, though, because what
No.
we agreed on. Well, hold on. Well, for anyone else concerned, the idea is that we gave over this value to partake in a Social Security system, which is socialism. So they've taken all the king's, men's, children's instruments and said, "Hey, you should give it to us so we can take care of everyone." And that's what people have done, right? And that's why you can go to the bank and get a loan using your social security number, because oddly enough, you only got a social security number because you gave them a birth certificate, which licenses you to access the funds that was given to you by the kings of old, right?
If that was true, then you wouldn't have to pay it back.
Well, no, the citizen would, though, right? The citizen would have to pay it back. The citizen is obliged to pay
Why?
it back because the citizen is an employee of the United States and the bank is a member of the FDIC, right?
Did the son of the warrior have to pay his money back?
Of course not, because he didn't give it over to anyone. He
What?
got his gold in value, like he got his gold in the gold cups and the fucking shit that his old man took from the loot and the bounty. Or they created the Knights of Templars and started to transfer money on pieces of paper so you could travel around and didn't have to carry all of your gold, right? And so my point is that your instrument that you've given over to the United States, right? The United States has to pay you back. But you're acting as though you're the thing with the social security number, not the actual person who gave the value to them. And so what you potentially could do is you would say, hey, being that I'm the priority security interest holder, the United States and the United States citizens collectively, my United States citizen even owe me, what I'll do is I will write off the debt for my citizen and say, here's a bond so that you can discharge the obligation the United States owes to me come payday using this instrument that I've just given you. So that when
That's
the day of
retarded, Isa.
check it. So when the day of reckoning comes, and I say to you, and I say to the United States, where's my money? They say, oh, here's this amount of money and this piece of paper worth this much that you authorized us not to have to pay you back, or so that it was good enough for the value of the remaining balance. Now, my thing is that we're using the system and not, we're just using the system and we're operating as the social security number portion of it versus recognizing, like as many things go unlooked, that we are the actual guarantor and therefore the priority interest holder in the citizen versus being the citizen. Therefore, when they come to collect for the citizen's debt, you can say, hey, you're working for the United States. The United States owes me. Take this instrument to the United States and have it settle this debt and close and balance the books. So
That's really dumb.
Is it?
Yeah.
Why?
Because that's not how the world works.
That's a very generalized statement, Lewis. Why is that not?
You have your mind made up. I'm just telling you what I think of what you said.
Fair enough. I'm just making my case for this, that I think essentially, like, imagine if hyperinflation occurs, there's no one can pay the debt. The only way that anyone's ever going to be able to handle it, in my opinion, if hyperinflation ever happens and you've got lines of credit and interest through the fucking roof, is you would have to come forth. And I think it'd be the saving grace of our fucking nation if we were like, yeah, I'd love to, so long as you could show me that you can't take this to set off this debt. And I don't think they can show you that. And it's our only way through.
You watched the Darrell Brooks trial?
Was that the guy that was going nuts with the hot fucking judge?
Yeah, he's the guy who ran over the Christmas parade in Waukesha.
Wow, yeah, I didn't pay much attention to it. I just saw some of his weird outbursts, and he was trying to defend himself and being his own lawyer and shit. Is that what you're fucking likening me to, Lewis? Fuck you.
Hey, so you do know. You do know.
Oh,
all right.
God. Well, I know where you're trying to go with this. Oh, God.
He went there. He went there.
Man,
all the arguments you made, he would have made.
I doubt it, though. He wouldn't have understood my arguments, man. Dude, I remember I was talking to a buddy of mine early on when I first got into it, or any of it, and it was somebody introduced me his cat, and he had an issue, and I literally was trying to convince him not to go into the judge to explain how 1913 the Federal Reserve was created on Jekyll Island, how fucking, you know what I mean? Like I was like, dude, no, you can't do that, you know? And they were like, no, and sure enough, dude, he went in and did it, and fucking ended up with like 2 months in jail. It's like, wow, you probably deserved it too. I don't know.
Well, when you go to court, what you should do is understand that the court does actually have authority, and they don't play by the made-up rules that you have found on the internet.
Oh, no, of course. And Lewis, what I'm saying is that I hold a strict adherence to the rules. That's why the judges have to give me what I'm asking them for. That's the point. And that's the point. Is like, yeah. And like, that's the point. When I saw it happen for myself, you know what I mean? And a judge give me exactly what I wanted. I was just amazed, man. They understand completely what I'm referencing here.
What did you ask for?
The charging instrument. And I said, if you didn't give me the charging instrument, then isn't it a deprivation of rights under the color of law that you've held me at all?
What were you being held for?
Herb. Herb. That's my only right.
Okay. And what was the charging instrument?
Well, it's just an instrument that the court holds, which she ended up giving to me, which I signed the back of to set off, settle, and close it. And then actually I ended up getting let go. The story goes on because I was so new in it. But the point is that she gave me the charging instrument. Like, she threatened us. Oh, yeah, I go in first. And she goes, so how are you going to plead? And I was like, Your Honor, I'd already given her my paperwork. I wrote some paperwork and had it given to the judge, faxed over. And I was just like, Your Honor, am I not the priority security interest? She goes, no, we're not going to hear any of that. How do you want to plead? And I was like, Your Honor, am I not? And she goes, get him out of here. So they throw me in the back of the fucking thing, right? And I'm there for another hour. Then they bring me back out. And she goes, now, so how are you going to plead? And I go, Your Honor, may God be my witness. Am I not the priority security interest holder appearing specially not? And she goes, no. She goes, it appears you'd like to see the charging instrument. And I was like, for set off, settlement, and closure. And she was like, I'll fax it right over to you. And they faxed it over to me. I signed the back of it, handed it over to the bailiff, and said, now, tender of payment having been made to the one entitled to enforce the instrument. And the tender of payment being either accepted or refused, is there not now discharge? And then that's where my dumbass fucked up. And I said, or should the moving party not be held liable for $100,000? That's where I went fucking stupid. And that's what did me dirty was I tried to hit back when I really needed to say, Your Honor, motion the court for dismissal on the grounds that your officer failed to provide proper procedure. And if you fucking go and put me in jail, then I can take this. I mean, just for us, right? I can take it to the appellate court because appellate courts can only hear procedural problems. They can't hear about your feelings. So I could have easily raised the procedural problem in appellate court and had it dismissed on the grounds that the officer failed to do his duty, which was to give me the charging instrument. I get amped up with this.
Oh, you failed. You failed to enter a plea.
No, you're not wrong in a sense, whatever, but the plea would only be necessary so long as you could prove the officer didn't deny me equal protection. And if I have to plea, then it means that he did. And therefore, everyone in the courtroom would be liable for $100,000 penalty.
You don't understand how this stuff works, man.
Lewis, I feel you, man. It's all good that it's over your head right now. But remember what I've said. I hope you do anyway. And I wish you well, man. I hope you fucking build a huge Cavendish experiment in the fucking Nevada desert on the nuclear waste site that you got a loan for, bro. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just saying, dude. Like this.
No, I'll own those properties.
There you go. It's just I find it intriguing.
Well, I'll either succeed or I won't. I'll either die poor or rich. So I don't know.
That's a false dichotomy.
We'll see how that goes. No, it's not.
You could just be like well off, like in the middle somewhere.
That's if I don't try to be rich.
You could try to be rich and just still end up in the middle somewhere.
Doubt it. Because I'll be spending all of my money. Every penny that I have, I will spend towards trying to become rich in real estate. Well, the entire trial, Daryl Brooks is like, are we going to prove subject matter jurisdiction, Your Honor, for the record? Are we going to prove that on the record, Your Honor? And she would say, I have already addressed that in a previous ruling. And he would say, respectfully, Your Honor, I disagree with that. I take exception to that ruling, Your Honor. I would like you to reconsider that ruling, Your Honor. And just every single fucking thing she said, he would just come back with all of these retarded questions. I'm sorry, Issa. You're wrong on this thing. It's okay. Nothing matters. Man, this Vive guy.
What's up?
This Vive guy doesn't like me. He's so bitter. I'm not sure why. I mean, I understand why he's the way he is with flat earthers, but I don't understand why he's this way with me.
Whoever said you came over to the flat earth, people might feel some sort of way about you.
I'm not sure what you're talking about.
I thought you told me you were a flat earther before.
No.
Oh, well.
It's perhaps in a particularly spiteful mood. I said that sarcastically because I thought it would be funny. And then you never got to the bottom of maybe I wasn't being serious.
You should look into it. I mean,
yeah, Jeremy, the Earth isn't flat. I'm sorry, buddy.
You should like seriously take set your bias aside and take a serious look at it someday.
I have, Jeremy.
Maybe when you get rich, you'll have time to really seriously look into things in depth.
That's not the problem. The problem is that all of the evidence points towards the Earth being a sphere.
Yeah, like what? Let's go over it.
You can do whatever you want.
I'm trying to go over some evidence. Let's fucking go.
I am not going to actively go over things with you. I've done it
Right?
hundreds of times with you in the past, and there's no reason for me to put energy into that now.
Bro, all you ever talk about is these get rich schemes you have. I remember it was stocks before, and now it's real estate, and it was truck driving, and how many
Truck
lions would it
driving.
take? And how many lions would it take to blot out the sun? Like you never even talk about anything serious, bro. You're like a sideshow to this.
Your perception of things is so funny.
Like, call me when you get serious, bro. You know we're serious over here.
Oh yeah, are ya? You're serious over here.
We're fucking serious over here. This is real deal Holyfield shit, man. Get with it. You know you're on some silly stuff over here. I don't know what to tell you.
Well, the day trading, I did get burned, and that wasn't exactly a get rich quick scheme. That was a
Yeah, no, I
risky
know.
way.
Trading stuff.
It's a
Yeah.
risky way to try and make money on the stock market, and the people who do make money day trading do effectively get rich quick. So it can sound
Yeah.
like a get rich quick scheme to people, even though it's
I
not.
was joking, Lewis. I was
Real
joking.
estate. Oh, okay. Well, it's good to hear.
Trading is tough though. I used to trade, and yeah, it's crazy.
Okay.
It was a good time to get into crypto though. Very low.
Uh-huh.
I've been buying dividend stocks, a little bit of crypto, a little bit of dividend stocks. Just get your money trickling in.
What does crypto get its value from?
Same thing the dollar gets its value from, what people think it's worth.
The people think, no, that's not true. Crypto
Where does
gets
the
its
dollar get its
value.
value?
The
Dollar
dollar
get its
gets its
value.
value from people using it. Crypto gets its
Okay.
value. Crypto gets its value from it being able to be traded for real money.
Do you know how many stores accept crypto right now?
No.
People are using it.
Yeah, people are using it because it can be traded for dollars.
They're using it because they can buy stuff with it.
And
Just
that's
like the
true.
dollar. Yes, that's true. Yes.
If you couldn't trade it for dollars, it would have no value.
If you couldn't trade dollars for Bitcoin, it wouldn't have any value.
That's
Say the
true.
same. I could
Bitcoin.
just say the same bullshit you say. Like you just say dumb
No,
stuff.
but that's true. Bitcoin would have no value if you couldn't trade it for money.
No, if you couldn't trade dollars for Bitcoin, the dollar would have no value.
That's not true because you don't need Bitcoin to buy things. You do need money to buy things.
No, you don't. You don't need money to buy things. You can buy things with Bitcoin.
Well, you're just changing the base currency to Bitcoin then.
Bro, I could just make the same argument you say right back to you.
Yeah, but it's yours is based in a fantasy that doesn't actually exist.
Well,
Dollars are the base currency.
you can buy things with Bitcoin. Just like you said, that's what the dollar gave it its value. So now my Bitcoin has value because you could buy things with it, right?
Right.
Right. Oh, so it does
Cryptocurrencies
have value. Okay.
are only worth anything because they can be traded for real money.
And why is the real money worth anything? Is there
Because
anything
it's given
backing it? Is
because
it
it
worth
has the
gold?
support. It has the support of people wanting to use it.
Because people want to use it. That so nothing real. Just its value is just in the minds of the people.
Right.
what people think it's worth. Just
people.
like I said when we started this, the dollar is worth what people think it's worth. That's why it has
Yeah.
value, because people think it has value.
Cryptocurrency's value is removed once from that.
Yeah, so people think gold has value, Bitcoin has value because people think it has value. Just like the dollar has value because people think it has value. They think it has
Yeah,
value.
but it only has value because it could be traded for real money. If it couldn't be traded for real money, then it wouldn't be valuable.
And your real money is only worth anything because people think it is.
That's right, because people can use it to buy anything. If you could buy anything with cryptocurrency, then it would be valuable, independent from the dollar. But you can't.
You can buy almost anything with it.
I think you can use. I mean, it depends on whoever's willing to use it. Like, I mean, if you had a bunch of
Exactly.
crypto and hold on a second. If you had a bunch of crypto and I had some land and I'm willing to take the crypto for the land, you skipped right over the dollar.
Yeah, people are
It
buying
Yes,
doesn't matter.
houses and
but not
cars and
not
shit nowadays.
everybody is willing to do that though, and that's the point.
Well, not everybody's willing to use other currency in the process either. I mean, there's all kinds of currency out there. So if I don't want to use a peso or I don't want to use a yen, I want to use a dollar. I'm ignoring those other ones. So what's your argument?
The argument is that cryptocurrencies get their value because they can be traded for real money.
No, they get. I agree with Jeremy. They get their value depending upon who's using it and who's willing to take it. Like anything, if I say I have 1,000 bushels of corn and I'll give it to you for the land, what's the difference than saying I'll give you $1,000 for the land instead of 1,000 bushels of corn? Depends on what you're willing to
Well,
trade.
yeah, so what individuals agree to do together is not the same thing as what everybody accepts and agrees to do with everybody. If you couldn't use dollars to buy anything you wanted, and yeah, if money couldn't be used to do everything, then the cryptocurrency being traded for it wouldn't be as valuable because you would just have different currencies that can buy they can buy you different things, and so each currency would have value for that's based on the things you can trade with it. But
Well,
cryptocurrency
the
has
only
value. Cryptocurrency has value. One, because it can be traded for some things for the people who are willing to do that, and so it gets some value from that. But the main place it gets value from is the fact that it can be traded for real money, and real money can get you anything.
the only
Well, the
reason
thing is,
things are worth. Go ahead, Paul. Go ahead.
I was gonna say that the thing is though, if let's say the dollar got so devalued, which sounds like it's happening, people may refuse to use the dollar in currency transaction. They may decide, well, maybe I don't know, whatever the Soviet Union uses,
And it'll be
that's
the yen.
better value. Yeah, well, it will be the end of
You're
what?
able to be traded for real money, the yen.
I know, but it depends on what money you want to determine the value in. Money, just
Right,
because if the dollar becomes devalued, that doesn't mean there's other currency that may not have value. So what's the argument? I mean, people decide not to use the dollar anymore. They might even use the yen.
The argument is that right now the dollar isn't devalued, and because of that, it's the base currency. It's what gives crypto value.
Dollar doesn't give crypto value. Like I'm still back to
Yeah,
Jeremy.
that's
It's
absurd.
person determine people determine the value of anything. What are you willing to trade? What are you willing to invest? If you were starving to death and you had $1,000 in gold or 1,000 pounds in gold and you're starving to death, a loaf of bread could be worth 1,000 pieces of gold or whatever.
Yep. Hey, let me ask you this: if you were to take, or if the U.S. government was to say tomorrow, no banks, no businesses are allowed to trade money for crypto. It's illegal. It's a crime. Now, you can still buy property. You can still give it to anybody who wants to sell you land and stuff with it, but There is no dollar value to it. What's the value of it? What do you think would happen?
Sorry if I said what.
The value of crypto
They
would
said
go to
what, Moyer?
zero.
Not true. Not true.
So you did hear the question.
I don't know what scenario. I don't care what. It doesn't matter what the question was.
Can I ask you another
The
question?
Bitcoin's never going to go to zero.
Can I
Yeah,
ask
go
a
ahead,
question?
Isa.
So like Lewis, let's say like, would you agree like China owns a big portion of the United States, right? Debt.
They own properties in the United States.
Well, not properties, but I mean they also own like bonds, right? Like government bonds, right?
Yep.
So let's say like, if you buy a bunch of properties with these loans, right, and like hyperinflation happens, right? Do you think it would be okay that China would come collect your shit because you can't pay the debt?
That wouldn't happen.
Wouldn't happen. Fair enough. I would hope when we have a lot of guns here, but like,
no, even if we didn't pay debt, that wouldn't happen. That wouldn't entitle them to take other assets that weren't theirs.
Well, no, it is
that were owned by other people.
Right,
no,
but it would be like
China owning treasury bonds is the same. It has the same legal weight as me owning a treasury bond. If the government doesn't pay me the interest on the bond, that doesn't mean I get to go liquidate a different government asset to pay for it. China doesn't get to do that either.
Are you sure?
Yes.
And what's your proof of that?
Oh my God.
Proof?
You're free to live.
Saying, like, here's the thing.
You can believe whatever you want.
Lewis, no, what I'm saying, Lewis, is like just in basic street theory. Like, if I give you something and you don't pay me back what the fuck you owe me on the day that you said that you were going to give it to me, right? I might come and clean your fucking shit, dude, and take everything you got because you fucked up, right?
Yeah, well, what if you live in China and I live in the United States?
What's a plane ride, bro?
You get your clock cleaned.
My point is like,
This is like internet.
Real quick, this is just
so you're gonna
Lewis.
Lewis.
No, could you just agree? Hold on. Could you just agree that is kind of how business operates?
That's how countries relate with each other. Sure.
Okay. If you take a loan from the bank and you don't make a payment, what are they going to do with the collateral?
They will have a lien on the property and they'll be able to take it.
Right. So what makes you think China...
Okay, is a bond a collateralized loan?
Well, hold on. What makes you think China couldn't play that game?
Is it a collateralized loan?
Yeah, it is a collateralized loan. What's the collateral, Moyak?
I'm asking. I don't know. Is it collateralized?
How about this? The U.S. citizen is the collateral. So when the China wants to collect, are you a U.S. citizen?
Where does it say on the bond that the U.S. citizen is the collateral?
The U.S. citizen is the
collateral. Show me on the note where it says that the U.S. citizen is a collateral.
Debtor's prison.
There's got to be a contract in there somewhere.
How about this? What's debtor's prison?
Yeah. It doesn't exist.
Illegal.
Yeah, it's right, but it's forgive me. Okay, so it's a concept that we know exists, though. It's this concept of the idea that if you don't pay and you don't have anything, then we're going to take you. And I'm just trying to say, like, if someone...
All right, well, it's illegal, so it's not a problem.
You're right. How about this? It would, if I walked on your property and took your lawnmower, that would be illegal. But if you owed me $500, right, and maybe I could prove it, and I've tried to stake my claim, and I have the sheriffs come and take value off your property, including your lawnmower, for $500.
Okay, and what court are they going to do this?
They could do that in any court. You could do
okay,
that.
They can go into any court and take me, an American citizen.
Check it out. If you didn't, check it out. If you didn't, how about this? If you owed me like $20,000, if you owed me $5,000, and I've sent you letters and tried to reach out to you, and you're like, just fuck that guy, I can get U.S. Marshals to come to your house and take the value of my shit.
Okay, so who are the U.S. Marshals?
Do you agree that can happen?
Sure. Who are the U.S. Marshals?
That's what happens. I mean, are you guys like not familiar with the world?
That cannot happen unless you agreed upon that ahead of time.
Yeah, right. So check it out. So initially, it's wrong for me to just come and get my lawnmower. But if I've gone through all the proper processes that show that you fucking owed me some shit, then I can come and take your shit. Even though it's a little abnormal, if I go through the correct, proper, procedure, right? And what I was asking you is that,
What's the
what are you
procedure
going to,
then?
hold on one sec. If the U.S. citizen is the collateral in the debt, now I think that's the disconnect. You don't trust me on that. But the point is what I'm saying, if that's the case, right? And hyperinflation happens and China wants to collect because U.S. can't pay, you're the fucking collateral, dude. And that's a terrifying thought for anyone who thinks about money, because that's
It's
why
not
people think.
true.
Dude, you
Hyperinflation
just read Rich
devalues the
Dad
debt.
Poor Dad, and you're gonna come to me with this. Come on, brother. I'm trying to just
Hyperinflation devalues the debt, so it's not a problem. You'd be able to pay it no
devalues the
problem.
debt. What do you mean? I mean, the debt is the same. It's the number of the value that goes. It's
Yeah,
like cigarettes or
devalues.
Right.
That's
cigarettes.
what I said.
It's like cigarettes or cigarettes, but they used to be $2.50. Now they're $15. That's just there's still
Yep.
fucking there's still a what I'm trying to say is the hyperinflation is when the cigarettes become $5 million, and that's happened in 2010 in fucking Zimbabwe. Do you know about
Right.
that,
So
Lewis?
if China has
Hold on,
like,
Lewis. Do you know about
I
Zimbabwe?
don't, no, I don't know about that,
Look
but
up
let's talk about
2010. Yeah,
China.
well, I'm
Let's
telling
talk
you, look
about
up
a treasury.
2010. Look, as a fellow
I,
American, listen,
no, no,
as
no.
a
I
fellow
want to
American,
get this out.
look up 2010 Zimbabwe, man. Fucking
Great.
crazy.
Okay. Okay. So if you look at like a $1 trillion treasury bond that China has, if we get hyperinflation, then the dollars the United States pays China back with will be worth less than they were when China originally bought the bond
And what if they
or
can't pay it
originally
back?
gave the bond.
What if the value
Well,
isn't there to be able to pay it back?
because they're not paid back with value, they're paid back with dollars.
And what if you can't? What are they just going to print that amount of money? So at the point we just destroy our currency? And what are we going to do then, man?
That's what inflation is, isn't it?
Yeah. And my thing is that
Okay,
how can you?
so
How can so?
why
How would?
wouldn't they be able to pay that back?
Well, actually, I was just going to ask you, how do you propose people do pay that back? Because you have to pay that back and the interest, which was never created in the first place, right?
The interest is just created by more dollars. That's how it's paid back. If you have a bunch of more
Man.
money in
I gotta tap
circulation,
out.
it's just
You're
worth
not following me
less.
at all. It's okay, man.
No, you're not following.
Yeah, no, you're right, bud. You're right.
Whatever Moyak said earlier, there's no scenario at this point where Bitcoin goes to zero, even if the government made it illegal. This Bitcoin actually started for illegal things, so it's fine if it's illegal. I mean, it's not even a problem.
No, the Moyak scenario is what happens when the government says you cannot trade Bitcoin for real money.
I mean, they'd have to get rid of cash to do that. You're going to take cash. Even then, you could do it with gold and then trade the gold for what, like, you can't, doesn't matter. You can't stop it. You can't stop the hustle.
Why not?
Because
Digital transactions can be tracked.
and Bitcoin?
Yes.
So what? You don't know who's who?
Yeah, you do. Every account is associated with a person. Those accounts
No,
can be
it's
traced
not.
to people. Yeah, they are.
Bitcoin wallets? Wait, what accounts? We're talking about Bitcoin wallets.
Okay.
That's
And how
not
do you
tracked
access
to. That's not
how do you
linked to a
access your
person
Bitcoin wallet?
through a computer.
Okay. Keep going.
That's it. It's on the computer. And the
Yes.
internet. The internet. They're going to shut the internet down
Transactions on a computer can be tracked.
if they have the computer.
I don't think they even need to have the computer, man.
I mean, the Bitcoin chain is open. You can see who sends money where and shit, but it doesn't really do you any good because there's no names linked to the wallet. So whatever, have at it. I don't know what, like, there's no one to go after.
I won't disagree that it would be very difficult to enforce, but it would be enforceable, and it might not be fiscally worth it to try and enforce it, but it is something that is physically possible to enforce.
No, it's not.
Okay.
I don't think so. They might snag a few idiots or something, whatever, but they're not going to get. You can't get everyone.
you could snag most people. And what would happen after that is the transactions for Bitcoin would become the people who could do it without getting caught. They would get more business to do the transactions. They would be able to take larger cuts. It would become less and less worth it for people to try and do it. And the people who could do it, they would be taking on more and more risk with more transactions that they did. It would become a very expensive thing to turn your money from Bitcoin. It would be expensive to turn your Bitcoin into dollars. And ultimately,
Yeah.
I think you understand that this really is where it's going. Bitcoin only has value because it can be traded for real money.
Absolutely not. More and more stores every day are accepting Bitcoin. Listen,
Yes,
anything
because
on Earth,
it can be
hold on,
traded
bro.
for
Hold
money.
on.
The store can turn around and say, "Well, price of Bitcoin's pretty good. We can hang on to this for a while, but when it starts to go down, we can sell it." It's backed by the promise it can be exchanged for dollars. That's the only reason it has value.
Absolutely false. The only reason something on this earth has value is because another person wants it. That's why things have value.
I was
Yes,
just
and
going
what
to
do
say,
we
If you come at me,
what do we use?
Hold on a second, bro.
What do we
If
use
you
to
come,
trade
if
stuff?
you come at me, hold on one second. I'm almost done. If you come at me with like 10,000 bushels of corn, that shit has no fucking value to me. Like, I don't want your corn. I don't care about your corn. However, that does have
Does
value
money
to
have
somebody
value
else.
to you?
Yeah, sure, of course.
Okay,
Yes.
great, good. Then conversation is over.
Why?
well, it's an interesting conversation.
What do you
isn't
mean
it?
conversation's over?
Because
Did you
there's
win
nothing
and I
else to
didn't?
say. I've said
Did you
everything
win
I
and I
have to
didn't catch
say,
it?
and you're just repeating things that you've already said. There's nothing else to say.
Well, are you ever going to say something good? Because I haven't seen that. I missed that part.
I'm just, whatever, man.
I mean, did anyone catch him hear the part where Lewis said something good? Because I didn't hear that part.
Did you hear the part where I connected the value of Bitcoin to money?
I can connect the value of anything to anything. Go ahead, give me two things. Give me two things.
You're just not a smart person, Jeremy.
Oh, the
I
old ad
know.
hoc.
I know.
How does it? Can I just ask the question? How does a piece of paper have value?
Yeah,
A
exactly.
dollar. How does a dollar have a piece of paper with some
How does gold
ink
have
and
value?
exactly?
Well, gold.
Do
You
you,
can do things
do you
with gold,
understand
can't you?
Yeah, but it's
operating
not
at a
worth it.
loss
It's not worth its
is?
value. Right?
But
There's
you
not
can
that
do
many
things
uses
with
for
it.
it. Yeah, there's not that many things you can do with it.
Well,
It
it
really
can
doesn't
use as a
have any
heat.
essential value. It's okay. It's an okay conductor.
Yeah,
It's great
you can
for
do lots of things with it.
but it's not worth $1,000 an ounce.
Well, don't you have
Based
to
on
have
that.
it? Don't you have to have gold for computers and cell phones, or no?
Yes, but that's a minimal part of the market.
Yeah, but
It's not what drives the price. The price is driven by the fact that people think it has value,
There you
it's
go.
also
and they
good
use
for
it as an
jewelry and shit. It's also
investment.
good
Kidding.
for.
Think
But
money,
it's just as
anything can be money.
valueless. It's like
If
tomorrow.
do you need it?
Tomorrow, you can make oil money. You could make Granville money. Yeah, but nobody
They
needs
used
gold. Gold is the desire for
I
the
thought
pretty
we had to
shiny
have it for
metal is what
computers.
gives it value.
well, I
Didn't we
mean,
have
People
to have
didn't
suddenly
gold for
said we don't
computers and
care
cell
about
phones?
shiny metal except for in computer applications,
Yo, can
and
I
only in
interject?
computer applications, and people decided that they weren't going to like jewelry anymore, then it loses all its value.
Can I interject? Like, just for anyone
Sure.
following me on my side, fucking ramble, is the idea that gold is just this allegory for like the spirit. Like you gave over the gold to the United States in the form of the financial instrument of the Social Security or the birth certificate bond. That bond is representative of this idealistic, I don't know what it is thing. And I think that gold is just allegory for like the spirit, like, the pure metal of man, the spirit. But anyway, for anyone else who was following me, anyway.
That's only for a couple of couple hundred years that that's existed, so I wouldn't worry about that. That's not the value of gold. That's not the root of gold. Gold's
No, it's
liked because
allegorical.
people think that it's pretty.
Right, but it would be used like, let's say, as allegory for like what would be like, because essentially it is, our work effort that creates value, man's effort upon the earth, and
Yes.
that is worth more than gold. But in this, as the saying goes, but like gold being
That's what
allegory
it always boils down
value.
to, though, isn't it?
Yes, but I mean,
Isn't that what it always boils down?
amen,
The only
and
reason,
exactly, and that's why
That's what
even if
money boils down to. That's what
No,
gold
well, money's
boils
just
no,
a
I
down
medium
don't.
of
to.
exchange. But
it's what
anyway,
everything
I'm gonna
boils
cut
Whatever
down
it
they
to.
out.
When
gave value.
All right,
I said it,
Mark,
I
there's
said it
plenty of
earlier.
places that
It
operate at
always
a loss,
boils down.
buddy.
I said this a minute ago to Lewis. The only reason things have value is because somebody else wants them. If there's an apocalypse and there's one loaf of bread left and it's me and you standing there, I have the loaf of bread, you have 1,billion tons of gold. Guess what? Guess how much your gold is worth at that time? It's only
Ain't
worth
worth
what
nothing.
somebody. It only has value if somebody wants it.
Yes.
Yep.
Money only has value in a stable society where people recognize they need each other.
The
It's a
Romans used to,
convenient method of measuring work.
didn't the Romans used to get paid in salt? Roman
Yep.
centurions, didn't they used to?
We've
Whatever's
had
valuable.
different things. Tulips used to be a currency years and years ago. I mean, come on, guys.
Yeah, in
It's
like
anything
Denmark or
that is
something.
of value to someone, like he said.
That was kind of
Yeah.
a one-time thing with the tulips.
But it was still, right, used.
It was used to trade with because
Right.
something happened. There was like a if
But
I'm
how do you
thinking
buy?
of the same thing, if I'm thinking of the same situation, somebody had like black tulips and the salesman was like, no one's going to want these. And so through a clerical error, he told his assistant to sell them for half so they could get them out. And he accidentally doubled their value instead. And because of that, people thought they were extra special and valuable. And so the price just shot through the roof for them. And so the people who produced the tulips started trying to produce more and more of them, and it became this big thing of tulips, 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 tulips. It was a big craze. Is that what you're talking about?
I'm not
Is it that?
sure that's a
Country.
specific story. I'd have to look into it again. It's been a while, but it was a certain period of time, though. I was looking into research where we were, basing currency on tulips. But yeah. But it's not just been tulips. It's been many things along the way. It's exactly what Jeremy said, though, earlier. If I don't need it, someone doesn't need it, then there is no point in it. But if I need something and I think it has value, then it has value. Money
It's
can
more
be
about
anything
want.
and anything to anyone.
It's more about want. If somebody wants it,
Hmm.
then it has value. Because we buy a lot of shit we don't need.
Right. A lot of people
I mean,
think value means different things too. What somebody values.
think about baseball cards. Think about that for a second. I mean,
Yeah,
baseball cards are just a piece of cardboard with ink on it, but people will spend $1 million
Exactly.
they'll
Yeah,
spend $1 million
exactly.
for what is
Or
it?
beanie
the point is,
Yeah,
crypto has
beanie
value because people want it.
babies.
To sit here and say crypto has no value is ridiculous. My bad.
and
Whoever
you
that
could
is,
be
you're roboting. Whoever that was, you're roboting. Maybe try it again.
Test us.
Oh, you're good. You're
Test
good. Go
us.
ahead. Go ahead. You're
Okay.
next, Paul.
Beanie babies. Beanie babies is another example. Remember those back in the 90s? Those were worth like $1,000 a piece. Stupid little stuffed animals.
well. Think about this. Think about what crypto really is. It's just numbers on a computer screen. It's you could say it's a memory of something on a computer somewhere, and you're telling me that has value.
Most of the
Somebody puts
dollars.
value. Yeah, it's worth. Actually, it's worse than a dollar because at least a dollar. If I have a dollar bill in my pocket, it's something tangible. I mean,
Paul, but
what's that?
most of the dollars are just numbers in a computer. Only I think it's like 3 to 7% of the American currency of the U.S. dollar is actually in circulation. Most of it's just digital.
So I agree. So yeah, there you go. So how does the number on a computer screen have value?
Yeah.
Because people agree that it has value and
Well,
it can be
believe it.
used. It can be used to buy anything. And the cryptocurrency, those numbers only have value because they can be traded for the other numbers that can buy anything. If you disconnect your ability to trade crypto for dollars, crypto loses value.
The thing is, I'd already made a point. If I have somebody that's willing to give me crypto, or I'm willing to take
Yeah,
crypto
but
for a piece of
no.
land, I can bypass the dollar completely.
Yeah, you
Lewis
can.
seems-
And in
involved.
every single situation, you're inventing a hypothetical reality that doesn't actually exist.
No,
You can go.
there's a middle ground. It does exist, but Lewis is right. It's going to lose some value if you can't also do the paper money thing.
I mean, if I come across somebody that doesn't take crypto, then yes, I will have to convert that crypto to dollars to give it to that other person. But if I know somebody out there that doesn't care about the dollar, but will use crypto in general, the dollar's gone in that.
Yeah, well,
I don't know.
Right, but the crypto never would have had value unless it was backed against the dollar. You know, basically, nobody would have just started crypto and started saying, "I'll sell you a cow for crypto."
If you take that
It's
same
when it
guy,
started. Right. Good.
if you take that same guy who says he doesn't care about the dollars and he only cares about crypto, at the end of his day, you're going to find him going to a computer and looking at the crypto and making a choice about whether or not to convert it to dollars. Every single time. It's frankly baffling to me that you guys disagree with
If
this.
you woke up tomorrow and there is no more dollar, and they just said, which I'm not saying this is going to ever happen, by the way, but they just said, okay, we're going to back everything on trade now, and your work is going to get paid through this crypto now, and we're just going to make up a whole new way of life with it. It's backed on what? Whatever they say. It's not really backed on a dollar. It's not backed on anything besides somebody told you what it's fucking worth.
Well, you're just changing the base currency again.
Base currency is trade. Base currency is I need something from you.
The base currency is what everyone accepts for goods and services. It's the in between for trades.
Well, yeah, and if these corporations didn't have, like you said something about corporations earlier too, accepting the dollar, if they didn't have things that I needed, right? Food, stuff that I needed for shelter, whatever, they wouldn't be making any money for me. So it wouldn't really fucking matter about these corporations. What happens is they have things and they give you things, or that you buy things that you want or need. So it's all based on what people are choosing to do with their supposed money, whatever you want to call that money. It's more about trading and what we want from each other.
Yes.
Money's all an
and,
illusion and fake. All of it is.
Yeah,
I mean,
but
I would-
the problem with crypto is that you can't trade it for anything, and you can trade money for anything. And so crypto, until crypto can be traded for anything, it's going to need money to have value.
Wait a minute. Didn't Jeremy say you can actually go into a store and use crypto to buy things, so it can be traded for something?
Yes, you
Yeah,
can.
but it can't be traded for everything independently of money.
I mean, technically, currency is just agreed upon convention to communicate value.
Yes.
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 We all just said yes. I think we agreed upon something.
Yay!
One thing we all said yes to.
Yeah, it's an interesting conversation, and what it actually reminded me of is that knowledge is power. You know that we've all heard that, and sometimes you don't realize, but a conversation like this really sort of brings it home, doesn't it? Because you suddenly realize that, oh well, what if you're in a situation where you needed to make a fire and you didn't know how, or you shelter, or you needed to eat from the earth, you needed to pick these mushrooms and then berries. That is worth all the gold in the world, isn't it? Like Jeremy's saying,
Mm-hmm.
in the right situation. So yeah, it's an interesting conversation. I remember having it on 24/7, in fact, and I remember saying something along those lines, just saying what gives something its value is people's opinions in terms of crypto. That's what I thought anyway. And I was making the argument that it has no value whatsoever in reality. So that's why I was enjoying the conversation. Except that I don't know much about crypto, to be honest. I think it's inevitable that we're going down that road. I don't see any other way. I think paper money is going the way of the dodo. That's my opinion. And it's funny, this bribery system that's going to be brought in with the social credit system and all that. We see the bribery system at the very top, right, on the micro, on the small scale, and I think that's going to extend to the macro, to everybody, to the person pushing the trolley down the aisle, to wanting to put some cake into the trolley, and the thing saying, no, 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 you're not allowed to have that cake because that'll hurt your credit score. This is what I think will happen as like a bribery system. That makes sense to me because they always bring these sort of things, these things in on the back of health. We can see that in the last couple of years of what they've been doing. So, yeah, it's a fascinating conversation.
Yeah, as it stands right now, Bitcoin does have value. It's worth probably 15 or 16 grand, whatever it is. So, I mean, to sit here and say it has no value is just fucking ridiculous. Babe Ruth rookie card has, or Babe Ruth autograph card has no value. Say anything. It does have value, people.
I also personally think, and again, I don't know much about it, but to think that these money changes don't have anything to do with this cryptocurrency, I think is naive, personally, because they've been doing this a long, long time. So I realize there's all this blockchain, and no, this is its own thing and it's separate. I don't really believe that, but I could be wrong. So yeah,
I
these
also
guys
don't
don't.
believe that it can't be traced. I'm living in a world where everything is known. What the hell we do. I don't walk around thinking that anything that I'm doing isn't already known. So when I think about these cryptocurrencies, people are saying, "Oh no, no, trust me, they can't track you," and I'm thinking, are we fucking being sincere right now? We have to really think about how much they can track us, and everything that they give us, they have already, by design, given to us on purpose.
I mean, it being traced or not there are ways that you could do it without getting traced. Most likely, if you're doing it from your home computer. I mean, I'm pretty sure they can see everything you do on the internet. If everything you do on the internet has to go through your internet service provider. I mean, I don't know. I feel like, yeah, they could do that. Or there's other ways where you could make it so they couldn't trace you. Possibly. Like they've been listening to every communication since I think it was called Project Echelon or something. This was back in like the 70s or 80s or something. They've been listening to every telecommunication, faxes, telephone calls, beeper, fucking messages, everything, way back then. So, like, people got all up in arms when who's that one guy, that whistleblower from Verizon? I forgot his name, but you know the guy I'm talking about. Told everyone, oh, they're listening to your phone calls. No shit, dude. Whoever didn't know that, like, people were all outraged about it. Like, they didn't know that shit was happening for decades. Oh my God, they're listening to our phone call. Yeah, no shit. As it sits right now, I think every single computer, cell phone, anything hooked to the camera with a microphone or a camera, they are watching and listening to. Every text message, everything, email, everything. Information is power.
I was watching a video this morning here. I'll drop it into the live stream. It's a technology they've got out. And they said there's all kinds of government agencies using it. It's called, I think, Stingray. It can actually fake being a cell tower. So if you're close to it, you can actually log into your phone and access everything that's going on and even block anything going in and out of your phone. And I think they said there's like 73 government agencies that are using it. I'll find the video and drop it. Just watched it this morning, by the way.
It's probably way deeper than that, dude.
Oh, I know. I wouldn't doubt it. These are just like, this is a surface level declassified thing.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, they're probably getting everything at the root. Like, they probably tapped into the cables and shit. You know, the undersea cables are probably tapped right into those or some shit. Or these people like own the fucking, dude, information is power. Right? Heads know that. These elite people that are running the show and calling the shots, they know that information is power. There's nothing more powerful than information.
Actually, I heard somebody say that actually Tesla is not a car company. You know what they are? They're a data collection company. Because their cars collect data on the roads and everything so that they can become self-driving. So they're actually collecting data. It's more important probably than the cars they build.
I died. Why is Tesla not a car company?
Well, there's somebody, I heard somebody tell the story that they work for Tesla, and people think Tesla's a car company, but they're not. It's a data collection company because all their cars collect data on the road, like for driving.
Oh yeah,
and
they
stuff
probably.
like that.
What's the value of that data?
Well, they can. Well, for them, they could sell that data for self-driving cars because they've collected all the data for the roads. So it could be
that
used
data
to be
is
sold to other
invaluable.
people.
It's not invaluable. I'd have to see what it's worth, but I mean,
It's
it has a lot of value, but I wouldn't say that that's their main driving force. It's just another line of credit, another line of money.
Well, that data isn't valuable when it comes to autonomous vehicles, which are, I mean, we need self-driving cars so bad. People are idiots on the road. You know what it's like. There's 16,000 car accidents a day in America alone.
Oh yeah. I'm just saying that I don't think that you could get, let's say, $1 trillion out of it. It's not invaluable. It has very distinct value.
Well, in the long run, if every car becomes an autonomous vehicle, that might be $1 trillion. You don't think so?
The best, I would say that the best car will actually know how to deal with the environment. It won't need a base set of data.
Actually, the cars
be able to do what you do.
Yeah, no doubt.
Actually,
I think
we rented a car.
Go ahead, Paul. Go ahead.
I was going to say, I rented a car. I got one, I'm in one right now, but we rented a Pathfinder or Toyota or something on a trip. And it blew my mind on how much that car's technology is there. If you set the cruise control, you don't have to touch the gas pedal at all. There's radar, I guess, built into the car that will tell you if the car in front of you starts to slow down, and the car will start to slow down without it, and then accelerate back up to your speed once everything starts to move. It'll also let you know if you start drifting out of the lane, so it recognizes the lanes. And this is just,
Yeah, that's cool.
I
I
know,
used
it
to
blew my
think
mind.
that is the move, though. The car has to be able to deal with the situation at hand, like, and make on the spot decisions, because you're always gonna have pedestrians, deer, other crazy
Somebody's gonna
drivers and
stick a
shit.
cone in the road, a rock in the road.
Yeah, they need to have radar. I mean, that'd be dope. So to just avoid anything, like just don't hit anything. That's your whole job. Put radar in it
Well,
so it can spot any.
I think most of the new like Subarus and Toyotas, like the Subaru Legacy, I think was one of the first ones that had the anti-collision, which means it automatically will brake if you got too close to a car. So pretty crazy.
I mean, dude,
Well, they have a mode on
16,000.
it so that, like, if somebody's trying to kidnap you, that you can run them over. You push an
Oh,
override button.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know. It's a good question. I think you
There
could
are
probably still hit
certain
the
If you have a
accelerator.
simple cardboard cutout to stop a car.
Yeah,
There are
exactly.
certain instances in where you would want to crash. However, probably very few and far in between. But there's 16,000 car accidents a day. Like, autonomous vehicles needs to happen. That shit is a drain. We're draining on our resources on every time there's a car accident. You got to have fucking tow trucks come, and sometimes there's medical people involved and doctors and shit. There's like car repairman. There's a huge trickle down process of this car crash thing. I think
Well,
it'll crash the economy, but
the only problem I would have with the self-driving vehicles, if it can be hacked and people just can come in and hack your car and shut your engine down. I mean, like if let's say you're a bad, government wants you, they could just turn your car off, just shut it down. That's the only drawback about having autonomous self-driving vehicles. I don't know if I would want it. I don't know if I want to
I
give
guess
up
that
yeah,
would
control
depend,
of
like,
the system.
to hack a car, there are ways of doing it, obviously. I mean, but there you don't need much information from the internet in order to drive. Right? You need for traffic conditions and stuff like that. But you could shut off the traffic conditions thing, and then you'd be hack proof as long as you
I
don't
mean,
have
yeah,
an interface to it.
you could just shut off the Wi-Fi or cut off. Yeah, I mean, I don't doubt that could happen, but I'm just saying is if they make it where that can't happen, or you don't have that level of control or
Right.
whatever, then that's where anybody can come in and just shut you down. So
Then you also have the nanny state thing, or whatever you want to call it. The spook government knowing that I went to my girlfriend's house and I was in the vicinity of a crime, and therefore I'm a suspect. Whatever else.
I think
I
we
think
should. I know you guys have seen Demolition Man. I mean, I honestly think that's if the government wasn't so corrupt and shit, that would be the most ideal situation. Would be to have everyone a GPS tracker in everyone's fucking heart or lung or something, somewhere where you couldn't get it out, and that way you would know, like, where just like Demolition, you'd know where the crime. Oh, somebody got murdered here. Well, who was there? Yeah,
Murder, death, kill.
MDK. That's what.
yeah, every time you cuss, you pay a
There'd be no
fine.
more kidnapping. You can't kidnap anyone.
I mean, do you really want someone to
Missing
track
children.
every bit of your movement? I mean, I know it's already happening, but I mean, I could turn it off in an instant with just removing my watch and my cell phone. And how are you going to track me?
I
I
don't
mean,
know,
but
Paul. Would it feel safer if you knew your kids had a GPS tracker on them and they could never, if they got kidnapped or lost or something, you'd know where they were instantly? Like, wouldn't that be a good thing?
well, here's the thing though about that. I've got two kids, so this is very relevant.
I knew
Actually,
that was gonna. I know. I got kids too. Yeah.
well, but the other side of the coin. I mean, like
I
one
know
thing
the
me and
other.
my
I
wife
know
do.
the other side.
Hold on.
No, I know the other
Oh
side.
yeah.
And
I mean, do parents don't watch their kids anymore? I mean, that me and my wife are always monitoring where our kids are at. We don't leave them. We don't even leave them with people. We got neighbors that we know fairly well, but we don't leave them with them because we don't know if we trust them.
Oh,
You know what I mean?
no.
So
I'm going to disagree with you. Watch their kids like a hawk now. We were
well, yeah, you're
and,
roboting.
you're roboting bad.
7 miles of my house. Oh shit!
Listen, I know the downsides to it. Obviously, we are kind of already doing that with the cell phone thing. Yes, you could shut it off. But I mean, dude, I don't leave my kids with anyone either, but I would still have a comfort knowing like where they, knowing that I could find out where they are. No one's ever going to kidnap them because we would just go get them.
Well, here's the thing.
Yes,
We do. I do have those trackers, the Samsung, and I have it sometimes put it on like when we're out and about, put it on the child. But that's me, and I can take it on and off. But I mean, are you going to put the child? You're going to inject a tracker into the child? I don't know. I mean, that's another issue.
Am I back?
Yeah,
Yeah.
you're back.
Okay. Yeah. No, I was just gonna say, as far as your thing that you said that people don't watch their kids anymore. I think that today we're in a nanny state where we do nothing but watch our kids. When I was a kid 56 years ago, I was fucking within 7 miles of my house, climbing fucking through a dump and breaking into abandoned houses and stuff. And
when you were a kid back in the 1920s, I know it was crazy times back then.
Well,
you did it too.
Well, I agree with you. I mean, I'm 54. I mean, we'd go out and play all day. I'd ride my bike all the way to the city park. Would be probably 5 or 6, 7, 8 miles away on my bike. Go swim all day by myself and ride my bike back. But see, I don't think we live in those times anymore, though. I mean,
I think we do. I think
kids
it's no more dangerous now. There really is not child kidnappings happening up the wazoo in greater numbers than there were in the past. We just hear about
them. Well, here's the thing, though. There's human trafficking. Hold on a second. There's human trafficking that goes on here in my town in a shopping center area. It's well known that happens there, and there's actually a police station that's set up there. My wife is actually scared to go there by herself, and it's a well-known trafficked shopping area, but she will not go there by herself. She's been approached several times there, kind of been scoped out. She was in Hobby Lobby, and the guy was like testing the waters with her. She could tell just the way he was talking to her. It's not the same world anymore.
I don't know if that's the case. I mean, statistically speaking, crime is pretty damn good right now. I don't know specifically whether human trafficking is up or down. The monitoring of it is a lot more uniform and easily accessible. But they had children being kidnapped, sold into sex slavery, going back for time immemorial, and I don't think that has changed much. Just like we hear about it. I could be wrong.
Well, there was a girl I know, another girl. She's in her mid-20s. She went down to one of the local nightclubs, and there was another girl started talking to her, wanting to buy her drinks. And the whole setup seemed like she was going to be trafficked because I think the girl kept wanting to buy her a drink, and she kept saying no. I think the girl ended up drinking the drink to kind of show that there was nothing wrong with it, and the girl ended up drinking her own Mickey. So, and this kind of stuff is happening more and more, like even in nightclubs and stuff like that. I mean, it may have been happening for a long time, but I've heard more of it now in the last, I've been around for 54 years, and I hear it more now than I've ever heard it. So you're saying it's been around for a while. I don't know.
Yeah, I can't, like I said, can't say for absolute sure because statistics say what they want to say and stuff like that. I've never had any situations like that with my family, my kids. But maybe their lifestyle doesn't put them in that contact. Maybe it's the region I live in. And they're also not big bar people, so they're definitely not exposed to that kind of situation.
Well, remember what I just said though. This was a shop. My wife got approached, and it's known that area is for people are grabbed for sex trafficking in a shopping center, well-known, high-end part of the town I live in. It's well known.
I don't want to say anything bad about your wife. I don't know anything about her, but I'm saying, is she in the demographic that would be sold for sex trafficking? If you're 54, I'm guessing she probably isn't.
She's in her 40s, but she looks like she's in her 30s. So, and then of course she's got 2 girls that she's carrying with her, my daughters. So, and they're 5
they
and
typically
2.
think they look for teenagers and stuff. I don't know if they do it with middle-aged women.
Well, but if my wife's got 2, two girls, a 5-year-old and a
Ah, okay,
2-year-old.
okay.
See what I'm saying? So
Right.
yeah, before she had kids, though, when she was younger, in her late 20s and early 30s, she was approached. So, and she
The other
looks
thing
young. If
is
you
with
saw my wife,
situation awareness,
younger
you
than she
never
is.
get validation. You know, you when you have situational awareness, you protect yourself from the what if situation. And oh, you know, I think that guy was trying to approach me for sex trafficking, when actually he was trying to just get a date with you. And you know, situational awareness is a good thing, and it's probably, you know, better safe than sorry. But that situation where she determined that it was possibly a sex trafficking thing, you know, we don't know. We don't know the end.
I mean, well, she's my wife. When we broke up several times, had many dates, so she's a very attractive female. So I think she would know the difference between being hit on and something else. So I would have to give her the benefit of the doubt.
Who's in on?
I don't know.
Whoever's trying to talk is
Robot?
breaking up really bad.
Moyak, you're robot and bro. You are roboting very badly, Moyak.
Well, that don't sound good at all.
I can do that too. Well, that killed the chat.
I have to say, just a side note, different note altogether. My company's launching 2 gig internet, and I think to myself, who would ever really need 2 gigabytes of internet? 2 gigabyte speed. I mean, who would ever really need that?
Test. Test. Yep. I just made work for myself. Anybody still here? Yeah, I just made work for myself.
What'd you do?
Mile-long stretch of no coverage on a road that should be covered, and it's in my market.
Go fix it. You need to put a
Eh,
cell phone tower up at your house or something because you're always robot.
I'm on the road, but that section was deader than a doornail. It's covered. It's got great coverage there. Normally. I tell you, man, I am building like now on the design team for the network, and holy crap, we are building like a son of a bitch. We're gonna radiate everybody. We're gonna melt you down, Jeremy. We're gonna 5G everybody to death.
Yo, Jeremy, are you here? Oh, say again. I saw you light up, but nothing came through. Jeremy? Yo, I heard something then. Are you there, yeah?
Yeah, what's up?
I wanted to speak to you earlier, but you were involved in deep conversation. There's other stuff going on. I went back to my conversation with AK, whoever it is, Pickled Rick, on the live stream yesterday, and that entire video's missing. Do you know what the problem might be there?
No, I don't know. You gotta check with Gio on that.
Uh-huh. Right, I'll send him a DM, ask him what's up.
Yeah.
All right, nice one, Jeremy. Cheers,
I
man.
don't know where he's saving them at. He's got them all saved on his. They're all saved. No matter what, they're all saved.
Yeah, should be on Rumble, shouldn't it?
You'll be able to get a note. You know, no problem. Just send him a DM.
Yeah, cool. Nice one, Jeremy.
We're on Odysee and Twitch. I think Twitch saves them for 7 days, so it should be on Twitch.
All right, I've got a Twitch account, so should be able to at least download it onto my Twitch account to make sure that it's saved.
Yeah, like you should be able to find it on Twitch. I think he said 7 days they save it for. I'm not sure.
Right, cool. And is it the same kind of format on Twitch that they're saved in 12-hour blocks?
And I have no idea. No idea. Right. I don't even have a Twitch account.
Right, I'll go and check it out anyway. Nice one, Jeremy.
No doubt.
Cheers, man.
Did you guys have a wild night over there? Oh, I already left. Damn, where'd everyone go? I left for 5 minutes. Everyone bounced.
Sorry, man. I left just as you were saying something. What was that?
No, it's all good. Go ahead if you're going to go track the video down.
That's right. What was you going to say?
I was going to say, would you have a crazy night over there at that other server, the Cosmology one?
I just listened to Witsit and FTFE do their thing. Didn't get involved in the open panel.
I heard part of that. I fell asleep listening to it.
Yeah, same here.
Was it good? Was it good?
I feel that they spent more time talking about what FTFE brought rather than what Witsit brought, which I think is a shame, because what Witsit brought needs elaboration. It needs expanding on, because there was like a practical model of the location of the sun within the toroid, and I'd love to know how that was modelled and worked and how that was worked out. But they spent all the time talking about FTFE, relativity, all the stuff that we. Go on.
I heard the one part where he was talking about the Coriolis was science, that it showed Earth was rotating or something, and that was Fight the Flat Earth was ridiculous on that one, because Witsit killed him. He's like, you've never tested for the actual cause of the deviation, which would be Earth rotation. Latitude change doesn't cause the precession.
Yeah.
Earth rotation causes the precession. Your latitude change will vary the precession, but you haven't even proven that, or you haven't even shown or give evidence. They hate the word prove, but you haven't even given evidence for the first thing that you presupposed.
Yeah.
Which it bodied them on that,
Yeah, so in that regard, it was good that. But do you know what I mean? I just like Witsit to be given time to expand on what he brought to the conversation, and I don't feel that time was given to Witsit.
No, I don't know. Like that goes in and out for parts of it. I didn't even catch the whole thing.
Mm. Yeah, it's just my kind of personal point of view. But, yeah, all in all, it was okay. It wasn't the shit show that everybody imagined it to be. But like I say, I didn't really listen to the open forum afterwards. That might have turned into the shit show that everybody expected it to be.
Maybe I don't know. Yeah, I was super busy. I've been busy all week, man. Fucking bullshit, dude. My school has no. There's parts in my school that get terrible cell phone reception. Sometimes it's down to 0, and I just get disconnected from everything. Fucking bullshit. My section is pretty good, but when I go into other sections of the school, it's terrible. So.
No, you would have thought with all these satellites, they would have sorted that right out, wouldn't you?
I mean, they made a phone call to the moon like 50 years ago. I figured you'd get cell phone service everywhere at this point, but I guess not.
Yeah. And that Artemis thing, that conversation was going on yesterday, wasn't it? It's just ridiculous.
That's fucking stupid, dude. Like, we know the radiation levels because we've been there. They must have collected radiation data of how much radiation there was at every point along the way. So NASA must have that. Like, you had to send a whole nother craft out to see if your shit would survive. Why didn't you just do it here? I don't know. Like, they don't know what materials stop what radiation. I don't know what's the problem here is that you had to send 2 crash test dummies up there.
Yeah, well, that can just add to the. How many was it they sent up before? 24? I don't know. So 26 dummies have claimed to be gone to outer space.
We have devolved. In their paradigm, we've devolved when it comes to space travel.
Yeah.
Like, imagine Christopher Columbus goes to America, comes back, and then just does circles around the ocean or something after. Like, it's ridiculous. You would never do that in reality.
Yeah.
You would never go somewhere. Like imagine you're in your neighborhood and you're exploring, and you're going around your block a whole bunch of times. Then eventually you cross the street, and now you're in the woods on a dead end or something, having all kinds of crazy fun or whatever. And you're out exploring, but then you stop going to the dead end, the woods or whatever, the park, and you just do circles around your block for the next 50 years.
Yeah. Yeah, it is crazy. When has mankind ever been like that?
Yeah, that's not something that would happen in reality. We wouldn't do that. What's our motto? The moon, the final frontier.
Crazy stuff. Yeah, and just the lack of quotes, photos that are coming back from this mission is just ridiculous. Ridiculous. But I think there's a lot of people that are going to be woken up by NASA's failure on this one.
We'll see, man. We'll see. There's a lot of people right now that don't believe we ever went to the moon.
Yeah.
Like, when they do polls and shit, you get a lot of fucking, naysayers on the moon landing.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a good little fantasy for a while, but, you got to grow up one day. Right.
I mean, this will just be another thing if they do fake it again and just be like, look, we went to the moon. You guys can shut the fuck up now. This will just be another thing in their arsenal.
Yeah, but I don't think that CGI is good enough to be able to do that to the degree that it would need to be done, because you're talking about a real it's difficult to explain.
You don't think they can fake it at this point?
No.
You'd have to have an actual studio and a set and shit. You couldn't just CGI it, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, can you spot a green screen when a green screen happens?
Depends how well it's done, but you know these days they're using green screen and chroma key and all kinds of different techniques combined.
They got the augmented reality.
Yeah, exactly. So it is getting more and more difficult to tell, but I don't think they're at the point where because at the end of the day, it's done by humans. It's done by people. People always make mistakes.
Yeah, I mean, even when you have, we were talking about this the other day. Even these big movies that spend tens of millions of dollars and have 100 editors and shit, all the professional best guys in Hollywood, they'll still miss like things like I think there was a plane in Troy.
Yeah.
That one scene, a plane flew by. Another scene, there was a railroad car where it wasn't supposed to be railroads. Like they just miss stuff, and it just happens. That's what happens when you fake things. You can't get it 100% every time. You just can't.
No,
You have continuity errors and shit.
Yeah. Which it's getting more and more easy to kind of eliminate those, but like we said, at the end of the day, it's done by people. People make mistakes, so. Right, I'm going to go off and look for this this video because I want to.
All right, good luck. If it's not on Twitch, you should just message Gio and he'll have no problem probably getting it to you.
Yeah. All right, then, mate.
All
Nice
right,
one,
DP.
Jeremy. Cheers, man.
Later.
Later.
Buffalo got hit with like 6 feet of snow or some shit, I heard. Winter's coming on some Game of Thrones shit. Dude, we gotta get autonomous vehicles, man. People are fucking hazardous. You got people like Rocky driving around counting stacks of cash all over the place. There's chicks driving to work, putting their makeup on, drinking coffee, smoking cigarettes all at the same time. You wouldn't believe how many people I see playing with their cell phones. You can tell they're just looking straight down. Like it's so obvious they're on their cell phones. Ridiculous, man. We got to get these autonomous vehicles going. You'll never have flying cars until you get autonomous vehicles. I came up on some jets and shit, dude. We should have been. We were supposed to have flying cars at this point, I thought. They will literally crash the economy though, because if you do get autonomous vehicles, like millions of people in America driving, then you'll have a crazy decline in you're not going to need as many emergency responders, as many tow trucks, because there's 16,000 car accidents in America. That's 16,000 times a tow truck. Probably got to go. Maybe not. Some of them are just little fender benders and shit you could drive away from, but it's a lot of tow trucks, a lot of car repairers, a lot of insurance adjusters, a lot of lawyers and doctors. Like the trickle down effect from a car accident is crazy. Crazy. There's got to be trillions of dollars behind it. Behind those 16,000 car accidents, it's got to add up to trillions of dollars a year, and the trickle down effect of money that gets spent. Some people need new cars; their shit's totaled. Some people got lawsuits. There's lawyers and judges and shit involved, doctors, nurses, all types of shit. Physical therapy. You need a new car. Tons of money down the line in the car accidents. You get rid of the car crashes, but you crash the economy at the same time. So yeah, choose wisely, I guess. I don't. Do you have? Can you even get a DWI if the car is driving? I don't know. You get rid of DWIs. There's a lot of money behind a DWI. A lot of money. The average DWI probably costs $5,000, maybe. I don't know. I don't have a number on it. 5, 10 grand, maybe. Who knows? I'm waiting for the tires with no air. That's gonna be fucking dope. We need them shits. There's a lot of fucking nails and screws out there, man. I had to get a tire plug twice in the same fucking at the same month once, a couple months ago. There's a lot of money in flat tires too. You know, how many cans of Fix-A-Flat do they sell here? How many man hours and mechanics do they have for plugging tires? It's got to be in the tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands probably a year, just in America. Some people need a whole new tire now because it's in a sidewall or a place where you can't plug it. It's fucking $150, $400, depending on what kind of car you got. Some of these dudes got trucks where it's like a tire's like fucking $500 or some shit. Also, with the autonomous vehicles, you're gonna have less wear and tear on the car because I mean, let's face it, we'd be hammering the gas pedal. You're gonna need less brake pad changes and shit. They're trying to automate the fast food industry right now. You know, when this automation thing hits, I don't think heads realize what an issue this is going to be. It could be a big fucking problem right here. I mean, it's good, but the financial uh, ramifications of automating everything is huge. Where does the money come from at that point? If you automate all the fast food shit, you automate all the cars, you automate some of the cleaning. Like, a lot of shit can be automated. They just took down every toll booth in my state and changed it to Easy Pass. Now everything gets happened electronic. They used to have hundreds, if not thousands, of people just standing around collecting money and handing out tickets. Now that's gone. Those people, you know, what do those people do? I don't know. They probably found something else, but it might get to a point where things are so automated that there ain't gonna be nothing else to find. Well, they get nervous when the unemployment rate goes up a 0.5% or 1% or something. Like, what's going to happen when that shit goes up 5, 10%, 20%? I mean, where does the money come from? Like, the more automation you get, the less sense it makes to even have money. They got way. I mean, I'm a janitor. My job's not safe. I've seen 2 different ways where they can automatically clean a bathroom at this point. One of them is the toilet flips into the wall and fucking it gets cleaned on the other side of the wall, and then the shit gets all sprayed down and shit inside the bathroom. Like, the another one is a robot, like Rosie the robot, Jetsons, comes in, cleans everything up, goes back and refills all the fluids. We got floor cleaners. Walmart's using them now. Floor cleaners where, like, Walmart's floor is just in a constant state of getting clean. If a human goes near it, it just stops. And then as soon as the human leaves, it'll just start cleaning the floor again. They got Roombas and shit. They got lawnmowers that automatically mow your lawn now, like the Roomba. All types of shit, dude. Like, shit's we're coming up on a serious paradigm shift here, or whatever you want to call it. They're 3D printing houses. Oh, 3D printing. Yo, if we ever get good at 3D printing, forget about it. That'll fucking just destroy everything. If you can have everything 3D printed, you're like, oh, I need chairs. And you just have like a little 3D printer that just fucking prints you up a chair. Like something the size of a closet or a tiny little pantry or something. A walk-in closet just prints whatever you need. I need coat hangers. It just prints that shit out. If we get good with the materials, it'll get crazy. Like, if you could start 3D printing like shoes. I think they already do 3D print shoes, actually. I've seen them 3D print a knife, scissors, guns. I almost bought one a year ago, 2 years ago, maybe. I had a few extra bucks. They're not even that expensive now. It's cheaper than a PlayStation, probably. They're not that great though. Like, what can you can't. There's not a lot of stuff you can make yet. There's a couple good websites like Thingiverse and shit that you get a lot of prints off of. They need to be bigger. Like, I need to be able to print out like a. I've seen them 3D print a 3D printer. Obviously, there's a few parts you can't make. You got to get a few parts for it, but you 3D print a 3D printer. It's pretty neat.
What's going on, Jeremy?
What up?
You say you seen him print 3D print a 3D printer?
Yeah, there was a couple parts you can't make on it, obviously, but you can almost you can 3D print a nice chunk of a 3D printer.
That is fucking hilarious, dude.
Yeah, bro. As soon as them shits get good, bro, it's a wrap. Like, imagine I want a pair of Nikes, but you don't have to go to the store. You just go to Nike.com, get the print, and just print it off. Like, it's a game changer. You know, you don't have to go to the store once you don't have to go to the store for a lot of your stuff. What does the stores do now? You know,
you present a good case, man. But I would say also that everything would be so much cheaper, dude. When that happens, at some point, what would we need money for?
Well, you're just buying the raw material.
Right.
Buying the raw material at that point. Like, I need metal, plastic, whatever, like, you know, whatever synthetic shit they make shit out of. So,
yeah, that'd be the money, basically, the material.
Yeah, and then the raw material is like nothing when it comes down to it. Like, I bought a fence, right? I put a fence up myself. But if I were to pay someone to do it, it would have costed like double or triple or something. But just me having to buy the fence, if I could have went and got the wood, made the fence post myself, it would have been even a fraction of the price of me having to actually buy the fence post. Because there's tons of shit that goes into everything that heads don't even realize. But
Tell me you seen the debate, man, at MDD.
No, I didn't see it.
Dude, we fucking killed him, bro. If you want to just get a glimpse of it, of a funny part, I posted in Livestream text a video. Like I could have literally made a whole video of Conspiracy Cat's lies and dishonesty. Like he was projecting like during the debate, like but he wasn't projecting like feelings or thoughts or past, it's something in the past or just overall freaking
I heard he did a lot of
arguments. He was projecting on site. He was projecting literally what we were saying in the debate, dude. So I made like and dude, it had me laughing so hard I couldn't even hardly talk a couple times. I
heard he did a lot of poisoning. I heard he did a lot of poisoning in the well and that.
Yeah, so I made a little video pointing that out just now. I posted it in Live Text One about, I don't know, 5 minutes ago. So when you get around to it, man, just check out that little few-minute video, bro. It'll give you a taste of it, bro.
Send it to me in DMs. Yeah,
I'll do that. He's literally this dumbass is literally Mr. Sensible is well he says that we're moving lenses around to achieve an effect to show us, because I showed like the fish tank, the sugar water, but that's their experiment. But there's no lenses being moved around. The only thing that's being moved is the observer location, right? The camera drops, and he's sitting here saying it. He's saying that y'all are fidgeting around with lenses. He said Mr. Sensible just showed a demonstration with just using atmosphere and using no lenses of any kind. And dude, Austin calls him out on it. I tried to call him out. I was laughing, and Austin calls him out. He's like, dude, he literally just did what you're saying. He used the lens and fiddled around with it to get the exact freaking objective, to see what he wanted to. And he starts repeating it. He's like, no, he didn't do that. And while he's doing it, Mr. Sensible shares his screen in the debate. He's sitting there lying, saying all this shit while Mr. Sensible is presenting him, moving a magnifying glass around to try and get an achieved effect, dude. You can't make this shit up, bro.
That's hilarious.
So fucking funny, dude.
That's fucking great. Yeah. Dude. Is that in your video? The video you're gonna send me?
Yeah. And I didn't do it any justice just explaining it. Yeah, I'll do that now.
That video. Yeah.
Oh, fuck.
It's weird because every time we use a magnifying lens, they say the atmosphere isn't a lens. It doesn't magnify things.
Let's see. I'm a DM it too. Yep. And there you go. Yeah. So you have it for whenever. Yeah, dude, you can't make this shit up. He's literally like I had to make a comment. Like I think they're getting beat so bad that Conspiracy Cat like joined our team because he's literally saying something opposite while the opposite is being shared on the screen. Like Mr. Sitz was literally moving the magnifying glass and he gets it in the just right spot where he sees it. You know, oh my god, yeah. But yeah, we did good, man. They never even answered like the first question right out of the gate, man. Right out of the gate, and it just kept raining for him. And Mr. Sensible, I'll be honest, he was you know, he got pinned down a couple times, and he was honest. You know, he's still a little bit shifty, but overall honest. You know, like like he just said, yeah, he said instead of admitting that it doesn't prove that relativity doesn't prove, or we can't prove whether it's the Earth moving or the you know the sun moving. He just said instead of admitting it, he just said what did he say? He said, "Well, I'll admit I'm not really that's not my field of expertise." You know, he's like, so I forgot exactly what he said, but you know, he didn't blatantly lie. Conspiracy Cat's the opposite. He said, "No, we proved it. We proved it." He's like, "You're cherry picking." After Austin just went through the list of Hawking and Einstein and quoting out of the book of the the forever elusive or the I forgot Hawking's book, but it's like the something what you call it illusion. The whole book's explaining why it's you know why it's we can't prove why relativity can't prove what's moving us or the sun. And so he quotes that and the conspiracy cat's talking about he's cherry picking. The whole book's called the fucking Forever Mysterious Illusion or some shit. I was like, boy, this is it was bad, dude. It was bad. Motherfucker's whole book is about something, and Austin quotes it and gets accused of cherry picking. So what is he book picking? Oh yeah, I threw two shout outs too, man, for Earth Awakening. I was like, I think one of them was kind of a little bit interrupted, but not enough where you couldn't hear it. That I think I got a chance to say if anybody disagrees with anything or wants to present any evidence, then come hash it out with us on Earth Awakening's Discord. I think it's important to share our resources and shit. You know, when we're on any other platforms where somebody else or different people, different walks of life might get to hear it. You know, plant the seed a little bit, give them a place they can go to instead of some. You know, because if they go looking for it, they're gonna run into a wall of bullshit. You know how it goes. Austin did good, man. He's fucking quick, dude. He is quick. Like you gotta watch it live to get it, man. And you also got to do it when you're on a stage. You know, for lack of better words, you're on a stage like that. You know that it's a little bit different. It's not completely, but it's a little bit different. But like he keeps up with what everybody's thinking, dude. Like probably faster than they even realize they're themselves, man. Like he's got a fucking machine head, dude, on the spot, man. It's crazy.
It's called high IQ. It's processing speed.
Yeah, yeah. It's got it. Like I thought I had fucking, quick on my feet. But yeah, man, he brings that shit to another level, man. It's fun to be around, fun to be a part of. I'll be honest with that. The conspiracy cat starts talking about, at the beginning he makes a prediction, but I knew I went on first. And I knew he was even going to do that. I know how he is. So I made myself a prediction. I was the first to we were first to present. And I predicted that no matter what we show them, they're going to claim that we didn't bring any evidence. So I'm going to just start with a bunch of evidence. So they don't claim, and they'll still claim that we didn't bring evidence. I don't know if I said they, but I might have said conspiracy cats. But either way, so I predicted that that I'm going to show him this evidence, and he's going to still claim that we didn't present evidence. So I showed like 3 long distance lasers and one where it ends with the direct fucking flash hitting the camera itself. Like, when the laser hits the camera, it just gets way brighter. And I showed horizon test. I showed 7-inch camera height with a 16.8 mile horizon, and I showed the VHF, the Knickerbein, and the Loran, which use VHF waves. So that's not the kind they claim. Not like the radar or the waves that bend around the ball. And I showed a mirror flash. Just evidence. Whether you have anything contrary or any way to refute it, that's still evidence. To
They
me,
don't
it's good
understand
evidence.
the flash itself is the line of sight, not the light that you see. It's when you see the mirror flash. That can't be refracted. That's line of sight. And they just keep whistling past that for whatever reason. When you see
Yeah,
the
they do.
actual
That's a
person
strong
on
point,
the
man.
beach, with the mirror, and then you see the reflected light coming off of that mirror and it flashes, that's line of sight. That's not refraction.
So later on, when he started claiming that, I said, I predicted that, Katz. I said, and I literally used half of my presentation time. To me, it was kind of a waste. I wanted to show some more advanced flat Earth information, but I knew you were going to claim we didn't bring any evidence, so I just strictly wasted half of my presentation just to show you evidence, and you're still claiming no evidence. Like, it's unreal. He's like he's reading from a script. And Kosho, he even said Kosho, his prediction that what Austin was going to show, like he's going to show quotes and everything. And Kosho sent him that list. So you could tell that he posted exactly what Kosho sent him. Kosho literally typed it up, and he instead of like just drawing from that or learning from that, he literally posted what Kosho sent him. I think it was the actual post, but instead of, it's almost like plagiarism, like writing down an essay, copying it straight out of an encyclopedia instead of just getting the information and wording it yourself. I'm pretty sure he just plagiarized it, pretty much just put it right on screen. And but dude, it's like I highlighted the fact that here's evidence that you're asking for, whether you believe it or not. This is evidence by definition. Everything about it's evidence. Whether you want to try and falsify my evidence, it's still evidence, And he still, after all that, the highlight of my presentation and half of the time just showing evidence, going over it, he still, just like we said, they weren't going to bring any evidence. And like, what the fuck, dude? Change your script, bro. Say that you've refuted the evidence, or say anything. Don't just say we brought no evidence. It's like a broken record, man. Entirely predictable. And it's funny because he's acting like we're predictable when they literally predicted his ass right out the gate. It was a bad one, dude. Little ballers were commenting, like standing up for us. Like one of them super chatted. James even read the bitch live. The guy's like, I'm a baller, but the flat earthers pretty much blah blah blah. I forgot what, but dude, baller super chatted the dog out conspiracy guy. Yep, I can't wait to talk to Kosho, man. Cats threw him right under the bus, man. Dude, he sent a list of what Austin was gonna do. I'm like, damn, dude. You see how they do? Dude, I wouldn't be surprised if they had fucking other people in the room or right there in a fucking on another line telling him what to say or helping him. That's just as bad. Motherfucker types up what to watch out for and shit. And he just takes it and writes it down as predictions, if that's what he did. It's unbelievable, man. No etiquette, man. No etiquette. Then afterwards in the room, we're not on air anymore, but we're talking. And Katz is like, I guess it's almost like an apology about as close as you're going to get. He's like, it's just entertainment, guys. I'm like, yeah, whatever, man. But it wasn't like a direct apology, but he's almost, without us even explaining his actions. Because at one point I'm like, dude, what's your fucking problem, dude? Like, bro, are you going to debate? Or are you just going to fucking attack Austin? Nothing fucking real. I don't think he said maybe 2 things about debating. Because every fucking thing he said, everything, was attacking Austin in some way or another. I like Mr. Sensible, man. I don't know why, but like everybody's got some followers they kind of click with a little bit or can't stand as much, however you want to put that. But Mr. Sensible, man, he's pretty down to earth, man. He's trying shit. He's sent up balloons and shit. I think he's misinterpreting the results, but at least he's doing shit. And he's he's is he might do a little bit of dodging, no more than the next man, but he ain't a blatant. He doesn't show blatant dishonesty, and you pin him down, man. He'll pretty much concede, in his own way. He I try to do that, man. Like I try to. I mean, it gets me in trouble sometimes, like answering yes or no questions that I know are bait. I mean, it's not hard, especially as long as I've been doing this. I know these questions are bait, but I'm not going to sit there and fucking dodge a fucking simple yes or no question unless it's loaded, And I think when people see when you do that, I think it looks just as stupid as fucking as saying yes or no and letting them get on with their bullshit, So just answer the fucking question, yes or no. So I asked Conspiracy Cats. I'm like, because he said that Austin agreed that the ring laser gyro proves the Earth turns. And so the first chance I got to talk after that, I said, Conspiracy Cat, did Austin say, because he said it in shady words, and I said, Conspiracy Cats, did Austin say that they've proven the Earth turns? And he wouldn't even answer that. I'm like, what? Give me a break. You just shady ass fucking commented it without blatantly saying it. And now I'm pinning you down, putting you on the spot, asking you, is that what you're saying? Are you saying that Austin? Because that's what it sounded like to me. So is that what you're saying? That Austin claimed that they've proven the Earth's rotation? And he wouldn't answer. Wouldn't answer that. Of course not. The honest thing to say was no. He didn't. He didn't say they proved it, but blah 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 blah. Or or it sounded like this. I mean, just fucking sidestepping and attacking. Didn't look good. It would have looked a lot better if he'd have just threw in a couple of them comments or let it ride, let people come up with their own conclusions. But it just kept going on and on and on, to the point of where ballers were getting disgusted by it. Live and you learn. Rakia, man, they said you was driving around with stacks of cash, distracting you from driving. Man. you get a cash job, dude. I'll tell you a story. I don't know if you can answer right now, but I did a cash job, and it was I think it was about 7 or 8 grand. I forgot. It was a lot of cash to have on hand, and I wasn't expecting it. The guy paid me cash, and I'm on the way home, and I had it in my lap. I forgot why or whatever. So I get out I'm on my way home from work. I get out, I put it. It was in a bank envelope. I put it on top of the gas pump. I stopped to get gas, and I put it on top of the gas pump, and I forgot it. But I get home, and I'm trying to hurry up. I think I had a softball game or something. So I jump in the shower, and right after I put the shampoo in my hair, it dawned on me, oh shit, I left the fucking money at a gas pump. And I fucking flew, dude. I jump out the shower, I throw on some shorts as quick as I could, man, hopping and tripping almost, trying to get the shorts on with still sudsy hair a little bit. And I flew like a bat out of hell out the neighborhood. Got up there, and luckily it was still there. I couldn't believe it, dude. I mean, I was thanking God from the bottom of my heart. I couldn't believe that it was still there. It wasn't, looking back, it wasn't too obvious, because who looks on top of a gas pump? But it's if you're 5 foot tall, you're gonna see it if you look. But it wasn't real. It wasn't a standout position. It wasn't in a standout place where it was just screaming or calling to anybody. But still, that would have been somebody's lucky day. You think they'd have turned in 7 or 8 grand cash? No, hell no. But that was dodged a bullet there. I'd have been screwed at the time. At that time, I needed that. Only not even probably half of that was mine. It was already gone before I even got it, half of it, and that would have put me in a hole. I don't know if I could have recovered from. Well, I guess I would have eventually, out of necessity, but would have been tough. Would have been tough.
Yeah, Brian. I do some cash work, but most of it's not cash through. It's through contractors. But I play a lot of high stakes poker, so I've always got cash.
Oh yeah, I could tell, man. I could. Good.
Well, Thursday night was a $10,000 buy-in cash game. So you bring 40 or 50 or 60,000, depending on how much you're going to gamble in it. But $10,000.
Bro, I could tell when you're winning, man.
Yeah.
I could tell by your voice, man. If I could almost predict it, man. From when people say shit sometimes, man, and I can tell sometimes just from hanging out with you for so long and listening. I could tell. I'm thinking in my head like, man, he probably just got a bad beat or some bullshit, man. He's usually not quite that irritated by that. Or man, he must have fucking won tonight, dude. He's super chatting like a mug.
No, like the other night, Wednesday night, I was getting a massage. I was super chill, dude. Me and her were listening um to Geos, and these trolls, Ed Freeze and Mark Taylor and all them were DMing me, right? So I just made it a point to prove that those guys were there, along with Howard. You know, like Left Lane, people don't know he used to be on. You know, I can just tell you some stories. You know, and it
Oh
just
yeah, you ain't
irritates
gotta tell
me.
me, bro.
He pretends to be so straight up, and Geo takes up for him. Well, you know, I have snapshots of things like that too. But Ed Freeze and Negate, not Gator. What's the other one? Mark
Mark
Taylor and a
Taylor.
couple other ones were in there, and they were DMing me. You know, and like I said, I was chill. I was getting massage, but I just played the part just to prove a
Yeah.
point.
Oh yeah, I mean that's different with them clowns. That's different, bro. I think when you dude Howard, man, he usually doesn't mess with me, man. But I mean, I had to leave the stream the other night, man. Just it was just a couple of us in here, and we were talking, having a good time, man, joking and shit. We weren't arguing about nothing, man. And one guy comes in, I forgot his name, but you know him. He's a freaking troll, pretty much. He's not quite as bad as Ed, but you know he's on the level, not too far behind. And I tried to talk. He said something that was ridiculous, man. And then he started. He asked me a question, and then I go to answer, and he's saying, you know, when somebody repeats the same question, like prove it, prove it, prove it, prove it, and you're trying to prove it, and they keep saying explain it or explain, explain, explain. Like, okay, motherfucker, let me explain. You know, you telling me to ask me to explain it. And I'm trying to explain it, and you keep repeatedly telling me to explain. You know, but that kind of shit happened, and Howard piped in like I was interrupting and shit. I was like, dude, we've been kind of, you know, starting our sentences at the end of everybody's shit anyway. That's how the conversation had been going. I just was like, man, that's ridiculous. I just had to leave so I didn't say something I'd regret. But yeah, but that's just
The,
an easy example. I know what you're talking about with him,
yeah.
bro.
The other day, Zanuck was in here all morning, bro, like 4 or 5 hours. And then this new guy comes in and starts asking Zanuck questions. And of course, Zanuck is cutting him off, just blasting him, right? Like Zanuck does. And the guy goes, hey, man, chill out. Let me explain it. And he starts back explaining it. Left Lane comes in, hey, you're being a little long winded. Could you wrap it up? I'm like, really? I mean, he's talking to Zanuck, the most long winded person who never wraps things up. And for 4 or 5 hours, Left Lane had never said anything to Zanuck. And then this new guy, I don't even know who it was. Like, that's how new he was. Is trying to discuss things, and Howard just like jumping in, telling him he needs to wrap it up. Pitiful,
Yeah,
bro.
and he'll do it when he's not even in the conversation, right?
Yeah, I didn't even know Left Lane was there until he did that.
That's what happened with me, bro. I'm like, dude, we're having a conversation. You know, we're not letting each other talk. We're just kind of we got a good pace going and stuff. We're back and forth, and it's like three of us really. So we're just kind of tossing the ball back and forth, and and he ain't even in the conversation, dude. Just grown men having a chat about HHO gas and shit like that. He just jumped in just to, you gotta let him talk. I'm like, Jesus Christ, like let me go. Like I didn't even know he was there. But I don't know. Wish I knew who mutes me, man. Nobody ever admits. But I might admit sometimes. I never mind a 2 second mute. Like if they have the time on their hands, you know, and don't mind, the mods recommend that they, you know, if a couple people start talking, whatever, just mute one and keep it going, and then just immediately unmute them. If somebody starts talking and I get muted, and they keep talking, and I look down, I usually, if somebody keeps talking, I usually shut up. Anyway, depending on who it is. But I look down and I'm muted. I'll, uh, I'll stay on mute, you know, because now they're talking and I want to hear what they say anyway. And I think that's healthy. A quick mute just to keep the conversation going, to keep the interruptions because most interruptions aren't on purpose. You know, I got to admit, most people, when two people start talking, and usually one of them will back off. Sometimes they don't, but 9 times out of 10, one of them will back off. And it's the times that neither one of them want to back off, and they just keep on going at the same time. That's where mod.
Some people just
comes in,
don't
I
ever
think.
give in. Well, this is what I'll do, and
Yeah.
I'll just let the cat out of the bag. I'll be listening to it with someone or like whoever, right? Someone's there with me, and they're going, "Holy shit, dude! I can't." That dude is like spastic, like interrupting. I'm like, "Yeah." I said, "Notice how no one's saying anything, right?" And they're like, "Yeah, this should be, you know, this should be taken care of. That dude's interrupting every time someone opens their mouth, and it's usually the same 3 or 4, right?" And I'll say, "Watch this," and I'll start interrupting. Boom.
On purpose,
right?
yeah.
I'll do it on purpose, right? I'll interrupt.
I thought you done that a couple times, bro, to make a point.
You don't think that doing it on purpose is the reason why they do
100%.
it, why they jump in your ass for it? Like you do it on purpose, and
I
they know you're
sense
doing
that,
it on
bro.
purpose?
Yeah, 100%. Howard or one of them will speak up. I'm like, "Where were you a while ago, Howard?" "Oh, I was taking a shower. I was at the pay slip, or I was," you know, it's always an excuse. But I've done
He
that
said the shower.
several times.
When I'm thinking of, he said he was in the shower. I thought you did that on purpose to make a point, dude. It was a good point too, dude. I know everybody caught that.
It's because I'm listening to it. I'm with someone, like we're just listening to it, and they're like, "Why isn't this? You know, why is this letting?" I can't even understand the conversation because this guy's cutting them off. I said, "Well, watch this." I said, "I'll get a mod in here, and I'll just interrupt 1 or 2 times, and boom." It's amazing, dude. Anyway,
That's hilarious, bro. Because I swear I had that feeling the other day. I almost could tell you the damn conversation, but I don't remember. I remember the time, but I just can't quite remember what was being talked about. I don't think it even mattered because you made a strong point with that. But I want to say I hate another thing. I hate, man, Zanuck, what he does. I mean, me and Zanuck got a thing. No, that's no secret. But when you made your point, and then you got to go on grandstanding, it's worse than freaking monologue, man. It's like you just took all this time and make a point. I feel like he's doing it on purpose. Now you got a monologue like with a rub it in paragraph. Okay, look, you've made your freaking point, and sometimes even ends it with a type of question. And then right when I go to answer it, he starts going like he was done. He sees what I'm about to respond with, and starts addressing that like it was part of his first fucking point, dude. I can't stand that shit, dude. That's a pet peeve, and he does it all the time, man.
Listen next time. He'll answer the question, and sometimes he's got good points, and he'll complete his sentence, right? XYZ is sentence, period. There's no comma, there's no question, it's period. The sentence is over. Then he'll start on something new, and you interrupt him to rebut the point that he finished already. He goes, "Won't you let me finish one sentence?" And I'm like, "Yeah, that was a sentence, right? You're talking about paragraphs, or you know, like
yeah,
you've already
exactly.
finished your sentence."
Yeah. Oh man, that monologue. And George, rest in peace. I ain't trash talking. I like George. I don't know why, but he's just a likable guy. Even though I didn't agree with anything he fucking said, but he was aggravating too, man. He was so slow with his fucking stories, man. Just slow. But I don't know, man. Overall, I kind of like the guy, man. Is it just me? But he's kind of likable, dude. Even though I didn't agree with shit he ever said. I don't think he was a blatant asshole, man. I just think he was how he was.
Frustrating talking to him. So frustrating to talk slow and go on and on.
Yeah, but he was the kind of guy, man. It's like my brother, kind of, man, big brother. He, if you wanted to know something or you wanted to prove something, like especially before internet, you'd be like, "Let's go ask George." Like, we got a $10 bet. Look, let's go ask George, or something. He's that kind of guy, like just a fucking walking encyclopedia. Half of it bullshit or whatever, but still, like. But then you got Zanuck, a fucking walking bullshit, bro. Where he's anything he says, he's got to be a part of, or he's seen it, or his neighbor freaking does it, or he done it for a living, or he's got to be a part of his bullshit. He's got to involve himself in anything he says, so might have some extra impact. And just a quick example. I wouldn't even have been so aggravated with him if it wasn't for the way he did it. Like when we were having that conversation about the jar and the pressure and all that. So we're going back and forth. He made a couple good points. I made a couple good points. A couple other people were in percentages here. Matrix was here, and then he, after we're going back and forth and everything, then he comes up with some bullshit like, dude, dude, I've seen a video, man. He said, I thought he had said I had a video, but either way, he said, I seen a video where they brought a jar of water. Because I said that'd be a consequence. So in other words, if you jarred up some water at the bottom of the ocean and you come up to the top, it would have to explode or burst. And he's like, I seen a video of just that. He said, I seen a video of them jarring up water down deep and coming up and it busting. And I'm like, he said, everybody's seen it. He's like, dude, we've all seen the video. That's what he said. It pissed me off. He had to even rub it in the way he said it. He's like, we've all seen the video where they jarred the water up down there and brought it up and it burst. I'm like, really? We've all seen it? Or are you making it up, man? He had to act like I'm he's part of the crowd that's all seen the video and I'm just some outsider with some dumb shit. It was a fair, legitimate argument. And that's just one example, man. And the other day we're talking about gallium.
I've never seen what you're talking about. The jar that they bring up in the I've never seen that. I've never even heard y'all talk about that.
Well, I'll post a video, man, of that exact conversation, him lying through his teeth. But and then I got him to admit the next time we talked, I never made a video out of it because at this point I've already made the first video to show you he's full of shit. But then the next time I got him to admit that there was no video. He's like, he didn't blatantly admit, but he's like, yeah, I might have just been. It's been so long, dude. I don't even remember. Maybe it's in my head or so. I forgot the way he put it, but it was kind of like a little sidesteppy. But he pretty much dropped it. Like he wasn't gonna.
I would just guess Xanax doing drugs. I mean, honestly, I'm not trying to demean him. I'm just saying he, does whatever he does, comes on here and bullshits, right? That would be where I would put my money.
There ain't no telling, man.
That's what it sounds like.
How about this thing? The other day, so another example. God, I could go on and on probably, man. I just got to stop and think for a minute. But Crack Villain was talking about the putting gallium in the locks, and because I see it also where they put the gallium in the lock, it disintegrates fucking aluminum, or if it's a alloy, it'll oxidize the shit out of it, where it'll just crumble. And Xanax comes on. Xanax like, I've done that, except for we didn't say what it did yet to affect the lock. So Xanax thought we were talking about putting the liquid gallium in there and then pulling it down and opening the lock. Like the tumblers are just going to allow a block of fucking hardened gallium to turn. I don't think it would work. Maybe it would, but I knew. But then he acted like that wasn't what he was even talking about. I started to rewind it and make a video out of that, but I'm like, I'm just wasting my time. He does this shit so often. But and then so Crack Villain says, that you can literally break the lock. You got to wait a while, but it takes effect. And I don't even know if it works for every lock, but I've seen it done. So it literally crumbles, like into fucking like stale bread almost. Enough of it where it just breaks to shit, shatters almost when you throw it down on the ground. But and then Xanax acted like he freaking after he did it himself. He said he done it himself. Then he denied that he was talking about making a key with it. But he did it after arguing that it doesn't crumble the lock. It doesn't make the lock break. And he wound up conceding to that. But because we jumped in and we're like, bullshit, dude. I think Crack Villain posted a video of exactly that happened. And then after that, he denied talking about turning the key. Like, dude, then what the fuck were you even? But he left. He knew he was pinned down completely. Like, you just denied that it breaks the lock. And after that, before he posted the videos, you denied did it crumble? Did it physically deteriorated or broke the lock. So there was really nowhere for him to run to. So he disappeared. This is just about 3 days ago, maybe. I ain't seen him since, but when I do, I'm gonna bring it up to hear his bullshit. I ain't saying that I don't lie ever. I do my best not to, man. And I don't consider being wrong a lie. Or everybody be liars way more often, you know. You can tell the people that make an effort to be honest and and not to be wrong and will answer a question like, I'm pretty sure that blah blah blah, or I think, or don't quote me, but blah blah blah. That means don't quote me. That means I'm not 100% sure. That means if it's not true, well, I'll give you the pre-statement that I'm pretty sure. Don't hold me to it. But you get a lot of that from a lot of people, man. And when you make positive claims and then just step on your own tongue, and then I just think he's got a bad memory myself, bro. I think he's got a bad memory. I think he's a habitual liar, man. I've met him throughout my life, bro. He's one of them. He's a habitual liar, and I think all of them got real bad memories. All the bad ones.
I'm beginning to think Kosho has a short-term memory because it just things that I'll bring up that he says a day or two ahead of time, and he has no clue. Oh, maybe he's just not paying attention.
It could be, and they say that people like a bit. Go ahead.
Well, he was supposed to be doing the prediction for Travis's observation. Oh yeah, I'm gonna do it. Yeah, that's easy. Blah blah blah. And then a day or two later, he said that he was going to get his buddy Walter Bisling. Have you heard that name before? To help him with it, right? That was like a week ago.
Yeah.
So yesterday, Travis asked him, have you made your prediction for the? Well, why don't you send, send where I can get the weather data? And Travis is like, I've already sent it to you, dude. It's in your DMs. And like the week prior, Travis had told him that he had sent it to him, and it was these two weather stations. And Kosho was like, okay, I'll take a look at it. He didn't even remember that. You know what I'm saying? Like,
wow.
Yeah, it's just a lot of things.
Yeah, that's crazy, bro. That is crazy. I'll need to look out for that. But I'll tell you what, that like they say that like the habitual liars, like a lot of them, or I don't know if they say most of them or whatever, but they are smart, or they acquire like a good memory, good mindset for retaining information because of the fact that they have to keep up with their bullshit. But I think, the older you get, the worse you're going to get at it. And I think it's like catching up to Xanax, man. And I'm not sure if it's intentional. To me, it seems intentional, but maybe his memory is just fucked up. But and he's just get too old to keep up with his own bullshit. But so maybe the good ones. But see, if somebody is a good habitual liar, you'd never know they were a habitual liar, But we all know the type, and
I've only misled.
Sure, but I don't know.
I've only misled a group on the internet on this topic one time, and it was a couple of years back when Curved and them over at what's his name, the toxic site. Curved was like death threatening and doing all this stuff. So I got home one day and it was just storming. I couldn't get out of my truck. It was raining so much. So I started BSing with them and trolling them about a picture I took from my boat. And I told them it was like 7 miles away or 3 miles away, something like that. And it was only like 0.7. It must have been I was telling them it was 7 miles away, and it was only like 0.7 miles away. That's the only time I had them go, man, I had them doing angle measurements. I had them doing pixel count. Like they were dancing. They were, fetching and sketching. I was laughing the whole time, sitting in my truck waiting for it to stop raining. That's really the only time I've ever, like, on purpose told someone, an untruth to see their reaction or have them do something for me. And they held.
I tried to string along cats. I tried to string along cats the other night in the debate, bro, and it backfired on me, bro. I thought because the way I was talking, I didn't think he knew anything about refractive indexes, bro, because he didn't answer the first time I asked him about the refractive index of water and shit. So I told him it was one. I think it's a
He's
little over
intelligent.
one.
He's an
Yeah,
intelligent guy.
yeah, but he's an asshole. But it backfired
Yeah.
on me because I told him the refractive index for a vacuum is 0, and he fucking knew it wasn't, dude. I couldn't believe he knew that, dude. It's like it's 1.0. There is no 0 in fucking refractive index, and I didn't think he knew that, and I was gonna throw that at him if he agreed, and he fucking called me out, bro. I'm like, oh, yeah, that one backfired on me pretty good. But yeah, to blatantly claim something like take the picture, yeah, that was probably worth its weight in gold, bro. Watching them scramble for fucking measurements and but yeah, I'm sure you'd probably never hear the end of that. I heard for a long about an orthographic view. I told I think it was Slice Arcane to show us what he's showing. Show us an orthographic view. On one of the programs. I think it was Sadir or Sajida or something. And so he's trying to show it. I'm like, yeah, show that in orthographic, bro, because I'm about to ream him on it. And what he does is he steps slightly to the side, but still shows a perspective angle. Like pretty much instead of looking straight on at something like 3 miles out, he basically shows us a view from like 10 feet over. And I'm like, I'm fucking infuriated at that point. It was at Jose's. I'm like, that's not fucking orthographic, bro. That's still a perspective view. And then, I dropped. So ain't no telling what they said after. But I heard it. I ain't heard it in a few months, probably about 3 or 4 months. But I mean, for fucking a couple years, there's a couple people I couldn't even tell you their names because that's how much they mean to me. But we're talking about, you learn what orthographic means, Brian, or is that orthographic? Yeah, like I never once entertained it. It finally went away. I never really gave a shit, but it literally infuriated me. I'm asking somebody to do something, and he's slick. So I was like, yeah, that's why they call you. You think you're slick. If I ask to see a side on view, don't just show the view from a few feet over to the side. That's not orthographic. It,
It's all quiet on the Western Front tonight. Rainy evening in Ireland. It's been rainy, overcast all day. It's a heavy day. Does anyone remember me talking last week about the prediction date, the 19th, and something was predicted to happen by Johnny B? Well, here we are, the 19th. But do you remember I said before him what he said, that it would be something to do with Poland and Russia and Poland, and of course we had a massive incident during the week. Don't pay attention to it. I already know it's going to be staged or faked, but it's very interesting, isn't it? It's very interesting what transpired and what is still transpiring. Apparently, I was talking to Jen Panda today. He's telling me that someone's lying. There's a little bit of distrust creeping in about governments and all the government stories. But what he was telling me was basically that the blame is put on the Ukraine for firing a missile that landed in Poland. But the problem is that
When was that? Was that today?
No,
No,
that was
I
during the
remember
week,
you
Brian.
saying something about it, man. Prediction, but I remember you saying.
Yeah, hi Brian. That was today is the 19th, so today was the prediction date. But what went along with the prediction was that it'd be something to do with an attack on Russia to Poland, and that's what transpired during the week. And apparently, that story is still ongoing. As I was saying, I was talking to Jen Panda today, and he was expressing distrust for governments, which is most going against his grain. But because the stories don't add up, the Ukraine was blamed apparently, but the missile that they I don't know, whatever, anti aircraft missile, they wouldn't have had the power to create the crater that apparently is in existence. So yeah, apparently the controversy continues. If it was a Russian attack on Poland, as you were saying, Dan, you're talking about a North Atlantic Treaty Organization member. So you fight against one, you fight against all of them. So it's very interesting. Yeah, the date he gave, just to fill you in, Brian, the date he gave was today. I was actually talking to John briefly. I'll talk to him a bit later on as well, maybe, if he's over in Gem Pandas. But Humans of Earth. But yeah, he said it's still going down, Pete. That were his words. It's still happening. Oh, maybe we're not out of that yet, but it's just most interesting that he did mention specifically Russia, Poland, and yeah, on the brink of World War III was being talked about all week. Apparently, I don't pay too much attention anymore, Brian.
Where's Johnny from, man?
Johnny's Icelander, Freemason from Iceland. He openly tells you that. He openly tells you that his grandfather, like your own grandfather, Brian, was a particularly wealthy, really powerful man in Iceland. And Johnny says that his grandfather told him the Earth was flat, our station was flat when he was 6.
Huh?
Johnny's about like 50, mid to late 50s, 56, 57.
Yeah, Johnny's cool, man. He gets a little buzz, man, and a little bit much, but overall, I like him.
Yeah, I love.
I guess we can all get that way sometimes.
Well, he'll tell you he's playing his role in this scenario. He'll tell you he's playing his role in this arena. So
I don't even think it's his buzz. I think he's English, and it doesn't work too good when you got like a lot of people trying to talk. If it's just like a few people, then it's better, or somebody like that. But he's getting better and better,
Yeah. People like Jeremy have no patience for Johnny B because they just can't understand a word. I don't doubt it. Some people can't understand a word beyond the imaginary curve says. That doesn't mean that he's talking gibberish, so you know what I mean. But I know.
Well, at first I couldn't, but at first I couldn't understand too much because he's got a thick accent. But after listening to him for a little bit, you start picking up on it better and better.
A bit of perseverance, and you work your way through it. But if you have no patience to hear, well, then you're not going to hear. All you're going to hear is gibberish. And that would take away from what Johnny B has, or Del Beyond the Imaginary Curve has to say, obviously, as well.
Bro, listening to like Beyond the Imaginary Curve talking makes me wonder if that's like how other languages kind of started. Like, could it have been like a slow process of like, because like when I first started listening to them, and some people say they can't, but it's like he's talking my language basically, but I can hardly understand him. It's like maybe give a couple generations and shit, and I might not be able to understand like his grandkids. His accent be so thick, and if they were
Definitely.
isolated somewhere, they might write it down different.
There's definitely more hard to understand dialects in Scotland than Dells. I can follow it no problem. Okay, but they're definitely harder to understand dialects. And in Ireland, I'm Irish here. Lots of Irish people can't place me. My accent is sort of weird. But yeah, there's some accents you wouldn't understand a word that they were saying, Brian. Not to mind the Gaelic language, a completely different language. But yeah, you have all these different variations depending on where you are, and you have local dialects that you wouldn't hope to understand it. But ultimately, we're all speaking about the fucking same things. You know, the same ideas are
Right.
being pondered and traded. If
Yeah.
you want.
I got Irish in my blood. A portion of it anyway. All the girls are redheads in my family. My grandma, except for my grandma, and then it skipped my mom, but then my sister and my first daughter are all three redheads.
Yeah, I think it doesn't red hair skip a generation. My mother is a redhead, and none of us are redheads. But my nephew is a red haired guy. What even red haired guy? He has a full head of red hair. It's a golden. It's not a ginger, that wiry hair, but it's sort of more golden than red, and it's more soft toned as well. But
Yeah,
I
that's
believe
crazy,
it's
man.
generation.
Yeah, it does. That's weird, but it didn't skip with grandma, and then it skipped my mom, and then me. I'm not a redhead, and then my daughter.
Well, it skipped two
And that
generations.
would make
Okay.
sense. But my redhead sister, no, it didn't. Unless the dad was the mailman or something.
Yeah, no,
But
that's
still,
yeah,
it's
but
just.
that's right then. So your grandmother was red hair, your mom wasn't. Her.
Oh yeah, it is. Yeah, that is right. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's exactly fucking right. Because because my sister, that's not another generation. That's my generation. So yeah.
We're in line there.
That's ain't that crazy?
That's something else. I wonder what the reason is behind that. It's the same thing with hair, hair in your head. I'm talking about. What's the word I'm looking for, Brian? I'm bald. I'm bald as an egg. Like my father had full head of
Pubes?
hair.
Your
Father had
pubes?
full head of hair. No, no. It's funny enough. You never go bald with your pubes. So yeah, you never go bald. Actually, as you go older, the calves, the lower legs especially, but the legs in general of men, they go bald. There's certain areas that go bald. But the point I was trying to make was, yeah, my father, a big head of hair. His grandfather, bald as an egg. And yeah, I'm bald as an egg as well. So another skip of generation. Although my
Bald
own
as an
son.
egg. That's a funny way to put it.
Well, I am. I'm bald as an egg.
Bald as an egg. Yeah, I think it looks better when people like I see bald and like try and save some hair, like have shit on the sides,
Yeah.
and I'm like, man, 10 times better if they
Let
just
it
took it all
go.
off, man.
Yeah, but
I
I'd
wouldn't give a shit if I was bald. I wouldn't give a shit. I cut it. I
yeah.
cut it short anyway. Just a pain in the
Yeah,
ass having to cut it.
yeah, but you're grown up now, and you have a full head. You have a good head of hair, don't you? I mean,
I'm not going bald. I'm already past
you
that
started
stage. But
losing
it
your
would.
hair when you were fucking 20 though, or 21. It would affect your image. It would affect your mind. You wish not to do it.
Yeah, I'm
For
sure.
some reason,
I'm sure. Yeah, if it happened when I was younger. But
But
at
I
this point, I
just
wouldn't give a shit. But yeah, I see what you're saying.
yeah,
And yeah, you were
I
just describing that, dude. I gave my sister a whole generation for some reason.
that's how generous you are. Yeah, very good. And I'm not sure if it's redheadedness is not it's mostly associated with Irish, but again, it's the Celtic, isn't it? It's the Scottish as well, the Scottish, the Irish. But I can't think of any other country that's associated with red hair so much.
The Giants, are supposed to have red
I
hair.
heard that. Yeah, I heard that. I heard that. There was a giant
I
caught
haven't
in
met one.
Canada,
I
the
haven't
giant in
met one person.
Kandahar.
The what?
Giant of Kandahar. That's a conspiracy story for you, where the American troops cornered a massive red-haired giant. He was like whatever, 10, 11 feet. He wasn't that high, but he was a massive giant, and they conquered him and killed him. That's a conspiracy story going around.
Dude, did I tell you? I heard about that, but I went to an NBA game, and my wife took me to I forgot the name of the city. It was in Mississippi, but just north of that, it was right by the Tennessee border, and we went and seen the Oklahoma. I forgot the Thunder, and we watched them play that team in Tennessee. Freak, man. Dude, I used to keep up with this stuff like clockwork. But they was playing the Memphis Grizzlies. Okay, yeah, it was Memphis, and I went down there. We didn't have like the best seats. It was last minute, but that was her birthday present to me. It's taking me there. She got me tickets to the game because she knew I liked the teams and all that. This is a few years back, but I went down there, and you could get like right behind the bench, and like Mark Gasol. Dude, like they have him listed, I guess, as I don't know, probably 7'2", something like that, 7'3", 4", something. He's tall, one of the tallest in there. But dude, when I went and stood like right on the bench and he was walking up, I mean, dude, he looked 10 foot tall, man. Like I'm like,
So he actually
like how can he only be? How can this guy foot taller than me? There's no way, man. Just I'm looking up to this guy like a fucking statue. And it just made me realize. It made me realize like 1 foot is doesn't sound right, dude. This guy was enormous, towering over me, and I'm 6 foot with shoes, you know. And but I guess it is what it is. I mean, unless they're lying about the listing, but I'm just saying how it appeared. So if I seen this guy anywhere else, like you know, I would have easily called him a giant. He's fucking giant because that 1 foot or 1 foot or maybe it's 1.25 foot or whatever makes the biggest difference in the freaking world, man.
Absolutely. But
unless that some bitch is really 8 foot tall.
Yeah, but you have the gauge, which is the basketball hoop height. That's a standard height, and even the net hanging down below it will be
right
of that. So you know you have the gauge for it. But yes, I think it's a sort of a perception, Brian. I can imagine that. I don't know too many tall guys, but when you meet a tall guy, I'm a tall guy myself. I'm 6'2" with shoes, let's say. When you meet a tall guy, yeah, and you have to look up because it's so strange for you. You know what I mean? As a tall, you don't see too many tall people around. So someone being 6 or 7 foot, 6'9", 7 foot, 7'2", fucking massive giant. You have nothing to compare it to. You just don't see it. You know what I mean? So your brain gets all sort of befuddled.
Yeah.
You lose all sense of proportion.
Yeah, so you think like I think the tallest guy in the world Guinness had in their book was like I think 8'4". His name was Robert something back in the 70s. He's probably dead by now, but I mean that is a giant, bro. It doesn't sound like it when you're talking about it, like because it's only a couple feet taller than a fairly tall man, but that's I mean everything about him is giant, man. I mean their chest, their arms, their legs, they're fucking so yeah, giants. I don't know if I believe the story about the Titans or shit like that, but hey, who knows? I keep it in mind. But as far as like giants, shit, dude, look at Shaquille O'Neal and look at Mark Gasol and dude, Manute Bol, he could dunk without even jumping, dude. He was in the NBA, he didn't even have to jump. He just like skyhook dunk it, just standing there. That's tall, dude. That's a giant. If I ever heard of one.
Is there any other basketball? My sister played basketball and she's involved in it, but I not so much myself. But is there any other? What do you think, Brian? Is there any transition? So these people who are great at basketball because they have the advanced height, is there any other sport that they would actually excel in? Can you think of anything off the top? I can't think of anything off the top of my head.
You talking about tall people?
Yeah. So someone went from being a basketball player, very successful. What do you think he could go to, or is there anything that comes to you that he could go to?
Yeah, maybe football, man. They got to.
No.
Yeah, listen. Well, listen. No, I ain't talking about the whole. It's a diverse game. So look, I'm talking about the linemen.
Oh, okay.
And the offensive lineman. You'll never see a defensive lineman. I mean, maybe rarely, like a rare exception, but they're tall. Like, I mean, Ed Too Tall Jones, they just named him that. He played for Dallas, but he wasn't that much taller than the guys around him.
Yeah,
But
that's what I'm thinking.
offensive linemen are usually tall. They're usually some big. They're giants, bro. All the linemen in the NFL, but like, yeah, the receivers and some of them are tall, but it ain't a big a deal. But running backs ain't really that tall. But yeah, that's a good question, Pete.
Yeah. I don't. I actually, you should type it in. Who has a record for who's the tallest man in American football history? I don't think. I think once you start to lose certain abilities, if you want, agilities. There you go. Agilities. Once you get beyond a certain height, or you go beyond a certain restriction. That's what I was asking. A basketball court. They're pretty fast and they're pretty hot, pretty tall. So that's obviously an advantage. But
you think they lose, but that's what makes them rare, bro. That's what makes the NBA players rare, because you got to not only have exceptional skills, but you also got to be tall. So that's not a common combination, man. The couple people I know that are like over 6'6" are really not that coordinated, man. So being athletic and that big at the same time is is exceptional.
You think, for instance, Brian, that a basketball player, a very tall basketball player, would be an excellent long jumper, something like that. Carl Lewis style long jumping, and they'd have a great chance of breaking the record. But I don't think that that's the case. They wouldn't be able to garner enough speed. You know what I mean? It's sort of a ratio.
Yeah, but he was only like about 6'2", right?
Oh yeah, I don't know him.
Basketball height, I don't think. He was pretty tall, but I don't think he was that tall. I think he was 6'2".
That's not what I'm talking. I'm talking about the very tall, the Shaquille O'Neal's. What was he coming up on 7 foot? So transitioning to another sport, if they were going to,
that'd be his only other option, bro. He'd have to be a NFL or basketball. I don't see what else he could have played, because you don't got to be that coordinated to play lineman, and to play. He didn't seem that coordinated, dude. I watched him miss whole goal on free throws and shit, and like getting his career. Like when he was LSU, he was a little more agile because he was way thinner when he played college. But he didn't never seem to be all that coordinated, But he's just so damn big and dominant. That
I thought about some possibility. The badminton, professional badminton. You just fucking stand. You stand at the net.
Right. But that's it's all the short guys who dominated that, man. Dude, I won. Me and a partner hold on. This brings me straight to another story that's better, dude. I was gonna say something about God, I forgot what I was even gonna say. I was gonna say I walked past Shaquille O'Neal's house. I used to live in New Orleans, and he lived by a ferry and everything. So I've actually walked by his house in Algiers, where he used to live, but of course I didn't know him. But I talked to a guy here on Discord the other night who played. Man, I haven't been to New Orleans in years, but I lived there just a few years back when I was in like middle school and high school. And this dude played on the team that played against me in a state championship tournament. And I don't know if it was that same year, but it kind of sounded like it. But he this guy Matt, dude, he named the park Pard, and I played for like Harvey, and I lived in Marrero, the same damn town he lived in. And he went to a school that I almost went to in high school, but he knew right where I went for middle school. So I'm like, it's a small world, man. Ran into a guy who played ball right around my stomping grounds across the damn country from where I'm at now. It was weird. It's kind of cool. But badminton, I think that's for smaller guys. Like Asians dominated that, I think.
Hey Brian, it is a small flat Earth. It's when we go to flat Earth, realize that the universe, not to mind the Earth, is so much more encompassing than what we were led to believe. So yeah, stuff like that. But Shaq O'Neal is still. They all made their fortune out of it. And what did he come out as a flat earther? Shaquille O'Neal. Why did not?
Yeah, him. A lot of them. Paul Pierce. And then Seth Curry came out. They had to retract the shit. But I mean, just because you have to say something publicly, don't mean your mind change, But like Seth Curry come out speaking against the moon landing and shit, and he had to retract it. But dude, you can't unsee bullshit, bro. And who else? Like so Shaquille O'Neal, Paul Pierce, Seth Curry, of course Kyrie Irving and shit. And LeBron even put it up, So he probably feels the same way, at least considers it. And if them top players like that, they all went to college and shit, man. There's a ton of them we ain't hearing from. But dude, I'm sitting here listening to kids talking shit, man, and open minds are spreading like fire, bro. I mean, I'm just saying. I just make that general statement. Shit gets talked about like never before. Shit's changing.
Very good. The children will lead us home. So if we see beyond the different layers, characters that mass talking about it, you can be sure, Brian, in their dressing rooms, in their own private relationships with each other, they all know about flat Earth. You have to. That's why I deem it to be an open secret. If we're getting to hear about the top stars coming out talking about it on mainstream, then what did they talk about in private? Who knows fucking what? That's what I want to get to. Who the fuck knows what? Because none of the gurus that took me here will talk about flat Earth. And I ask myself, why not? Why not? That's a curious one, isn't it, Brian? If we think about, I'm into flat Earth about I started looking into it about late 2011. Came down solidly that look, we have to be on a fucking stationary Earth, and everything then is built upon that idea. Possibly around late 2013. So all the gurus that took me along the conspiracy pathway in terms of other influences. No mention at all. Even violent, almost opposition to flat Earth, and I'm wondering why. I don't wonder why anymore, but I did wonder why.
To me, man, it's treated. I mean, these guys say something when they get a chance. Like they ain't in a. They see what happened to people who do come out, so they ain't in a position to. But you better believe that they're wanting to. You know what I'm saying? Because that's when you first learn about it, man, and you realize how obvious it is and how obvious it's been the whole time, and you just hadn't noticed. You want to talk about it, man.
Yeah.
And so a couple of them have come out, but just bad things happen and shit, man. With tennis player, fucking Ultimate Fighting, dude, they just didn't enter him in the last tournament. Like I forgot the tennis player, but anyway, he like they held him out of a tournament. It was for something else, but anyway, I know it had to do. It's all jumbled together, the whole situation. But it wasn't even a tournament without this guy, man. Like I forgot his name, but I remember I was looking at it, and I was like, if you won that tournament, dude. Like they wouldn't even consider it a real win if this guy wasn't there. He's still the damn best, man.
Is it Djokovic? Is that the same guy who came out about the vaccines that he wasn't taking the vaccine?
Yeah. It had something to do with that. Which I wasn't going to go down that road, but it's all hand in hand, man. Okay. It's all hand in hand. But they want to talk, and they will talk when the time is right. All these guys will talk, man.
Who cares? I don't even care, Brian. Because the guy is good at fucking tennis or basketball, I think they're all looking in on these sort of chats. And maybe some of them participate.
Oh, you damn fucking right. They're listening, man.
Yeah, but how terrible would it be that you can't talk about these things because you're under...
It drives you nuts, man.
Restrictions. Yeah, exactly.
Bro, I guarantee you that we're probably talking to some of them are fucking our buddies, and they can't release their real identity. There's a few at least. I don't know, man.
It doesn't even matter. All the heroes of old have to go. When I say this, Brian, I'm not fucking kidding you. I'm not putting myself up on any fucking pedestal either, but I have no doubt that Michael Jackson's still alive, but he knows who I am. Only because of the Dodo connection. So does Paul McCartney of the Beatles /Fall, who's replaced. So does Tom York from the, Radiohead, one of the biggest bands on the planet. Why? Just my own ventures down the Dodo road, and all three have a connection to the Dodo itself. But...
Bro, I'll give you that. Like, maybe he is alive. Nobody's seen him. I'll give you that. I try to keep open mind. That's not something I would really bring up, man, in a flat Earth conference. In a discussion, because it's like it's already fringe what we're talking about, and I don't like to take it any further. But if I'm talking with just a buddy, I keep open mind for anything. But your Will Smith Obama shit, dude, that's stupid. I gotta just be honest, friend to friend.
Are you kidding me, Brian? You kidding me?
That's stupid.
Even if it's
no, I looked into it, bro. Hold on. I did look into it. Now I'm not just saying that just to say it. I looked
So
into it.
show me a moving video of moving images of the two who are best friends. One helped the other get elected 2 times. The two most famous black people in America, in a sense. Show me images of the two of them together, Brian, in this televisual.
I couldn't do that.
That's a
But
problem,
I could
then.
show you. I could show you a bunch of movies that he played in during the presidency movies he recorded. And I'm thinking if it was him somehow.
Yeah, but
somehow
Obama was listed. Hang on, please. Obama was listed as one of the most absentee presidents in history.
Well, yeah, that's what it would have took. But it also would have took a very good, very, very fucking good, like eyeball artist, you know, because they got different eyes.
Listen, they don't. Hang on, please. Okay. It's a fucking. First of all, it's a disguise. Contact lenses can be put in place, and it's a disguise, but it's not just an ordinary disguise like Mrs. Doubtfire and Robin Williams. This is the disguise, illusion potential that goes to the very top. So it'll have to be fucking convincing. Now, I'm not basing my whole premise on just the images itself. There's so many other things that line up, but. I think we were always meant to figure it out. That's Brian. I've spoken to people and they've hung on every word. I can say safely they've hung on.
I'll give you this too, man. Like Paul McCartney and shit, like that one there, man. Like that's and even Michael Jackson, man. Like there's some suspicious things about that. And
yeah, but that's what I'm saying.
I'll give you that one, man. I'll give them. I mean, I considered everything you say, man. But I just look into it. I just don't agree with it all, man. It ain't no big deal. I just
listen.
I just can't get on board with that. I tried to, bro, but I couldn't.
I did a 45-minute presentation on Will Smith and Barack Obama back on my channel in the day, and I thought my channel was deleted. Actually, apologies if I was angry the last time. Not at anyone in particular, but just at the fucking system itself. I thought it was deleted, but because if you go to Pete Shea's channel now, there's just 2 videos on there which are uploaded from elsewhere by someone else. But all of my own channel is there under the live shows, so maybe they changed their system around, or else I just didn't. I can put them all to the main screen.
Oh yeah, they did, dude. They changed the system, and I couldn't find shit. I mean, it didn't take me too long, but there for a minute, I was looking at channels. I was like, what the fuck happened to these videos, man? It wasn't even my channel. It was somebody else's channel, and they're still around and making videos. I'm like, how could this even be? Like, how could these videos not be in there? But hey, wait. So you're saying I could go watch that presentation?
Yeah, I'll post it, Brian. I'll post it for you. Yeah, I'll post it for you. And that's like 4 years ago. What? I have found nothing.
Okay,
I have found nothing taken away from it. All I have found is stuff to confirm it. Now, I will just say that the reason I persist in saying this, I know it loses me friends and everyone. People have hung.
No, it doesn't lose you friends unless you freak out about it, bro.
No, I'm telling you, people have hung on my words when I talk about flat Earth intelligently or other things as well, the virus and all that. People hang on my words and they have a lot of sort of common ground as well. But I always put it in at the end. I'll tell you where I'm at now.
Yeah.
I say to them, and I tell them about the Dodo, Ara Stark is even okay, but then I have to insist Will Smith is Barack Obama is Osama bin Laden, and the minute I say that, everything I said beforehand is considered shit. But
that's what I meant. That's what I meant. Like but yeah, like I said, our discussion's already friends, so it's when we're talking amongst each other, it's all good. We can consider what the fuck ever, man.
It, Brian. That's why I
let me just say, man, from my stance, it's elite. From my stance, it's elite. But still, just because you don't agree with somebody doesn't mean doesn't mean that the relationship is just gone. I don't think any of us are gonna fucking agree on everything.
No, I'm talking about more passing relationships as well. My mother takes the piss out of me. Barack Obama, or Will Smith, yeah. But I'm talking about people just.
Bro, just look at their eyes, though, man. That's what I looked at when I heard about it. I went and looked into it, man. And I just looking at their eyes, and I'm like, man, how could you fake that shit, man?
Why do you talk about their eyes, Brian? I'll post an image of you now and show me how their eyes are different.
Show me. I'll tell you.
What are you doing? Post an image. Their eyes, if anything, are the same, Brian. Their ears are fucking identical. But remember, you're dealing with prosthetics. Eyes can be changed. There is a makeup that goes on to do transformation. Anyway, that's
sure.
I don't want to bring it back because it pisses people off.
I'll hear everything you have to say, man. You know, I'll check it out. Wait, are you going to post the image of the... is there any way you could DM me the video? Because I can't... man.
Yeah, I'll do.
But I
I'll
do
do
want
that.
to.
I'll
Wait,
have
if
to
it's
look
on
it
your
up.
channel, dude, I could probably just find this shit. What's your
You can't
channel? Is your
find
channel name Pete
you
Shane?
have two chances of finding that without me referencing it because I can go on for 8 hours sometimes, Brian, and I've got 200 shows.
But I swear, wait, I quit getting posts from you. Like I used to get posts. Sometimes they unsub me from channel. In fact, I think they damn near unsub me from everybody eventually because I'll get unsub randomly here and there with I can name a list. I ain't even gonna, but I'm just saying, random every fucking seems like every couple weeks or few weeks, man. I'm having to resub to people. That ain't even counting the channels that I don't watch or ain't watching. If I went through that, it'd be even more. But I've had to resub to Nathan Oakley like twice. I've had to resub to Jaronism. I've had to resub to Ghostbusters.
Yeah,
I've had to
Brian.
resub to. I mean, I can go on, bro.
Fine. Bring up that image I posted full screen and look at their eyes. Their eyes are almost fucking identical. What looks out? The reason I turn the pictures around first of all is our brain now can look at it with more sort of attention. We generally fill in gaps. Right? So by turning it upside down, now anything artificial will stand out. And yeah, you remember that the guy on the left is the guy on the right, Brian. So if something doesn't look quite lined up, but those fucking eyes, as I'm looking at it, Brian, they are fucking close as be damned. But if something doesn't quite look right, it's because you're dealing with, in potential, a man in a mask. And actually, the image I just posted, if you look at Obama, any man knows that as you shave, and you've shaved over years, you'll have a consistent shadow with the hairs, the bristling hairs coming out. If you look just over Obama's lips, right, I have it upside down now. His upper lip. So beneath the upper lip, you can see where there's none of this shadow, because none of this stubble sticking through from over the years. I explained that by saying you're dealing with prosthetics, and I even know where the prosthetics
Do
are,
this, okay?
placed around it as well.
This is
I
what I
know it's
want you to do,
crazy.
though, man.
Let's not get into this though, if you don't want to.
Yeah, I won't. But let me tell you to do one thing though, real quick. Cover up their nose and their mouth, and when you get a minute, and enlarge the shit, and just capture it, enlarge it, get a couple pictures, not just one, but
Okay,
and
I'll do
put your
that. I'll
finger
do
over their
that.
nose and their mouth, and look at their eyes, and you'll
Yeah,
see what
yeah,
I'm
I'll
talking
do
about.
that now. I'll do a side by side for you. 1 second.
But I'll be new. I'll say, nowadays, fucking knows. I've never seen either of these fuckers in person anyway. So, but that's my take on it all. But I try to keep an open mind with just about everything because shit.
All right.
I mean, they turn my world upside down literally. So I got to at least consider everything else.
Have you an open mind regarding 9/11, Brian, that it was a media and a victim symbolic hoax?
Man, who knows, man? I just know that it wasn't what the fuck they're telling me.
Yeah, but
I've heard
you can't just
good
say that.
evidence for other things. I see good evidence for no planes. I mean, I it didn't seem like a lot of people died. I don't hear families fucking crying out. But
Yeah, the
I don't want to offend
pitchforks. Yeah,
anybody. I don't want to offend anybody in case there was a lot of people in there. But it seemed pretty empty in that one picture. I mean, I could give good evidence for a few stories, man. But I just know it wasn't the fucking shit they're telling me. That much I know for sure.
yeah, but Brian,
It
you
ain't
got
the
to know
shit. It ain't the
whether
official story. How about that?
you got to know whether it was faked or not, though. You got to know this. You got to know
I think
because
it
it
was
makes all
fake.
the
I think for
difference.
sure. I think it
Well,
was
that'll
fake. I
do.
just don't know to what level.
Yeah, that'll do. Well, if they're going to fake it on to any level, it'll be to the whole level, Brian.
Bro, it's funny, Dirt. I gotta give you this. Like when they went to the guy, the guy on the street, and he's talking about, yeah, well, it was obviously weakening the fire, weakened the structure. I mean, the way he said that shit was like like he's putting the story out before the story even came out. Like he was saying keyword. Like the fire obviously weakened the structure. Who the fuck would say that in a fucking interview right when the shit's going on, bro? That was so stupid, man. What a dead giveaway.
Yeah, but Brian, this is my whole point. Now that becomes too obvious then. So we were meant to see that. So that's a setup in a sense. That's the Harley guy. And there's more beyond that. And that wasn't even live footage. That wasn't even live footage. All pre-recorded. How would we
Sure.
know? Yeah.
Yeah. Who knows if it's really live? Yeah,
How would
we've
we
seen it
know?
on TV. Yeah, but man, I'll tell you what, I'll consider any good story anybody wants to give me, because I believe in the evidence and shit, but I believe in common sense. Like when I hear some people arguing against and like trying to argue for the official narrative. I wonder about them people completely, because how could you buy any of that bullshit in the fucking official stories? It's just goddamn ridiculous.
Yeah.
You know, like I don't have evidence that a man didn't find a passport down the road, but it just to me is ridiculous, man. Some shit is just goddamn ridiculous, and that and the stories, the official story to me is just that.
Yeah, but that means that there's more to the story, and anything ridiculous is ridiculous for a reason, and that's what I'm saying. It's like saying Sandy Hook. Okay, I know that the official story is nonsense, but beyond that, I don't know anything. So you're still stuck in between whether the I don't know inside job, the government would kill their own, they would orchestrate this horrendous event, or whether it was all fake. Because it makes a massive difference in the route that you take forward. You know what I mean? If you know it's all fake, then you can move forward with a different decoding in mind, and you understand that the fakeness that they gave you, anything is obvious is obvious. So there has to be more to their story, and that's all I'm saying. If you don't even get there, then where are you going? Not you, Brian, but yeah, you as well, I guess. This is all your country. You're
Yeah,
king
that's
of
true. I
America,
never
right?
looked into that. I never looked into. But hey, I'll be right back, Pete. I got. If you're gonna hang around, I'll be back.
Right. I'll post that. I'll post. I just took a little screenshot now. It looks a bit weird, but all you have to do is just turn the image upside down. I'd actually examine it the way it is at the minute, but just turn it upside down to get a proper orientation. But only after you examine it the way I posted here, and see if there's what if could they be could this be the eyes of the same person? That's the question asked, and you said no. The one thing that gives it away is the eyes. So I'll post that now. I know all this stuff is controversial.
Okay. Also, if you carry on talk, you can carry on talking. I'm able to listen. Just so you know,
Okay.
somebody's listening. I'm definitely listening. I'll definitely be back to respond here shortly.
Okay, I just posted the eyes above and below, but remember these are the eyes from the two characters upside down. So no, actually, I'll actually rotate it around again to give you the upright view. But just the question we're asked first of all, if you look at the two eyes or the two images posted here, could they possibly be the eyes of the same person, one in disguise? Look at Obama's crow's feet at the side of his eyes. Anyway, that's the question. But I'll post that again, just in right orientation.
Hey, question for you, Discord users here. Do you know how Discord, when you delete it off your phone and then you install it back in from iPhone, how does it remember your password and everything? Just because when you re-download it, it just remembers everything and then opens up. Do you guys know how to fix that?
Can't help you anyway, Adam. Not because I don't know exactly how you can fix it immediately in 2 or 3 seconds, but just because I don't like it. I'm kidding, man. I have no idea.
Do you notice when you delete Discord from your phone and then you just reinstall it back in, you don't have to enter in any credentials. It just remembers who you are.
Okay. Yeah, that's your own settings on your phone, though, isn't it? Do you allow this access and the remembrance of password?
That's what I'm trying to fix because I've deleted it and then just reinstalled it, but it just allows to go into my phone. I don't want that.
Oh, well, then you have to look at your own computer settings and interplay settings between your phone, your laptop, or whatever, your devices, and just start disallowing shit. Realm, Cat. There's only one card. Well, Will Smith is a fake as well. He was born for the role, but there's only one character playing the role. That's the idea. Will Smith is Barack Obama. Just think about it in case you can't understand it. The movie Mrs. Doubtfire. Robin Williams, the father, is Mrs. Doubtfire. Okay? you gonna do? Look, Robin Williams' boobs look different than Mrs. Doubtfire. Yeah, well. Anyway.
Hey Pete, do you think if you trouble yourself, you could like bury a treasure of nominal value, but with clues?
Hello, Snack.
Just leave it, just like for somebody to solve. Just do it. Somebody will solve it one day.
Even if you uninstall the app, it'll leave like a little Easter egg inside your phone, like
Clues
cookies.
everywhere, Snack,
And
by the way.
what you have to do is just basically go to your permissions and turn them all off
That's
for
what I
that app.
said, yeah.
There'll be residue there, so
Snack, there's clues everywhere, bud. From Clues Forum to Mark Sargent's Clues. Mark Sargent, Prepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band. And he was inspired overnight, and suddenly he became the most famous man in Flat Earth, even in the world, I would say, because there's so many who know about Flat Earth and they can't say a thing. As I was talking about with Brian, so Mark Sargent then becomes the main face, the main man, Mr. Flat Earth. The clues lead somewhere, Snack, and you know it as well, of course. That's another, I like your word, Snack. Anecdote, what did you say? Anecdotal clue. Clue dodo, that's another dodo from a dodoism from the past. It's a good one, isn't it? I'd freely post you the whole list of all the dodoisms collected by numerous people. It was a great little contest going early days of my channel. I freely post the whole list here, but it's on my old hard drive, which I can't access because the information is still there, but just the standard retrieval can't do it. It will cost more money, so maybe
Is
it's
that
sometime.
your dodo army?
Well, I'm just talking about the people who tuned in regularly to my own channel, early days. And there was some great minds and some great dodoisms as well. Wake Me Up Before You Dodo, I think, finished in the top 5 or 10 anyway. The number
Yeah,
one
that sounds
dodoism
good.
was by my own devising, and I came up with the most of them because it's on my mind more than most. But I decided that the number one was El Dodo Radodo. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Sea of Gold. Ever read Candide, Snack?
Wow. I'm sorry, Candide.
I was just saying, did you ever read Candide?
I think I own the book, but no, I've never read it.
All right. Well, I think you'd love. No, I'm not talking about it in original French, but yeah, the translation is good enough. I think you'd love it. Yeah, I think you'd love it if you have it. Read it. It only takes It's only fucking 100 pages. It'll take you a night. You'd have it read in a couple, 2 or 3 hours.
Still trying to get through Jules Verne.
The reason I mention that is because the city of gold El Dorado is mentioned in there on Candide's search for happiness.
Well, I don't know. It seems like those people got massacred for their gold, so I don't know how much happiness they got in their gold.
Well, that's why you have to read
And all the guys that stole the gold got all cursed, probably from karma and shit.
Right. That's why you
They,
definitely have
they
to
had
read
like
Candide.
crazy. I don't even know what their skills were, Pete. But these dudes like out in the rainforest, just like, yeah, we find the gold and then we make it into stuff. Are you kidding me? Like, I don't even know how they're doing that. People are nuts, man. But they'd make like reflectors, like a reflector dish, just with like flat panels of gold foils.
Maybe they just found a certain location. This was the whole point of the story, and at the end of the, not to ruin it for you, but at the end, well, Candide loses all of that. That's not the true treasure. And the last parting line is, I need to go and tend the garden. Someone's tormented. Candide is sort of innocence or honesty in a sense, but yeah, maybe the lost city that he found or he came by, that their gold is equivalent to our earth. You know what I mean? So they didn't think anything of the gold. They didn't have to. They just built around them with the maybe materials available most freely, which sounds a bit strange.
It's like
but
they already
yeah.
knew. It's like they had already known for like a long time that like this stuff's really good, and it's from their god.
Oh, it's not like that at all. They didn't think anything of the gold. They placed
Yeah.
no value on gold. Gold was like
Mhm.
when Candide was going around picking up sapphires from the ground or diamonds or whatever. And by the time he left El Dorado, he had 100 sheep laden with all of these jewels that were just, he picked them up off the street like stones that we would pick up on the street, because the inhabitants didn't place any stead in any of these inverted commas precious metals. Just the building materials that I think that they constructed their life around. But the greater moral principles was the imposing aspect, the most significant aspect. Candide got to take away again something that made him rich in the Western world, but no value at all to to the inhabitants of El Dorado.
Anyway, yeah, they would find it, form it into things, and then I think they would just like leave them places or like drop them in like a lake or something like that.
No, it's just like you come across soil, clay. You build your house of clay. You build your little city of clay.
You gonna come up with your own thing? All right.
Yeah.
Hey, you can tell me how reality is.
I'm not. I'm telling you about the book El Dorado. How's that fucking reality? I'm telling you about the book that you have a
I'm
copy
telling
of.
you
But you
about like
well,
no,
I'm not
but people in
telling you.
South America. No, I mean like actual people that actually like there were surviving tribes of. That's all.
Oh, okay. We were talking at different purposes there. Then.
Yeah, we're talking past each other, but it's what Incan, what is it, Aztec? Where's, I don't know that there's that many like like there's one golden city. Other cities they just had like lots of gold.
Yeah.
I
But
don't know.
I mean, okay. If you want to bring it back to reality, is there places where gold is in abundance? I should think so, Snack. It's just a matter of locating it. And of course, lots of, it's like an oil well or something like that. I think whatever, I have thoughts on what gold is, but yeah, it's just, it's abundant in some places and it's not in other places. Isn't this what the whole gold rush was about? If you were in a vicinity where all there was gold, you'd make do. I think there are places like that around. I do.
Yeah, some places with nugget gold.
What do you think gold
Probably
is?
anywhere near a river, probably.
Yeah,
But there's like,
rivers are interesting. What do you think oil is, Snack? What do you think gold is in real terms then?
I don't know.
The Heart of Gold was the name of the starship in Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if that matters.
Heart is an
What do you
anagram
think?
of Earth.
So if what makes gold gold, right? It's that
I think
like sometimes you see different purities of it and you're like, that's not really gold, and then you see something you're like, that's gold. 24 karat. Yellow gold, right? There's some that's pale.
I think it's all got to you. Is there monatomic gold that people ingest? I think it's the actual benefits and the association with our own being.
You know why?
Is the true value of it. But
Because like because you can get gold out of a lot of different soil samples. like it's just in the dirt.
I bet you. I don't know this now.
It's
but I'm
in
just
like a
saying.
sulfide form though. They're sulfites, so they're not like a metal proper, you know. But
I'm thinking of
it's in nature. It's all around.
Okay, I haven't looked this up now, but excuse me. So one of the old wives' tales was, or grandmothers probably did it. I can't remember directly experiencing it, but a silver coin in a glass of water, leave it overnight, then drink the water after that. And there were some hearty ladies who lived a long time, strong, and they had 15 children here in Ireland anyway. But if there's anything to that, it affects some part of the body, maybe some organ or over another organ. But I haven't looked this up. But I'm thinking that if we have an equivalent with gold, monatomic gold, let's just put it like that, for the sake of it, I'm thinking that the benefits will be specifically aimed at the heart. I don't know
No.
that.
Well, it's got
If I
different
found that was the
properties.
case, I would be happy.
Silver has a property where it's really antimicrobial, right? I think it also like acts as a neurotransmitter, like chromium does, but like gold is not like that exactly. So gold seems to have is like good for like rheumatism and arthritis, things of that nature.
Mhm.
It seems
There's
to
no dir-
mellow
what
things out.
do you do? What do you do? How do you take the gold? Do you know what I mean? Like, do you drop a piece of gold in a pure water cup and let it dissolve somewhat overnight and drink the water? Is that how it's administered? I don't know. Is this
No,
what I'm saying?
no, different method, but I don't know. It's I don't. Yeah, if they're making monoatomic gold from bar gold, then that's one thing. If you're just getting something that's like got gold like things in it, like platinum group and different other things that are in there, then that's just like that's found in a lot of I don't know, like volcanic areas. You know, it's tend to have like this mineral dispersion, but it's really and it's minute. You wouldn't be trying to harvest that stuff. Yeah.
It has to
Otherwise,
make more
they take it
value.
apart. They take it apart chemically, and they might do a wash on the gold itself. Um,
This is the
but
true alchemy, isn't it? Isn't it?
I
Snap.
don't
This is the
know.
true point of it all.
Well, to some degree it is, and it isn't.
Eternal
I
life,
think.
the fountain of youth.
I mean, they say that. They say that, but the real thing is to learn the materials and then to be able to like use other metals to flush gold out of like soil samples, right? So like if I got some sand, that's got some like micro tiny teeny gold particles in it, and I'm not going to sort them out, but one grain at a time,
Yeah.
but they're not all metallic. You could throw like just things that are called sulfites, which are like sulfur gold, sort of like, and that you could add that into the mix, and it'll form into metal because it's running through this other metal.
And that fool's
Like,
gold, isn't that? Isn't there?
yeah,
Is
no,
that?
well, fool's gold actually has like real gold in it because it's a sulfide of iron. So anytime you find like an iron sulfate, you'll find like gold deposit near it.
Yeah, but it
Well,
won't be. It
assuming
won't.
so. I mean, I'm not like I have a lot of. I don't have any field
Yeah, but
knowledge,
I
but
mean, what? Yeah,
allegedly.
but yeah,
Yeah.
but surely, snack. It has relative to. It'd be interesting actually because if you found a lump of the stuff that seemingly seemed like gold, a fool's gold, it would have to have a similar density, and it would have to have a
Hmm.
similar look. But obviously, then it's not worth. If there is gold in it,
Well,
it's not worth a fraction
right.
of what
Well,
it
when you
would
when
be if
you
it was real gold.
well when you run it all through the furnace, right? You get it all molten, and you pour it back. The pyrite will not bear any resemblance to metal. It'll just be like a black, slaggy, glassy shit. And then, but you'll have like whatever. If there was gold in that sample, it'll all collect at the bottom of the pyramid
The
cast.
word itself, snack, is interesting, isn't it? You just add the L to get God, and God, Lord God in the Bible. This is Genesis 2. Uh, uh, I can say parades or boasts almost
If,
about
it's like,
all of
if
the
it's like
precious
Lord
metals that
L,
now
then it,
he is lord over. Yeah.
yeah. Well, that just goes back to the Sumerian. Then. If it's Lord God L, then L is like in that era.
Oh, I don't. I think there's
But
more to it than
but I
that.
but they were certainly. I'm sure that they understood what gold was. Mm.
Isn't the Ark of the Covenant made of gold?
Allegedly, yeah. That's yeah, it's a weird one. But yeah, monoatomic gold. I'm not.
Archistarchus is a Starkism, bud.
I've never made it from. But you need some like kind of wild shit you got to order, and I was like, no, I'm not going to do that. You should be responsible about it too, and I don't have all the gear to mess around with that. It's like nitric acid, probably.
I go to the trouble though, Snack. Someone like I don't say someone like you, but someone with your intelligence, you're probably a millionaire already. But you could easily, if you applied your skills and your knowledge to cryptocurrency, for instance, make a fucking fortune in a week. In a reasonable amount of time anyway. It's a new gold in a sense, isn't it? But that's why I'm thinking there has to be more to it, and it has
I
to
don't think
apply to
so.
our
It
own.
seemed like that whole shit just collapsed. Like I was just about to be like, oh, okay, I know what crypto. I know the market. I know the mining and the shit. And it's just like the to me the bottom just really fell the fuck out of it. Without Ethereum, there's really no like I don't know ecosystem. It's not like it was anyway.
You saying
And
Ethereum is lasting? Are you saying Ethereum is some sort of a
it's a
benchmark here?
cryptocurrency.
Yeah, but I told people to forget about the rest, go for Ethereum. I said that
Hmm.
based on a few things, but are you saying that has strength now where there is weakness, massive weakness elsewhere?
Well, Ethereum is one of the most important um, cryptocurrencies outside of Bitcoin, and
See,
like
I told people to do it. Jeremy, when they were all talking about 2 or 3 months ago, crypto, Kosho, I said it to them.
we
Listen,
oh no, by a few months ago, no, that would have been valueless information. But in the beginning, in the beginning of crypto, if
Yeah,
you
a
if you
couple
made
months
plays,
ago,
yeah,
a couple months ago, if people had done what you said, Pete, they would have went bankrupt.
yeah, there you go.
it's more than a couple of months ago. It's when it was starting out, man. It was closer enough to when it was starting out, anyway.
All right, if it was when it was starting out, I mean, but that goes for any crypto, Like I had the chance to buy bitcoins for a quarter a piece, and I was like, nah, that's for somebody else.
I had the
And
same chance. Hey, Snack, I had the same chance. And I was wondering why all the gurus back in 2012, 13 were all asking for this Bitcoin. I had loads of money back then, and I could have easily bought 1,000. I wasn't interested in money, though. And it's probably the same thing now. I would have got in Ethereum at the start, and who knows where I'd be, but I don't give a fuck about these things in a sense. Do you know what I mean by that? You know what I mean by that? I guess our own gold is elsewhere. The true gold is elsewhere.
if you have to be more than casually into any of this stuff to do anything good with it, and if you have to be into it all the
Oh,
time, or else you're gonna like lose your shit.
you just have to be able to decode it somewhat. Ether is the big word at the minute.
There's no
Wissett is the best orator on Ether. I think he's not quite there, but I'm not saying
yeah
I'm there. But yeah, it's the biggest word going around. This is
yeah.
all a game of clues. That's why I picked Ether. A few other things as well. But over the long term, if everything else is collapsing around now, then only the strong ones will remain, and they'll become the true value in that market anyway. I did say that, Jeremy. You remember, and I said it to you, Kosho, as well. It was more than
If
a couple of
people
months
took
ago, for
your
fuck's sake.
advice,
I'm
they would have
thinking,
went
fucking hell. I can't even remember
bankrupt, bro.
4 years. 4 years just flown by. It was probably about 6 months ago. It was shortly after Ethereum came out.
Check. Pete, if people took your advice a couple months ago, you were saying buy Ethereum a few months ago, we all would have went bankrupt.
Man,
I was telling people I thought
it's collapsed.
I was telling people like I thought that the Bored Apes looked pretty good for 400, even though that was expensive. But I was right with that. But who wants to fucking gamble with that shit?
Oh, yeah, I wouldn't.
ridiculous.
No, I wouldn't gamble in that sense. I wouldn't gamble in that sense. What I'm talking about is not a gamble. Not a gamble. It's a reading of the greater script that's going on. So you can either take it or leave it. That's what I'm saying. I would say not get involved. But imagine you could get in on something equivalent to Ethereum. Let's say for fucking, you could buy 1,000 for, I don't know, $1,000 or something like that. But then get in, just leave it there. Don't think about it anymore. Get on with your life. Be kind, be nice. But you have some sort of inside information to take advantage of, and that's not good as well. I don't like that. That's why I don't do it. That's how people have made their money, the insiders. Where do you think the fucking inside information comes from? And if everyone values something that they promote, no one even knows who fucking the mysterious generator of Bitcoin. No one knows, you know what I mean? So if you have that power in play to be able to control these things and what people place value in, you have the power to manipulate everything and you have to create the next new thing, you know what I mean? But the only way you can do it as a true investor is by trying to decode, like Zachary, what's his name, does, and like lots of others do as well. Try to decode it, predict what's going on in the greater context. And remember this, there's not so many people overtly flat earthers. Ether itself is so significant to everything that that's what led me down to say what I had to say there about that holding a value. There is a script in play. I meant to say to Brian earlier on, when I was thinking about all sports games have sort of a greater significance, but basketball, b-ball, b-all, to be or not to be, yeah, and then just the reason I reminded of that is Bitcoin, B-I-T, but yeah, b-ball. So we are divided aspect. We're missing our female counterpart if you're male, and vice versa. The tar pools in the female at the breasts, it pools in the male testicles, and the two coming together and everything re-established to two B's reconnected together, which is, if you just imagine a B, capital letter B and a backwards B together, what do you see? What do you see? I won't tell you what you see, but yeah, that's the idea. So yeah, B-ball is BB all, BB all.
That's fucking profound. BB all, then what?
To be or not to be, Jeremy. Tell me about that. Who wrote that, Jeremy? Who said that?
I don't know. What does
Most
that have to
famous
do with
quote in
B-ball?
history. One of the most famous quotes in English literature history, and you don't even know what's going on.
With BB all.
Yeah, to be or not to be, that is the question. Who said that? Who wrote that?
What does that have to do with BB all?
Yes, I will tell you.
Red yarn's not lining up. It's not. You're not connecting dots.
If you will answer me, who wrote that famous line?
Who, Pete? Who?
But do you know or not?
I don't know.
Okay, it was Shakespeare.
Aristotle,
it was a play, Hamlet.
maybe?
It was a speech by
Hamlet,
and Hamlet was considering his own existence, right? To be or not to be, that is the question. But we hear it and we understand it in English, right? T-O space B-E or not to be. But we can also write it down in short term as to, right? B, capital letter B, or not to be, right? So we are the B. Right, the capital letter B, the spine is a spine of the B is your own spine. The other B is your female counterpart. The other B is your female counterpart, and yeah, if you're male, and vice versa. You have the three pillars from the head.
BB and to be or not to be.
We have the brain. We have a lot. Hang on, Jeremy. We have a lot of the brain. We have the upper center, we have the heart center, the center, then we have the groin generative center as the lower limb of the B. You understand now?
Oh, no, I don't understand. BB all and to be or not to be. How does that connect?
I just explained it. Basketball is shortened for is B-ball, right? BB all. So, if we are separate B's, we got to put the B's together. So BB all would just encourage you to put the B and the B together, or the 2B together, and then you will get, well, you get the spine down the center, and you get the 8, right? You get the 8. Or you get ISIS as well, more particularly. You get ISIS. Depends on how you divide it up.
Yeah, Dot's
Pete, this
connected
is this.
perfectly. Get in the game here, Jeremy. Come on, you got this.
Oh, he connected a dot for you? No doubt. No doubt. Fucking ridiculous.
You have no patience for some things, Jeremy. You seem to have infinite
I got
patience for other
patience.
things, though.
Pete, I got patience, man. Connect the dot for me. Make it something coherent, though.
Yeah, but why are you talking like that, Jeremy? You're a janitor with one eye, according to yourself. Why are you so busy going back to things that you've already established? Why can't you not spend your time thinking about things new? You have all the time in the world.
Pete, you're a street performer with one leg, supposedly, according to you. All right. Well, why can't you connect dots in a coherent fashion?
I do. Now,
You
do
did.
I
Oh, you
express
did?
them in a coherent fashion? That's a different manner. But if I'm speaking a different language than what you're hearing, everything is going to seem like, as you said to Johnny, he speaks gobbledygook. We're actually talking about that earlier on. Have you listened to Del from Beyond the Imaginary Curve, Jeremy? Can you understand the word he's saying?
I can understand Del.
Okay, that's not so bad. I did the thing I said to Brian, but it'd be like someone who can't, and there are people who just can't understand the fucking word he's saying, and that's fair enough. But they would be missing out then on what he has to say. You're doing the same thing with Johnny B. Johnny B, I feel.
Why are we talking about Johnny B's drunk ass? Connect B-ball
But
into
that's
B
what
or
I'm
not
saying.
to
You're
be for
putting
me.
down everything he says because you have difficulty with the language, understanding him to being nonsense and gibberish.
It's Pete. It's not a language thing. It's a drunk thing.
It's not a drunk thing.
When was not Johnny not drunk?
Don't worry about a man's habits. You don't know a man's life story. Can't you hear him smoke weed all the time, Jeremy? But
I'm high all the time, yet I can speak coherent sentences and people can understand me. When you're drunk and you're slurring your words and you have a
Johnny
thick
is a great
accent.
mind. How dare you? Johnny is a great mind, but all you hear is the drunk slurring, and that's the label you've placed on him. So therefore, that's all he'll ever deliver is drunk gibberish.
No, it's not about.
That's what
It's
I'm saying. When
making.
you're asking me to connect the dots, you're just hearing drunk gibberish for me in a different way.
I didn't even know you were drunk.
I'm not drunk. Said in a
However,
different
I do
way.
know when Johnny's drunk because he's slurring his words and he's impossible to understand.
He's not.
Well, I mean, I can get every third word Johnny says, give or take.
He's rushed as well in a scenario. There's a language barrier, but that's not to say that Johnny doesn't say some really profound things, bud. He has more knowledge. He has more knowledge
Name one.
than possibly all of us put together, but he can't say. He can't say.
Okay, name one profound thing. Did his thing happen that he predicted on November whatever?
I would just talk. That's the reason I started talking. And look at what Lightwater just posted in the chat. Brilliant, Lightwater. Remember I said about the red and the blue? I think it should be turned the other way because the blue is the melancholy. As we look at the chakra colors rising up, we go the other way around. So I do think that would be a good. But that's a brilliant. Look at that, Jeremy. What do you make of what Lightwater posted in the chat? Brilliant. Now, regarding Johnny and talking about something
Hold
profound.
on. Before we get on to Johnny, is the thing Lightwater posted? Does that connect B-ball into be or not to be?
Yes, exactly.
It does. All right, I'll take a look at it.
So if you look on the left side of the what appears to be four hemispheres of brains inverted. If you look on the left side where you have the B connected with the reverse B, right? That's why I say get ISIS. So you have the two eyes. So one eye, two eye, and then you have, I'm talking about capital letter eyes, and then you have the S. So you have the S sneaking its way around on the left and also on the right. So we have ISIS encoded within to be or not to be. We also, as I said, we have the brain, and he has the positive at the, okay.
Hold on,
that's
I'm
why
looking
it
at
should
the
be
gift.
upside down,
Slow
especially,
down,
so the
please.
negative at the top, yeah.
Slow down. Hold on, I got to reconnect. I might be having a microphone issue. I'm going to be back in
I
1
can hear
second,
you,
and we're going to
man.
go over
Don't
this
pull that
gift.
shit with
Hold
me.
on, please. I'm having earbud issues. I'll be right back in 1 second. We're going to talk about this gift, okay?
I'll get some weed anyway in a second.
Okay, mic check. Here we go. You ready? I see one B in there. Well, let me get the gift back up. I mean, I see where I could draw one B, that you just draw a line down the middle and then there's a B on the right, but the other side is not a B. So it's a B in
There's a
reverse.
reverse B in a mirror. You are not you when you look at yourself in the mirror, Jeremy, but you're accustomed to looking at yourself and saying that that's you.
So there's a mirror in this. The middle part is a mirror, or
Mirror in it. The B that's been reflected or been joined, that's a mirror B. The two are come together, and remember how it applies. Once again, we can all appreciate you look in the mirror, what you think is you throughout your whole life is not actually you. It's a mirror image of you, and also we'll appreciate the greater other B, which is the female. We're all male, we're males here, but females, the opposite applies. What the female lacks, the male possesses. What the male lacks, the female possesses. So we have this mirroring, in a sense, going on in our reality, our existence. How do you see how you get ISIS, right? Can you see how you get ISIS? So if you break apart, there's a 13 as well in the B, and 13 is about death and resurrection, renewal.
you think they made the P? This is all just a stretch, man. And where does this even take us? This to be or not to be thing?
Ask Lightwater, who made the GIF, or he's presenting the GIF from somewhere else. Ask him. He'll tell you. He's probably. Hey, Lightwater, are you here, bud? Can you come in and
I'm here.
Hey, nice one. How you doing, bud? Where does this all go? What are you doing here, presenting that weird GIF, bud? Can you go?
I think I depicted it the right way.
Nice one. I love it. I love it. Tell Jeremy though that it makes sense.
What you say is that from the blue source it enters our body and it gets projected upward after passing the two balances, the weighing of the scales of the lower vibrations, and and it lights up our upper body, and what comes from above, the red, what has been here during the Piscean Age, the blue hasn't been here. It's a kind of electromagnetic information field, that blue one that wasn't there, that's coming back, which is called the dark matter, the dark matter.
Okay, lovely.
And it will activate the kidneys as a second electromagnetic center, as weighing of the scales, and it will bring more expression of love. It will free our heart to express love. And find love in ourselves. That's the most important.
Thank you so much for just saying those words. And I know you weren't aiming those at Jeremy. You were just saying them as you feel. Thank you so much for saying those words. And let it be then. Make it so. Let it be. Make it so. Bring it on. Lightwater. Bring it on.
Yeah, but you know, Pete. I say it now, but I don't want to make it into a discussion, because it is something everybody has to find on their inside. Right. So I can tell about it, what I see, but I can't push it. Right.
And that's why that's exactly why I said what I said to you personally, bud. Thank you for that. Yeah. Thank you for that. And just let Jeremy know that there is more to it, right? There is a greater connection to be made.
Yes.
Yeah, that'll do. Thank you, bud. That's what I'm saying. Thank you for that. That was wonderful.
Yeah.
That was wonderful. The reason I was saying to turn it upside down is, okay, I have those as well, but we have the fiery, but the red is the fiery core. And also I think it should be stretched. This is what I think. See, if everything above reflects everything below, 1-to-1, then we see the picture that you placed in the center. But no, everything is stretched out beneath. I do view our brain and our gut to be explosion. One is the explosion of the other. One is the compression. One is the explosion, the inversion. but it is stretched out. So
Yeah.
I think we have, as opposed to a 50-50, it's more like a 66-33 leaning with the dot at the center moving upwards. But
Yeah.
that's why I say red, and that's why I said, just to say, the blues are in the brain, the head here. We have a second brain in our gut, which is the more powerful brain, but the blues are in the melancholy, the mental aspect, and the
Yeah.
No,
mentality revolves
it goes
around
further
it.
than that, man. It goes further than
I
that.
bet
So
it does.
earlier
I fucking know it does.
you mentioned salt and pepper. I mean, you mentioned Mark Sargent. It's with Sergeant Pepper,
Yeah.
which nowadays would take you to salt and pepper. And what did they sing? Push it, right? So the opposite, the feminine of push it, pull it. Who said
Shit,
pull
real
it?
good. Yeah.
But Goldstein
Pull
pulled
me,
it.
Dr. Doolittle.
What is it? Wait, Goldstein pulled it on 9/11, and then so what is it? So the dot is us on the I, T. T is the cross. So that's us on the cross, literally in the story.
Yeah, I think
I think
Brian. I
also
think
don't go chasing waterfalls.
Whole E spirit. Look at the capital letter B in relation to the capital letter E. The E is the most common state.
Oh.
That means that we're all born in, and we have to make these connections between the gut, the heart, the brain.
See, man, I speak Pete,
mention that
dude.
is whole E spirit, Brian. We have to bring the cross, which is the positive, put at the top here. We have to bring the crossbar upwards to get the capital T.
Right. I cross. Spirit. I cross. Pull it, push it.
Bro,
Salt and pepper.
Brian,
That's brilliant, Brian.
salt
That's
and pepper.
brilliant. Dr. Doolittle has the push me, pull me, Dodo Little. That's another Dodoism. But he has the push me, pull me creature. And you don't know which way to go. Which way is up?
Brian, were you being serious with this salt and pepper?
Man, I was speaking Pete. You don't speak Pete, man. That's your problem.
Yeah,
That's good, though.
see.
That's good. The greater
But
connection.
it's not good, Pete. He's mocking you.
No.
Pete, your shit is a stretch.
He's
mocking
He's
I
mocking.
know he hasn't. I know he's not mocking me, but what he says there is some coherence to.
Pete,
Yeah, I
Pete,
was just.
Pete is
I was
PP.
making connection.
Pete is PP. And when you mock that, it's really the truth.
Some of the shit Pete says is all right, man. I'll be honest. I'm with him sometimes. Sometimes I'm not. You know, I take what I can relate to and throw the rest out.
Hey, Brian,
But
if you put the I back in, hey Brian, if you put the I back in Jesus, you get je suis, which is I am. Jesus is the fallen, or not the fallen father, if you want. But my screen name here is je suis a dodo. I say that Jesus is the dodo as well. You don't.
yeah,
you
well,
don't
if we're the
understand
dot, if we're the dot in the I, and there's a dot only on the lowercase j. Now, I don't know where I'm going with that.
No, well, let me say this,
It's
right? Everything comes back to the dot, the line, and the point. Sorry, the dot, the line, and the circle. So the line is the dot in motion, and the circle is the line in motion. So therefore, we are the OI. Io is one of the major moons of, is it Uranus? I'm not sure. Anyway, it's one of the major moons. Actually, I made a great discovery about Io. Everything, the moon itself here in our direct vision is our greatest fucking clue. It's the greatest blueprint in history. And if you look at Io and look at the moon, I can post an image if you want. You will be able to see these similarities, these patterns, these vague expressions shining are coming through. But yeah, I-O. So Brian, that's what it is. O is the circle. I is I without the dot is the line, the diameter, and then we have the point at the center, which is God, the source of the line, the source of the circle, the line in motion.
I thought I is the O. I thought I is the O. Or can be the O.
No, I
What
is not
about
the O. I cannot be the O because, hang on please, I cannot be the O because we are the O in this form here, but the O only exists because of the line, and the line only exists because of the point in motion. There is that direct connection, but we're getting back to a 0 point. Down zero, Brian. Down zero.
With bingo, B-I-N-G-O, it leads you to old McDonald, who had a farm, which is E-I-E-I-E-I-O. So I is the O, or can be the O,
Eye of the tiger.
The O is of oil. Is of
What about an IOU?
it depicts a field. The magnetic. The I is giving direction. That's the male. That is making a choice of what the feminine presents in space and giving it direction.
Like the eye of a storm.
Yeah.
So we're the eye in the storm.
And that's why there is a point on top of it, because that's also a circle. It chooses from the information in the space.
Like the pyramid, the all-seeing eye on top of the pyramid, and the pyramid has a Y. Why have a Y?
Yeah.
Because the eye would be pyre, would relate to fire.
Brian, as soon as you make a choice of what the two feminine offer to you, and then you get to know, you get to see. You see the horizon. That's all in it.
I think it's mother.
Well, I've told y'all why apple's red, right? Apple's red because, wait, I need Claire to say this real quick, because the apple's red because the fire truck's red. Fire truck has 12 wheels. There's 12 inches in a ruler. Queen Elizabeth was a ruler. Queen Elizabeth was a ship, sailed 7 seas. Seas had fish. Fish had fins. Fins fought the Russians, and the Russians were fucking red, bro.
That's brilliant, Brian. That is brilliant. You can't have been reading that. I don't think you memorized that.
Dude, if you give anyone enough time, they can link anything.
No, please. That's coming off the top of your head, just going with the flow. That's brilliant. You should be a musician. You should be a saxophone player.
I play piano, man.
Oh, brilliant. Brilliant.
Dude, he's reading a script, Pete. He's an agent.
Yeah, but hang on, please. If this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. If everything,
right,
I guarantee you, no one understood what Brian was saying there. I didn't. But I got all the words and I got some of the connections. But imagine that everything did have significance. And the further we went back into children's nursery rhymes, children's deliveries from the, imagine the elite didn't lie to us, but our parents did. Now, imagine we found the truth there. Then all of these references could have a very deep significance, and you mightn't realize it. How would you realize it? Because you're judging it against modern intelligence, fucking quotients. Yeah, very good.
Well, there's 12 inches in a ruler. Why? Ruler, Queen Elizabeth. And Queen Elizabeth was a ship, right? And that ship, where did she sail? It sailed the 7 seas. Queen Elizabeth, the ship, sailed the 7 seas. Seas had fish. The fish had fins, and the fins in the war they fought the Russians, and the Russians were red. So it's all the fire truck, the apple, and the fuck. They're all linked.
And that you made a link there, Brian, in your own brain.
Dude, you can link anything. He's showing
but you think he's taking the piss, Jeremy? Not taking the piss. Are you, Brian?
No, man, it's all linked.
I'm not saying it's all linked. I'm not even saying that you believe it's all linked, but that you can make a link and a coherent connection, and you can explain it afterwards. That's the important point. And I'm saying to you, even if you are taking the piss, how do you know what you have said mightn't be of the utmost significance? And that's how the real fucking.
I mean, I'm kind of taking the piss, but I'm giving it some serious.
Right. That's what I appreciate that. Doesn't.
Yeah, we can seriously link anything together.
Because this is all double Dutch to him. Double Dutch.
He's saying you can seriously link two things together if you just fucking take it far enough.
Yeah, but I'm a flat earther, Jeremy. I'm a fucking flat earther.
You're a paid agent. Come on. We all know you're an agent, Pete.
I doubt that. But then again, who knows? Nah, Pete's never called me an agent, man. So I'm not gonna fire back at him. But
I did ask you about your billionaire grandfather, and I do.
That was, I gave that freely. A shock to me, bro. Believe me, man. I couldn't. I was really shocked. Like, how did I not know that my whole life? I really didn't. He died probably fucking about 12 years ago, maybe 15 years ago. It's been a while, but
Brian,
fuck no, I ain't a fucking agent.
Why won't you?
Man, I'm a concrete worker, man. I wish I had a back right now, man. I'd be in a lot better shape.
Hang on, please. What I would say, you could feel free to come up with your own questions, how to test that. What I would say about agents it's not what they do talk about, it's what they don't or they won't talk about when they should be talking about it that will expose them.
See, me not being an agent makes me think that everybody's normal. You know, like me not being an agent, I think who the fuck would be an agent? And then I think like against even the people we're against, like who the fuck would pay some of these rereads? Like, dude, like, can you imagine somebody paying Rumpus to fucking, or who would fucking pay that nincompoop, man? Who would
Not a
pay Zanuck,
nincompoop.
bro?
Hey, Brian, he's not.
I'm just saying, I don't think any of them are agents, man. I think they're just people, bro. I think
no,
there
that
might
makes
be
me think he might
some.
be an
I guess it's
agent.
possible, though, Pete. I'll give you that. It's
No, what do you mean
possible,
who
but
would pay?
unlikely,
What do you mean
man,
who
to
would
me.
pay that nincompoop? NASA would pay that nincompoop. The British government would pay that nincompoop because he is the best deliverer and the best speaker.
He's the reason I'm fucking here right now, bro. If it wasn't for him and Brenda, I probably would have never bought the shit. But when I first give it a light of day, I listened to them and I was like, dude, there's no way. That's the fuck. I'm not being on that team.
But excuse me, I have deeper thoughts than this. This is the whole point. So he's happy that you got into, like he's happy that many other people got into, because he already knows the Earth is flat. But that's the whole point. It's a tough gig, Brian, being a fucking ball earther. It's an impossible gig, actually. But he does it better than many of the most of the rest of them. Paper Explanator, Spaceman. You remember Spaceman, Snack? Yeah. There's a hierarchy in a sense. Some are more capable than others, but that it's a fucking tough gig.
Yeah, I suppose it's possible, bro. But it would be more likely with no name, you know. Like, dude, it seems like all the flat earthers, like most of us, not all of us, okay, but most of us, you know our names and shit, or people have seen you. There's some link or some connection. Most of us with voices, but like it seems like the ballers, like there's only a couple of them we knew their fucking name and they're gone. But like Rumpus, fucking, and just you go down the list, Zanuck, Ruhiv, fucking. I mean, yeah, just go down the list, bro. There's only a couple of them we know their name, and out of the few, a couple of them are dead.
Here's one thing. I'm going to go for weed after this, but here's one. Hopefully he's there. But here's one thing. Gem Panda, Jeremy Whartonby, who is he's the chief proprietor of Humans of Earth. He will remain faceless. He didn't remain nameless for years. We remained faceless, but he turned up.
Well, if you host, if you.
He turned up at hang on, Brian. He turned up where Anthony Riley was in the streets of some city, and he turned up and he went on camera, and he's
yeah, he looked like Quasimodo.
Yeah,
but he did show his face though.
Yes, exactly. So he would be the exception there, and he didn't have to do that because, of course, that would just instill. I laughed my bollocks off first time. Do you know why I laughed my bollocks? I said this to Jem. I laughed my bollocks off because I never had, just like you're saying, Brian, I never had a face to go on. I had a name, but, I never had a face. I never had a character to go on. And the first visual I saw then, I thought in terms of the big, loud, booming voice. And then you have this man of diminished, stature. I thought it was just hilarious. And it was so almost ironic.
You was opposite. You was dead wrong there, wasn't you? But I don't think he went announcing himself. He's just got that voice. He's got that voice that you fucking can't hide behind, man. You can't fake that voice. They knew right who it was. They called him out. He didn't go announcing who he was. They called him out. They found out who he was just from his voice, right? But I don't know. But I'll say this: like if you have a platform, then like Jim, that's fine. You might want to keep your name to yourself, man. Like just say Geo. Even people like Jeranism, shit like that. Yeah, I wouldn't have blamed him if he didn't give his name. You start growing and more people. I heard people accuse you, Pete. This is why, because this is what I heard people say. I'll stick up for you if you ain't around, but like a lot of people have put you on the list as a possible agent because you fucking accuse so many people, man. And I'm like, nah, not Pete. But because you accuse so many people, I've heard people put you on the list, bro.
Of course I am always on the list, but I'm going to definitely get some weed now. I'll ask you to consider a question, or maybe 2 or 3 questions that you would ask me, that in your own brain would lead you some sort of way into determining whether I was an agent or not. But hang on, think about those questions, and I'll be back in a while.
I don't think you're an agent, man. I mean, why would you go on camera? I mean, I don't know. Are agents supposed to? Do they go on camera?
Mark Sargent is an agent. He's on camera all around the world.
He ain't no fucking agent, man. That man ain't no agent. There ain't no way in hell. He's a fucking. I don't think. I mean, I guess there is a way. Anything's possible, but he'd be not last, but he'd definitely be at the bottom of my list. It's too normal, man. It's too normal. He's got reasonable thoughts too, man. But then he's got some thoughts that are out there. I mean, when I first heard him talking about like if you're walking out of a planetarium and what's to say you're not just walking into. When I first heard about planet and was watching his videos, to me that sounded stupid. Like literally, to me, an ice wall sounded stupid until you see it, and fucking you see 100 different videos, miles, and then you see like the government having to climb the bitch and dynamite their way into it. It's like, hold on, if it wasn't a fucking ice wall, why wouldn't they just drive to where they can harbor? I mean, why are they fucking dynamiting places and climbing up it if it ain't? So, like, the more I learn, the more I realize, there might be a fucking firmament. It would definitely connect a lot of dots as far as like star trails, like the sun being like a focal point. Because I bought one of them little domes, and it does make a fucking little tiny focal point right on the inside. It looks like a little miniature sun. If you buy one of them little Hemi domes, whatever you want to call them, you shine a laser or even a flashlight, you get a little sun in there, bro. It's a fucking trip, and it'll circle right around. So I mean that, but when I first heard it, I was like, nah, man, quit saying that. But I guess the more and more you hear, the more and more you see, the more you realize any fucking thing's possible, man. Everybody knows exactly what's going on up there. But I like speculating. I like talking about models and shit like that. Jeremy, I don't know if you could speak right now, but what do you think? Like I always thought that there ain't no way there's fucking agents in this shit. That'd be stupid, man. Like, why would they, especially promoting it? Like, if Mark Sargent was a fucking agent, he's probably recruited as many or more flat earthers than anybody. I mean, an agent like trying to make the shit grow, that's strange. But then I'm like, there might be some agents. But then the way Brandon talked, like it kind of opened up my mind to it a little bit. The way he said he was, in the past he was in the military and he knew about shit like that. Similar, anyway. You probably talked to Brandon a lot more. What's your take on that, man? You think there's fucking like really agents here in the movement or on the other side? Where would they even be? What would be their fucking objective? Doesn't make sense, man, to me. For them to be on our side, like have a fucking the government or CIA, whatever, recruiting, helping the movement. It just doesn't really add up, man, to me. Maybe if it gained traction, I don't know. I'm sitting here talking to Jeremy, and he ain't here. Huh. Jeremy's ghost. What's it? Maybe Jeremy's ghost heard me.
It's been a very quiet night tonight. Sometimes it's buzzing and there's 50 people in the chat. And this is a Saturday evening as well, so it's pretty strange. Just looking at the chat room, says that PJ, do you care for shape or just non-helio? No, of course I do care for shape. But what shape is an elephant, bud? Realm, what shape is an elephant? Depends on what aspect you're looking at it. So I say that the elephant in that equivalence is flat Earth. We're just looking at the flat foot of the elephant. What is the thing itself? Yeah. Can't say it. Can't say the elephant is flat. You know what I mean? So I have my own thoughts. I think as close as be damned, as far as I can reckon anyway, in my imagination, that the Earth is a spinning ball. But I'm taking into account what I think is underside. So the tree is intact, the other side. We live on the stump of the tree this side, and that's generating its natural barrier, even though some of the energy is leaking up to this side, because now what was once in place is not in place anymore. But yeah, a massive expanse there, ball, and we're living on an eyeball. It's the best way I can think of it as we look across. We're living on the very surface of the flat iris surface, you want. That's the way I look at it. So what shape is that? Best way I can put it. What shape is a tree? Tree shape. What shape is a dog? Dog shape. What shape is Earth? Flat. You see? That's what I say the psyop is in flat Earth. Too easy. What was given to us, too easy. There's be more to it. And because we understand there's more to us, then, yeah, there's a greater challenge in play. And that is one of the clues. One of the things that I appreciate is that there's nothing new under Aristarchus. Brilliant T-shirt, but no thing broken down under Aristarchus as making the equivalence between the sun and Aristarchus. But yeah, just piecing together what's already laid down. That's the way I see it. Got me some weed as well. Got me a 6-pack, well, 4-pack and 2, so it was 6-pack. So yeah, nice. Not always the best of weed as well, which you'll see. So I hope that answers your question. But Realm, I think somehow it's like it's a bowl Earth, of a scoop. You know, we have a different gradient, and I think that yeah, it's a hollow in the center. Rises as we go out. We should look at where the deepest areas of water are versus the shallowest areas of water are on Earth. So I think it's pretty much yeah, tree stump, but just a sort of hollow at the center, and then hollow is going towards the center, and then you have a massive hole at the center leading to the other side. That's the best way I can say of putting it. And then you have something sticking through the other side, which moves in 3 distinct fashions, round and round on a nightly basis, in and out on a monthly basis, and up and down on an annual basis. That's given us the tides, the weather, the seasons, etc. The skylights. Those are generating the skylights, reflective skylights. I don't think shape matters so much as what you're actually asking the shape of. Oh, that's okay. So that's why. Okay, that's why. So everyone's over watching. What's its debate? Is it conspiracy cats? All right, no worries. Of course, with any debate, hands down, debate at all against Witset. And that's sarcastic there. I'm genuine. None of the flat earth or ball earthers can hold a flame to him. And of course, Whitsitt is a brilliant mind, but it's not. That's not even the overarching reason. It's just that it's such a fucking difficult gig being a bowler, spinning ball earth, or the defender. Such a massively difficult gig. There's nothing to cling to, nothing at all. Nothing substantial to cling to. Anyway, get a beer. Really is uncannily quiet here for a Saturday evening. I mean, we got both sides of the earth. I was going to say both sides of the Atlantic in play, but both sides of the earth. Imagine it'd be busier in some places than it would in others. Let me say something. I don't think it's sufficient just to stick to flat Earth and nothing else, but incorporate in everything. I think it's an absolute waste of time just to come in and have the same arguments on a daily basis over and again with the same people on the same topics. That's actually insanity. So if Brian comes back, when we asked him, he can ask me 3 questions. I have a few questions I could ask anyone to determine in my own brain whether they were holding back or not. But yeah, I think that's insanity, having the same discussion over and again. Venturing into other areas. It's not as if other areas aren't ventured into and dealt with on the truther side. You know what I mean? And we're not saying that, you don't do that on occasion, but in general, most people are coming up lacking on major things. Will be. That's another good one, Jeremy, for listening. Thanks to Lightwater earlier on for those words of wisdom, those great words. I've been waiting for that. I actually think it's in play, Lightwater. In play as we speak, these different energies in play. And I guess if you're open to them, maybe you can take advantage and sort of develop alongside. If you're not so open, then maybe it'll take a little bit longer. I do think we're all coming from the same place, and the same capabilities or potentials are open and available to all of us. We only decide to change our mind or something. I sing a song since it's so quiet, and there's no copyright worries. It's an old traditional song. It's called Gentle Anna. Lovely Anna, your tender ways have won me. You bring peace and joy and laughter everywhere. Where you go, the sunshine follows. You're a breath of spring and winter, and my heart and soul are always in your care. Gentle Anna, gentle Anna, my heart and soul are always in your care. You touch me with your fingers, my cares and worries vanish like the morning dew before the rising sun. When your eyes turn me, you love me, and my soul is filled with wonder. My love for you will live when life is done. Gentle Anna, gentle Anna, and my love for you will live when life is done. A bird's song in the morning, your breath of spring and winter, you're the laughter of the children at their play. You're my hope, my joy, my wisdom, you're my reason just for living. You're my treasure, you are my very night and day. Gentle Anna, gentle Anna, you're my treasure, you are my very night and day. Mountains all have crumbled, and the earth has stopped its turning. When the winds won't blow and stars refuse to shine, and the moon has left the heaven, and the seven seas are empty, I will still have gentle Anna on my mind. Gentle Anna, gentle Anna, I will still have gentle Anna, I will still have gentle Anna, I will still have gentle
Hello.
What up? What up? How we doing?
All right. I cracked two of my ribs on Monday.
Oh, that sucks. Ouch.
Yeah, breathing and sneezing are quite the fucked up occasion.
I hear that. I know that. I know that's true. When you hurt your ribs, yeah.
But I'm gonna live. How about yourself?
You gonna make it? It's good to hear.
What's that song? It goes like, "If you believe they put a man on the moon." He like says that a bunch of times in the song. You know what I'm talking
I don't
about?
remember it. No, I don't remember that one.
I'm gonna look it up when I'm not driving.
Yeah, don't do anything when you're driving. Just focus on driving, bro. It's fucking dangerous out there.
I know. I live in a busy place. Been kind of quiet today, or what? I haven't been around for a few days.
Hey Jeremy, I'm some fucking dodo. Just definitely sweet dodo. I was talking away for about 10 minutes. To you especially, I was asking you what did you think about light waters we get further on, just in support, not in support, or just in conjunction with what I was saying about to be or not to be. And didn't hear you responding, and I was going on about Jesus. That's bad moderation. Why is it so quiet here all day? Even the moderators are not paying attention.
It's
Talking for
bad
ages.
moderation because
I didn't realize I didn't connect to the chat. I'm a dickhead.
Yeah. The thing is, this shit's a stretch. B-ball to be or not to be. I mean, I still don't know how B-ball connects with BB all to be or not to be. If you could do some kind of coherent thing, I would do an event where it's just you able to put this shit together, connect the dots in a coherent fashion. You can't do that though. That's not. I don't walk away feeling like there's dots have been connected. You're just saying like random things. You're just using words.
I guess I can appreciate that somewhat, but that's why I came in to ask. Not that I came in to ask you, but I wanted to ask you your impressions of what Lightwater had to say, or what he especially posted and had to say about, which was along the same lines. And if you didn't make any sense of that, well, then I guess I'm going to have to start on a different level. Do you know what I mean? No offense or anything.
Well, how does BB all connect to be or not to be?
Okay.
Break it down in one coherent sentence.
Okay. Okay, actually, I'll write it down.
Right, yeah, write it down and then say it out loud and then be like, wait a second, this doesn't, try to, all right. If you can do this, if you
write it down. When I write it down, I can discuss it then. So let me just go into Livestream chat here.
Get your pen out. If you can connect,
I don't need my pen. I have my fingers.
Get a pencil, your little pencil, whatever you use.
I have my fingers, bud. So just look in chat. So it is. Okay, let me just. That's what I was actually saying. I actually said all this. I was talking for about 10 minutes before I realized I didn't press the join button. And that's what I was actually saying. So what I'm actually going to write down now is what I was saying. All right, okay. So in two expressions, okay. Right. That's why I asked you about to be or not to be as the quote from Hamlet. Now, if you don't understand that, fair enough. And it's like we come across certain things we don't. Shakespeare's probably. Do you actually do any Shakespeare plays, or did you read? You were forced to read. I don't know, Catcher in the Rye or something like that. We were here forced to read Shakespearean plays as we were growing up to English. Everyone had to do a Shakespearean play. So there's different sort of cultural influences. But there is a boundary that can be crossed because we're all of the same kind, Jeremy. So that's the question. That's the biggest question left in history. To be or not to be. That is the question. We're even told is the question. That's what I'm saying, how basketball, the reason I said, it might be a bit vague. Remember I was saying it to Brian, and you weren't here for the conversation, that all sporting games, the game of baseball is very relevant, football, soccer, everything is built around the core truth, right, that is expressed to us. And we just got to look at it in a different way. But I was trying to find the significance to basketball because he was talking about, great question for you as well, Jeremy, if you weren't here earlier on. I've said it to Brian. He was talking about basketball and how he met a giant, and his wife took him to a special occasion to a certain game, and he met a giant, and the guy seemed like about 10 foot tall as opposed to 7'2". But I was wondering then, we went to something, I was wondering, well, is the basketball itself anything to do with anything? Could it give any sort of clues? And that's where I connected to be or not to be, which is the B ball. So we have the to be all, right? So we have B and B all. Now, why I mentioned that was within the context of that conversation. So I think Brian would have got the answer. So I can understand your confusion somewhat. But here's what I did when I go on to explain. And you are 1B. If you think about yourself, down the spine. Your spine is the pillar of the B, right? Now you have a head emanation, thought process. Imagine you just draw a straight line from your head. Then you have an emanation from your heart, and you have an emanation from your gut, your groin area, genital area. Now, if that's an
three humps,
that's what the E is. And if you connect those via a curve, so you connect those three emanations, then you get the B. But here's the point: you are the 1B, Jeremy. Your wife, your love partner is the other B because she gave you the greatest miracle in existence, which is your children, your wonderful, beautiful children. But yes, that division, that B and the B coming together will give us the whole story. Do you know what I mean? So that's the idea, that everything ultimately goes back to us and our divided state of what? Being, or B-in-G, Crosby. Do you understand how it associates with our self? That's why I always say simplify everything, see how it applies to you and your loved ones, because it's the same story. And we always get to, well, we get to maturity then where the division applies and sexuality becomes a thing. So yeah, this is the idea. So the letter itself represents you. Is that weird?
Nah, yes, very weird, very weird.
You're playing video games on another channel. You're having a you're fucking moderating ATS or something like that at the same time.
I am doing other things. That doesn't mean that you don't make sense just because I'm doing other things.
I'm with it. I thought it was wonderful, Dodo.
Thank you, bud.
Yeah,
And don't bring up Brian because he came in and made a mockery of you with
He
his.
did not. He did not. He did not at all. At all, Jeremy. He was. I understand how you might take that from it, but no, I've spoken to Brian enough and asked Brian how he really feels about me. And to go on, Jeremy, if he's next time, ask him.
Yeah,
I think he has great respect and love for me.
I think
So
you're right.
he wasn't doing it in that sense.
That's the impression I got too. I think you're right, Pete.
Thank you, bud. Thank you,
So
Kosho.
Dodo, I might need a little clarification. Is B in G boy and girl or B in God?
Well, okay. Now, I'm not telling you. I'm only speaking from my own thought processes. I'm not saying I have any fucking answers in any way or you should believe anything I have to say, but okay, everything starts with well, I mentioned earlier on to Brian, everything goes back to the point, the line, and the circle. So the line is the diameter, but the line is the point in motion, and the circle is the line in motion. So we got to think all the letters are built out of that basic construction. The line, the circle. I said it many times before that all numbers are built off of the construction of the 0 and the 1, and all letters are built off of, well, actually, if you haven't heard me, do you want to, so there's two letters that all other letters are built off of, taking component parts, just rearranging them to some degree in a significant manner. But can anyone, if you haven't heard it before, what I had to say, can you mention or consider what those two letters might be in the alphabet? English alphabet I'm talking about.
The I and the O.
Yeah, well, anyone who haven't, well, that's very good. That's very good. And the I say H and O. HI, very interconnected. If you think of the capital letter H, a capital letter I, just one is rotated 90 degrees, right? And HU man. H is the 8th letter. I is the 9th letter. I come up with my own code Dodo. Would you believe? Would you believe? And it's almost perfect. It's almost perfect. And until I realized that I only half the story. I was counting from the front. I was counting in a just a traditional manner. A is 1, B is 2. Where is the pivotal point? I came to the conclusion the pivotal point was at J, I and J, equivalent, so equivalent in many different terms, just looks wise, but more specifically we're told that it's a late introduction to the English language. Now, other people say to me, well, how does this work in Hindu, or how does this work in Swahili? Fuck off out of it. Go and ask a Swahili man. I don't speak Swahili. You speak Swahili? Yeah, we deal with our own language.
Some Swahili.
Well, I bet you do. You do many things, man.
No Matata.
Well, you know, I actually fooled Miss spoke Navajo. Was it Navajo? Miss was speaking.
What is your native language?
My native language is Irish. Irish is the most encoded language. We're told in the fake, stupid, a wonderful fabricated history story that Western civilization would have died out unless it was for the Irish and the Irish monks who retained records. This is Irish, that's just pointing us back to Irish itself, the language being, so I think the most obvious, even more than English, it's the most obvious clue to come to reckoning. Do you know what I mean? But you have to understand the language. And well, Tommy, I'm taking to Anguelga. I'm taking into Anguelga. Yeah, you see, no one understood what I said there, but I asked, do you speak English or Irish? Do you speak, anyone here speak Irish? Because if someone could speak Irish, Druss! Druss speaks Irish over in Jampandas, but not too much of it. But yeah, Irish is the core language. So if I said the word Tome, that means I am. So that's the name of God in English. So what are we to make of that in Irish? That's where the capital letter T comes into it. The cross, the raising of the crossbar. We have to understand our component parts, right? And then sort out the divisions therein. And the letters are the words. Well, see, if you're going to discount the letters, then you have to discount the words. You know what I mean? Because every word is composed of letters, and most especially, the order of the letters dictate things. The order of the letters dictate things because they relate to different aspects within ourselves. The L, for instance, is the lower aspect. The vowel, the devil. You know what I mean? So we're succumbing to the lower physical needs. We have different component parts. Our brain then is the higher aspect. It's the immaterial considerations, the imagination run wild. This is why everything has to go through the heart, because in our current form, we are a blend of the both. Which came first? Of course, the immaterial aspect. So that's why the TH is the philosopher's stone, because you go upward. So if you take the H, we are H human, two divided aspect connected by a central crossbar. We can go downwards by you bring the two pillars together. Then you get the LL. If we are E to begin with, that potential, right? Then you get the LL, which is HELL, hell. You go upwards, then you bring the two pillars of the H together, and you go upwards, you get the capital letter T. The TH is the leaning. That's the philosopher's stone. What is God? So you mentioned God. Well, that's why I mentioned all of this, isn't it? So all of the letters are created around a variation on two letters, which is the curve ultimately and the straight line, which is the circle and the diameter, and all of the numbers then are coordinated around the 0 and the 1, and neither of those are defined. Neither of those are defined properly. Mathematics have no definition for 0, especially. But if you can't define terms that you're dealing with, you're talking in, who's going to understand anything? Anyway.
Not me. Hey, Dodo, I watched your video on overlaying the Milky Way onto the moon. I was wondering.
What do you reckon of that, bud? What do you reckon? I'd love to hear feedback on that from feedback I haven't heard. What do you reckon?
I thought you were pretty thorough. I thought you it's always one of those things that if you do it yourself, or that means you gave people the tools to do it themselves, and that's what I appreciated the most about it right off the bat, right? Like, this isn't something that you had to have a decipher to figure out, or a code book, right? These things that we're talking about here. It seemed pretty straightforward to me, and I was wondering, where you got the idea from, or how did that path start for you to start putting those two together?
I was not pretty thorough, bud. First of all, I was not thorough at all. I would have gone back to it again and again, and I would have perfected it at this stage. Imagine if it was true. Imagine for a second it was true, and not only do I hold it's true, I went beyond that. Wouldn't I put loads of effort? I'd employ the best graphic artists, or the best artists I could, the people probably qualified to just present the whole case. And it's something that everyone could confirm for themselves. But that's not the pathway I was on. How I came to that idea was being a flat earther. Now everything isn't arbitrary. Everything is on a different plane of existence. We're dealing with an enclosed surface. So I can't explain it to you exactly. I don't even know how I came. I've been so involved in this arena, but it did come to me at one time, and it was post-Dodo. And in a sense, I was sort of seeing a reflection. Earth is one thing, and everything had been a reflection of everything else. I don't know. See, that came later as well. But yeah, it was ultimately looking at the moon in a different light. I think that's the biggest aspect. Now, in a flat Earth sense, we have two objects or two things that seem to be the same size, and that's the sun and the moon. So that was it. And I was looking at a more enclosed environment. I know you're trying to get in, but I'll finish by saying I was looking at a more enclosed environment. And now the Milky Way, or now a star, Sirius, or the Ursa Major, or whatever, they're no Polaris. They're no longer these immeasurable, unreachable, unfathomable things this far away. They're up close and personal. So maybe something subconscious clicked, and then, yeah, right down the center of the moon, there's a big fucking scar, like a Glasgow smile scar, right down the center of the moon, and it just hit me that looks very similar to the Milky Way, or the Sagittarius arm of the Milky Way, and I just did you've seen the video. Much further to go than you'd be very interested to how far I've come from there. Kosho's even here about my bet, €100,000 bet about all craters are one crater. Prove me wrong. That was the
Already
bet.
won that bet, Pete. I don't know why you're bringing that up.
I think how I phrased it very carefully. I said, prove me wrong. And the reason why I knew that if you were to take it seriously and you looked into it with any greater degree of consideration, because there's so much on the line, necessarily you'd only come to the same conclusion that I came to. I stand by that right now. You just posted me 2 videos of, what did you say, or not a video, picture of crater, I don't know, Copernicus versus crater, I don't know, Aristarchus. Look at how different they look. Come on, man. I've more to say than that, though. There's not only one Milky Way on the moon, along the same lines, there's an infinite number of Milky Ways on the moon. Almost.
Yeah, I was going to say, infinite is a tough word to use for anything, but definitely when you look at the moon, it is by far the most unique thing in existence, right? Like, looks physical, you know.
I mean infinite in this sense. Parallel mirrors. Set up 2 perfectly parallel mirrors. Put your finger or pencil in between. Put your dick in between for all I care. How many dicks can you see in either direction? Is there a possibility of counting those? It's like I always remember it, and I came to it was like we in Ireland here at Christmas time there is the television magazine, the RTE Guide it used to be, but one particular cover, I think it was about 10 or something. One particular cover showed Santa Claus in the greater setting, but there was a television in the backdrop, and there was Santa Claus in the greater setting in the television with the television in the background. And I was thinking about, is that, I'm not seeing this accurately or whatever, but I do remember that setting. But I was thinking, is that infinite? Is that the best I can come to encapsulating my idea of infinite? No, I decided no, it can only, if it's anything, it's half infinite, because it only goes one way. You know what I mean? It's not coming the other way towards me or all around. So, yeah, I don't know I mentioned that. Oh, yeah, infinite Milky Ways on the moon. Right. It's like parallel mirrors. Can you count the pencils all the way back? When can you stop counting? There'll always be reflections. And I came to the conclusion, actually, there's only one crater, which is crater Aristarchus, and the Milky Way is a little swing around the outer section. Let's say you imagine a crater. Look at my avatar here. So imagine that crater. So go from 12 o'clock down to about 2 o'clock, midway through the crater layers on the outside, the peripheral, close to the peripheral, not at the extreme surface, and not at the center as well. So that's what it is, a little swathe. Prove that to myself as well. Ask me how I proved. You don't ask me how I proved that to myself. That's what I'm saying. Because that's where I landed. So that's all it is. So it's the same thing being expressed in a bigger, or unlike infinite mirrors, right, where you have 2 parallel mirrors, the shape of the mirror that we're looking at is different, and also this shit in motion. So it's like a hall of mirrors that you go in and all you know is you don't know anything. Someone's put you in a scenario, pitch dark, but I don't know, you can see every mirror, but you don't know what you're looking at because your own image is so distorted. As you move something, some movement is there, but you don't know what it is. And I think this is what the contrast that the ball earth gives us. It's like they say that the clouds are random, there's no pattern to it. Well, the complete opposite is true. So it's that contrast that we're offered that we can come then to think in different terms in. That's what I say. And also, can I say, Bud, I've had some miraculous encounters in my life. So maybe it's all, everything is destined. I've thought about this as well. Everything is predestined for all of us. And that we're all the heroes in our own story in a sense.
Whoa.
You know what I mean? So,
You are talking a lot, Pete.
okay, I'm done now. I was answering a specific question, and it's pretty significant as well.
That's what's up, man.
It's all good, man. Let the dodo get it out. You know, there's only a couple of us here, so it's all good. Not everybody here is going to be fighting the talk, but I definitely think that, you know, that's the biggest mystery when you get into this, right? The moon, and you just see it so differently right away, and it becomes the rabbit hole really quickly. And yeah, definitely, the more time you have to put towards this topic, the more experience you have in experiencing the moon and stuff like that, learning about it.
Kosha doesn't like the dodo led me to Aristarchus. That's what I'm saying, the crater. So how did I make the connection between everything is one creator, one creator? If everything is an expression, reflection of one thing, how did it end up with Aristarchus? Well, that was via the dodo. The dodo is the Gleason's map, the layout of the land, roughly. Not exactly. There's more to the story. Don't get me started about that. Because we have to go to 9/11, we have to go to put the pieces together within the Oculus mosaic. You know about this cool show.
Have you heard the song "Dodo" by Dave Matthews?
I have heard that. I have heard that in the past. It's the thing is the word dodo is so significant. Paul McCartney. I've solved the Paul McCartney / Paul McCartney mystery. I'm not saying I've solved it completely, but I will say I've even solved it and moved beyond it, I would say. It gets back to Ringo Starr and George Harrison. Harry Starr. Cus is a diminutive of the name Jesus in Spanish. John Lennon was the Jesus-like figure. But that was the fake John Lennon who was fake killed in New York that time.
Yeah.
So, you know, there's a deeper story intertwined into all of this. And that's where the dodo leads. Now, Michael Jackson faked. Listen, what am I supposed to say about this? Michael Jackson faked his death, came back as the Five Alive Dodo. I didn't say this. I
saw your post about that stuff. I was laughing
I'm
pretty
not
hard.
saying this. His daughter is Paris. Paris Starkus is a great Starkism.
Good old MJ. Yeah, what a legend.
But if the tree of life, how do we put life itself? Can I tell you a wonderful story? I will swear to you now, I'll tell you a wonderful story.
Let's hear your story.
It'll be brief. It'll be brief enough. I'd love to, you know, be able to expand upon it because it's such a wonderful story. But most of you know here, I haven't seen my son in a long while. But one of the ideas, we went up to Galway I'll keep it short. Give me 2 minutes, right? Or, you know, something like that. Well, we went up to Galway one day, and there was people giving out free hugs, and we took advantage. And he was whatever 10 at the time, something like that. Anyway, I said, wouldn't it be a great idea, Steve, if we did that? But because I had money, right? So money wasn't an issue. But we actually paid the people for the hug. So we just chatted briefly. That was a great idea, but I didn't think about it anymore. Then I haven't seen my son in a while, but I thought about that, and I actually made up a sign. This is true. I made up a sign, and it was free hugs. I wore it across my chest, a big sign, a big poster across my chest, and I just stood there. I didn't say anything, and it was like free hugs in big writing, €5. And I had in small writing. I'll tell you what I had in small writing at the end. But most of the people coming along just have read the sign. So, yeah, I stood there and I didn't do anything. And people's curiosity get going, and, you know, no matter who come over and ask me, I just, well, whatever. You know, and, yeah, it's only when you gave the hug that I gave them €5. So free hugs, €5. And I had written at the bottom, I swear to you it's true, it's life is beautiful, but what are you... Oh, sorry, life is beautiful, what are you but life itself? The reason I thought about that was about the tree of life. If our own life represents in some way the story of the external reality, the external earth, which is greater? I think we've all come to realize that we at least in potential can be or are greater than the material representation. So if these connections are in play, well, then everything becomes meaningful, and our own position within meaningfulness changes ultimately. So yeah, that was a lovely story. So I didn't get a chance to say I didn't get a chance to say that to my Steve, but I said it I said this in my own channel as well. So maybe you heard it. I don't know.
No, first time. Good stuff, man.
Yeah, I took out about $200 or €200 in fivers, and even though I said that's cheating now, there was a few families that came over, so there was like 2 or 3, and once the original one took the risk, then the other 2 or 3 obviously there was no risk. But,
yeah. Once they see it for themselves, they're like, wait, he gave that person $5. Oh my God.
Exactly. So I couldn't turn him down then as well. You know, I didn't want to be mean. But
that wasn't the point. The point, was, hey, who's gonna recognize? And sometimes it is, a family dynamic that, somebody is very aware, right? Because a lot's going on around them all the time, so they become a little bit more aware in a larger family. And sometimes it's the opposite. The smaller, the more aware, right? But
wasn't it? I don't know to think about this now, but I mean, to put myself back in the moment. That's what our mind is. That's what our imagination is, right? But to put myself back in the moment, wasn't it a cool thing to do? Steve would have been very proud of me. That's almost what we talked about, and it was the risk of the other person. That's what I find more wondrous.
Yeah. Who's going to take a chance?
No, it's not about the money at all, of course. Well, I guess the surprise of it. The surprise was only revealed, and the hug was more valuable, of course, than anything else.
Yeah. It's solidified that you could do something positive and be rewarded for it.
Big sign I had as well, Brad. And I had really in small letters at the bottom, life is beautiful. I said, and at the end of it all, I asked them, did you read the whole sign? And at the bottom, then they sort of honed in. And that's why I thought about the tree of life. So life is beautiful, and what are you but life itself? And in a sense, there's nothing else in existence. You are the encompassment of life in its entirety, right?
Do you think Kosho is a bot? Is he artificial intelligence?
No, Kosho is a great educator. Wow,
look at that compliment from somebody that strives to share as much as possible.
The best way of learning is that we are all of us in Underland. The best way of learning is via opposition. And the greater and the more obvious the opposition, the more impetus there is to move towards, what the opposition is based on. Which is the position.
I don't know whether
the lie built on the truth. The lie built on the truth. It's the only way it can be.
I don't know whether to say Kosho is found his niche or that he's capable of so much more. Like you said,
Kosho's okay.
Like you say, he is great, but what are the limits of this?
Well, he's here. So Kosho, are you? First of all, have you limits?
What? Do I have limits? Oh, sorry, I was watching a video. I have limits about what?
You missed it all. You missed Dodo complimenting you and everything. Oh my God.
Well, what did he say?
He said you're a great educator, but
what? No, not really, man. Just ask Jeremy, dude. He fucking.
Well, he went on to elaborate about how opposition forces you to solidify your position, basically.
Yes, and you are the only one in life. Your brain, your thought, your being, your thought process. It's funny. I mentioned earlier on actually being. There's just the BENG and thing THING. Any connection here? King is also another interesting one. KING. So we look at the letters and we see them in relation to the B I was talking about with Jeremy. We are the B. We have this spine structure and we have this central relationship between the material, the immaterial, and the bridge, the heart, which is the material and immaterial, and they're all connected. That's why we are the bee.
Oh,
So that's what it represents in that form.
I'm just thinking about the jazz guy, BB King. Have you heard BB King before?
Well, that perfect, man. Thank you. I thought about, of course, yeah. Excellent. Very good. Very good.
No,
Very
I'm
good.
with you through the thought process. Just the idea of that
Yeah.
music is,
All
also.
these major actors on the stage are there to give us clues. Every major story, every successful cultural offering, it's all promoted there. It's all a game. It's a video game where everything becomes significant. That's definitely the way I look at it, because we're so much greater than. It's not we're so much greater than the material, but we are greater than the material. How would you gauge the material in relation to God? I guess, in a sense, which is immaterial. You know what I mean? Percentage wise. I have to laugh at. I ask many people the same question, especially the bowlers who are so definite about all of their deliverances on life, the universe, and everything. How much, in percentage terms, of what everything there is to know, do they know? The vast majority would be obviously humble, as all of us are, and go fucking zero, as close to zero as you could fucking imagine, percent wise. Biodual, the only guy who gave me Biodual as well. That's funny. His avatar is, if you think about it, is very interesting. Connects the B and the D. Don't get me talking about the B and the D. Anyway, he said about 5%. I gave him loads of chances to change his mind, but he said no. I'll go with, and he was serious. Yeah, I'll go with about 4 or 5%, close enough to 5%. What a pompous ass! What a dickhead! That's what you're dealing with in terms of ball earthers. We're all playing their part, but that's so interesting. I mentioned Biodual. Bob Dylan is BD. David Bowie is DB. If you listen to Tim Osman, Starman, don't get me started about Starman. Of everything is connected. If there's a thread that connects everything, maybe there's an onus on you, the individual life, the only life, to put the pieces together. Maybe that's the purpose of your life. Maybe that's the purpose of your greater existence. Maybe that's all there is. Maybe you're a brain in a vat, and I don't exist.
Once you start seeing some of this stuff and you figure it out for yourself, you're like, oh, look at it. I figured it out. It's fun.
Yeah, but you can't. It's about. No, it's not about figuring. I'm miserable, man. I'm not going to say I'm a fucking happy man, and I'm not saying I have anything figured out as well. It's about, if you're asking questions. I've said this in my own channel loads of times. It's like a pathway we take. Anything obvious is obvious, and if you're on a pathway to truth, you got to take it one step at a time. It's like crossing a river where there's loads of different stakes. You have to step carefully from stake to stake and just be sure of whatever stake you are on, or pillar you're on, is of solid structure. You can't tell someone who's back 2 or 3 steps before you to something that you're at, because they'll try jump to step 6 and they'll end up in the drink. You know what I mean? So it's about that individual, careful sort of progression, and it's not for anyone else. It's about your own pathway, your own journey across the river, that turbulence. You know what I mean? And that's what has to satisfy you. So when I talk about the Milky Way and the moon, what a crazy fucking thought. What a crazy thought. When I talk about Will Smith, Barack Obama, or Osama bin Laden, what a crazy fucking thought. What a crazy thought. But I'll fucking stand. That's where I've landed. That's where I've landed. You know what I mean? Maybe this is what this whole forum or arena is about, is giving people the ability collectively to appreciate the thoughts of others. They don't have to hold a thought to be true to hear it, you know?
You want to see something crazy, Pete?
What?
NASA just released some new some pictures, man. Or SpaceX, I mean.
Yeah.
They're trying to keep up with NASA.
Yeah,
Let me see what they posted. Hold on. This is crazy, Pete.
Go on, yeah, go on, Kosho. Go
Hold on, Pete. Hold your horses, Pete. It's not easy to pull up. There we go. At Pete. Look at this. Look at that picture. Do you see that? Is that Starman or is that a different car? You see the picture, Pete? Oh my God! Who posted the Vitruvian man peeing?
Yeah, sorry about that, Kosho. I couldn't hold on any longer. I was dying for a piss, bud.
You were dying for a piss.
You get my joke? That was a good joke. Okay, that's Starman.
No, it was not a good joke.
It was a great joke, dickhead.
You're a dickhead. Hey, do you see the picture I posted?
Hold on, Pete. I went off. I didn't hear a word you said. I heard a little bit in the background, but I didn't. It wasn't coherent. And I came back and said I couldn't hold on any longer, Kosho. I had dying for a piss, which is true. I went for a piss.
Yeah, I understand, Pete. I understand the whole joke and everything about it.
Of course, I know you understand.
Yeah, that's my joke, anyways, Pete. You stole that from me.
Yeah, why don't you laugh so much? You don't laugh very often, do you?
I do. Yeah, I do. My mic. I don't press. I have push to talk, so I got to press the button for you to hear me laughing. But I was laughing in the background.
Okay, that's okay.
Yeah, but do you see what I posted, Pete?
Yeah, I do. I do.
That's nuts, right? That's from SpaceX.
You can't say SpaceX without saying SpaceX.
SpaceX. Oh my God, Pete! Something's fucking dirty.
Oh my God, Pete! How many girlfriends have you had in the last 2 years? I mean, SpaceX. We're in space, right? In flat Earth reality, space is everything confined within our realm. I guess we got to decide what's beyond, though. But yeah, Starman, Mr. Satan, Tim Osman. Of course, you know about Tim Osman, Mr. Satan. Yeah, I have lots to say about that. Aristarchus, man. That's what I say. All stars refer to one star. Our star. I'm going to say Kosho. Anything obvious is obvious. All the fakery is obvious. So what does the individual do from there? Who are we talking to? Who am I even talking to?
You should ask yourself that question every time you speak, Pete.
Well, I was asking Brian earlier on. He didn't think I was an agent, but I have a few questions I could ask agents that if I suspected them of agents, I could.
You're going to ask Asians?
Agents. Asian agents.
Those are the scariest ones.
Is that racist? All Asian agents know Kung Fu. Definitely. And they eat dogs and cats. Actually,
Jesus Christ, Pete. They got worse and worse.
Actually, I've been promising Nama over in the Discord, Tim Osman's IPS Discord, my variation on the song Zombie, and it's ultimately about Corona. And I guess I shouldn't sing it here, or I shouldn't say it, but it's pretty much.
You mean the beer, right?
Another man in China ate a bat again today. Today again, this virus causes mice to be made out of men. But it's them, it's not me, it's not my family. We eat cows, we eat sheep, we eat chickens. It's okay, I'll put the bleeps in here because it's definitely a racist term, but purposefully. It
sounds racist.
Oriental freaks, they eat cats, they eat dogs, bat sandwiches. Anyway, that's...
They eat dogs and cats and bat sandwiches?
Yeah, that's my take on so you know the song Zombie?
Yeah, I do, yeah.
Yeah, so it's my Corona take. So how the world changed because a guy in fucking China ate a bat.
Well, get your guitar, man, and get out on the corner, on Speaker's Corner.
I have to do that, man. It would make me famous. And do you know what the greater connection was? I'm not saying it make me famous. I'm not saying that, but it would. The greater connection is I actually went to school with Noel Hogan, who is the lead guitarist. You type it in, Kosha. I know you're good at typing. Type in Noel Hogan and his brother. My brother Greg went to school with his brother, but I went to school with Noel Hogan in primary school, and we had double desks. So he used to sit alongside me, and every morning he'd come in. This was in 5th class, so I guess we were about 11. But 5th class, you go 6th class, and then you go to secondary school. So maybe it's high school transition for you. But anyway, the point is, he'd come in when we were sitting together, ask me for my homework, and I'd give it to him, no problem. Never without that. We had a particularly mean teacher as well, but never. And we just walk home as well. We went to the same secondary school, but he actually ended up in the lowest class, and I ended up in the highest class, right? So when it was 200 students divided into 6 classes of 30 or something like that. So we sort of departed from that sense. But he went on to be world famous with the Cranberries. So I would definitely. I'm a songwriter. So I'm a great songwriter. I'm not going to but I can write a song about anything. Yeah, if I record that song, because I have all the lyrics and everything down, I have a harmonica as well. I know him, and he'd definitely be interested to hear that. I also suspect if I ever got in contact with Noel again, within a half an hour, I was now within a half an hour. He lives in Limerick. He has a house in Limerick as well. But within a half an hour, within a few hours anyway, after a few drinks, a few smokes, I would ask him about, or I would maybe lead up to, I don't want to be sneaky, but I'd lead up to my suspicion that Dolores O'Riordan faked her death, just like the rest. And I'd soon suss it out. I probably wouldn't do too well in the business because I can't keep secrets too well. I don't like lies of any nature. But yeah, that's an interesting. Yeah, that's an interesting little tidbit there, connection, which is true. But that I have the song Zombie. Yeah, coronized, I guess. Yeah, it's a parody. It's an absolute parody. So God knows, with the great skills over in IPS's channel, what sort of video could be put together as well, along with some differing instrumental additives. But it's a complete piss take of Corona, and the whole blame being put on the Chinese and their eating habits. Let me just give you the chorus again. But it's them. It's them. It's not me. It's not my family. We eat cows. We eat sheep. We eat chickens. The Oriental freaks, they eat dogs, they eat cats, bad sandwiches. And here's the returning chorus. Now it's in your head, in your neck, in your arm, in your leg, take the jab. So it's all about that. And then you have the ooh, 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 ah, oh. That sounds a mistake.
All right, hey, sorry, I'm back. What's up?
So good. It's so good.
Yeah, sorry about that, man. I had to go clean the toilet.
You took a shit, didn't you? You always had to one-up me.
No, it was already pretty clean. I was just kind of bored. So I went in there, cleaned the toilet, and I'm back. Check this out. Look what I found, man. You know that guy Pezza?
Yeah.
I found this channel called Pezza's Work. I wonder if it's the same guy.
Much bigger simulation. I was talking to Pazza tonight. I was wondering why he was so animated. I accused him of being on, jokingly, of being on speed or fucking heroin. He's after injecting heroin into his dick or something. The way he was going against.
What?
The way he was going against flat Earth debate. Not flat Earth debate. No, flat Earth data. Flat Earth data. Flat Earth data is flat Earth. I've figured out flat Earth data. We know Star Trek data. There's another star there, right? Rex Star Trek is. But anyway, yeah, he's the sort of the human version of the cyborg, which is Data on Star Trek. But
Well, you
that's
know,
it.
Pez's he stopped doing that a long time ago, putting heroin in his dick. Didn't he stopped doing that.
Well, he must have relapsed tonight because he was definitely on some sort of stuff. Anyway, much bigger simulation. Is it AIs learn phalanx? What's a phalanx? Phalanx? Is that a word for penis? Phalanx? No, it's not. A phalanx. What's a phalanx? No, don't tell me. Phalanx.
Oh my God. Kosha, what happened at that other spot you were in a minute ago?
They're
They
doing
run you out?
another debate about religion, I guess.
75,000 subscribers as well. Paz is a great mind as well. Fucking hell.
That's why they were doing a debate, and then because Matthew, the Matthew scientist guy, and he's debating Waterworld. I guess they're debating about religion, cosmology,
Yeah.
and the first thing they said is he's like, by the way, I agree with everything you said, Waterworld, and I basically agree with you. I'm like, this is boring.
You want to do it? You want to do a debate with someone? An event? We'll set up a one-on-one debate with you when you want to do it.
Yeah, I want to debate Pete Shea.
You want to debate Pete?
Like the Geo Pimp.
Yeah, he is. He's the Geo Pimp. That's exactly right. And no, but for real, Don King over here. Yeah, I have some GPS bullshit. I'm gonna fuck around with.
You want to do a presentation on GPS?
Yeah, that's right. I do. The only
Let me
problem
know
is
when we'll set the event. I'll set it up as an event.
I might sabotage my own event though, because I'm gonna notice halfway through. I'm like, damn it, this is damning evidence. This is gonna fucking convince everybody that I'm just gonna sabotage.
Yeah. Are you gonna make sure and point out there's refraction? Listen, when do you want to make this presentation? I'm gonna do a presentation right after you do your presentation.
All right.
You have Jeremy and Kosher are in the same room. They're in the same room doing this shit. Definitely. They're twins, separated at birth.
Pete, don't you gotta take another piss?
You gotta go pee in the potty. You gotta take a grown man piss.
Yeah, he's got to.
So what's a good day for you that I should set this up?
Well, I'm still in the measurement process, so I don't want to.
Oh, all right. Let me know when you're ready.
Yes, of course. But it will be news. Okay.
No doubt, no doubt. In the meantime, is there anyone you had your eye on? You think that's weak, like a sick gazelle, and you're a cheetah, and you're gonna hunt them down? Is there anyone you wanted to get your claws on?
No, I don't really get my kicks on that kind of stuff, dude. So, yeah, I'm not really. If there's a weak person, I don't find that appealing. So,
is there anyone strong you wanted to debate?
Well, that's also not appealing because for different reasons. You know, I don't want to look weak, and I don't want to make somebody else look weak. So.
Is there somebody mediocre you wanted to debate? Is there some mediocre person you wanted to debate?
I'm trying to think of some topics that are.
I know you don't want this smoke over here, so maybe pick someone a little lower ranked or something.
Yeah. Okay. Now the truth is, there's some damning evidence, and the more damning the evidence is, arguing it is not pleasurable for me because then it's just like, oh damn, dude, I'm just making this. I'm making this guy look bad.
What a life you must have to get paid for this stuff, Kosho. What a life you must have. What a life the initiates must have. Honestly, you can't take anything seriously. It has to be a joke, doesn't it?
Yeah, but you know what's not fun in being in the Mossad is getting your second circumcision. Everyone's gonna get a
2-on-2. Do a 2-on-2. I think we're gonna start doing a lot of 2-on-2s.
That's my thing, dude.
1 second.
I came up with that a long time ago. Pete, you're like background noise for me and Kosho's conversation right now. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah,
I hear you.
Pete, if you were doing a 2-on-2, I think it should be you and Brian Leakey, Pete. And you should really argue anything.
No, I wouldn't have anything. Brian,
Pete doesn't have any arguments.
No.
It'd be Brian Leakey and Pete versus NASA, Shill, and Zanuck. and
You're
Rumpus.
kidding me, man. I defeated everyone. I've defeated. No one can handle me dodo. No one can handle the dodo.
Whoever
You know
stops talking first loses.
Don't worry about that. I've been in this arena for years, Jeremy. Rumpus, I've defeated Rumpus in 5 minutes. Kosho, if we were to have an organized debate, I could defeat you. If you're coming from the point of view of you're a truth seeker, and I make the same declaration, I put my face on camera, and I will make that declaration. I'll put my thumb on some sort of pin. I'll show you my blood, but you'll have to do the same. Because if you're not, then well, I'm not,
Pete,
it's not
Pete.
going to waste my time, but I don't want to be with someone who's defending a position.
Pete, we're going to do a 9/11 event soon. What's a good time for you?
9/11.
Who's going to do a 9/11? Who's going to be involved in that, Jeremy?
Jeremy, the Mossad, and terrorist.
A lot of us in here. We had a great night one night talking about 9/11. We went in depth on every single topic. It was great. We're going to rehash that in an event one of these nights. What's a bad time for you?
Listen,
What would be a bad time for you where there's no way you could be able to make it?
Okay, that's why I asked. Okay, let's just say that you have, let's say you have 6 people involved. You want to do a 3-hour stretch, right? That's not too unreasonable. So everyone has a basic 15 minutes to put their story on the line and ultimately get to their bottom line, their beginning point and their bottom line, because there's so much to encompass. And then
you're not getting 15 minutes, dude. You get it's going to be an open panel style. You get fucking 30 seconds, bro. I'm not playing with you. I'm going to have the clock on you. Well, listen, what's a bad time where you definitely won't be able to make it, so I know?
And you're not going to have your cock on me, man. That's not happening. 2 on 2. I'm not happy with Brian Leakey. Can I have someone more handsome?
You can have Jane on your side.
Well, I will set it up. If you can make it, you can make it. If you can't, you can't. We'll see.
Well, okay, fair enough. That's why I was asking you about the structure of the fucking thing, man.
It's just going to be an open panel thing where we all take turns talking. No one monologues. Everyone just makes one point briefly.
That's what I was saying. That's exactly what I was saying.
No, you said 15 minutes. You said everyone should get 15 minutes.
Yeah, for the first hour, you could, or hour and a bit, hour and a half even, if it was 3 hours long, and you had 6 participants coming from different positions, either if you had Kosho, and let's say it was Kosho, you, me, Brian, just the people you mentioned, right?
It's not a debate. It's not a debate, bro. Kosho's not even invited.
Well, all I would say to you then, if you haven't realized, that's why it wouldn't be worth my time. All I would say to you then, if you haven't realized that 9/11 was, like the globe was a fucking hoax, that 9/11 was a hoax, then you're going nowhere. I'm wasting my time.
Okay, wasted time for Pete. I'm just kidding, Coach. You can calm it off.
Coach, weren't you there?
But what, you haven't got there by now?
No, Coach was invited. I was just talking with him.
Okay.
Yeah, but I was going to
Coach,
say, in my 15 minutes, I would have gone on to every great movie has a great soundtrack.
You're not getting 15 fucking minutes. Forget the 15-minute thing. That's not happening.
Me.
No, you can come, but you're gonna get 45 seconds top, bro. It's gonna be like this open panel thing.
That's what she said last night.
You know what we'll do? We'll do closing statements. Closing statements where everyone can get like 2 minutes, maybe, or something like that. There's no way I'm letting you ramble on for 15 minutes on some incoherent red yarn shit that don't link dots together.
Yeah, but imagine there was 50 little pillars taking you from one side of the river to the other through turbulent waters, and only unless you made significant progress pillar to pillar, maybe you could take 2 or 3 steps at a time, but still in all, you have to be confident in yourself. If I was to start the story 3 pillars from the end, or 6 pillars, or 10 pillars from the end, as opposed to you just on the other side of the bank, you're not going to appreciate what I have to say. But I could do it in 15 minutes. I think everyone could summate their 9 minutes.
You're not getting 15 minutes.
10 minutes.
Forget the 15 minutes.
I'm an Irish tinker.
This is like trying to negotiate with the
dimension.
dimension.
I'm arguing you down. Give me, at least give me fucking for 2 minutes. Give me 2 minutes.
Yes, we're gonna all do closing statements. Maybe we'll do an opening statement.
No, I can't start for 2 minutes because you gave in too easy there. 2 minutes. I'd have to push you further. I didn't realize who we were talking to. I'm going to go for 28 minutes. How about that?
Listen, you get a few minutes. Just what's a bad time for you? Just so I make sure I don't schedule it at that time.
Sorry about that.
I'd honestly love to have you there if we can keep you under control without the
No, it's
monologue
no, man.
And don't worry
and
about it.
Don't keep me under
the
control.
crazy leaps of logic that you make, and you string us all over the place from one thing to another. You start at 9/11, next thing you know, we end up at fucking
Land.
who even knows with you? I don't even know where.
You hear what he said about Pezza fucking doing heroin in his dick?
I heard you say something about it. I must have missed what he said.
That's what he said.
You should have heard Pat. He was talking with Flat Earth Data on Gem Pandas earlier.
I'd love to have you for the event too, Kosho. For the 9/11 event, you can be the naysayer.
Official guy, the official news reporter.
I'm not the official guy.
You can just tell us. You can just tell us everything that the mainstream says.
He's the laugh. Were you one of the laughing Israelis? Were you one of the dancing Israelis? Kosho, tell the truth.
Listen, Kosho's running around always trying to say he's not Muslim, but we all know he is really.
Okay.
That's the third time I've used that on you, Kosho.
It's a fifth time.
Singly circumcised, you're Jewish. Doubly circumcised, you're definitely Muslim.
Doubly circumcised.
Well, you admitted to that earlier on.
Kosho's had 3 circumcisions already.
Actually, it's very interesting. Circumcised, break down the word, it's cut off from the circle. Remember I mentioned everything is about the 0, the 1, and the point. But you're thinking in fucking 2 dimensions as you'd write those things down on a piece of paper. No, we are 3-dimensional beings going through the different times.
Actually, after the 3rd circumcision, he just cut off his whole dick because he was like, yo, Kosho's so straight. He's like, I'm not going to be one of them gay people that walk around touching a dick all day. So he just cut his whole shit off.
Yeah, that's exactly what I did, dude. First of all, keeps someone writing down circumcision so many times that he's got fucking conspiracy theories about the shape.
Oh, people, you haven't heard. If you heard some of the shit that I say is obnoxious to ye, Jeremy.
Oh, what was that thing with the penis?
Don't forget that I'm just repeating stuff.
Always used to put out.
Hang on, please. As I
the
said,
orbit was it an orbit?
Yeah, I know he's there, but no, so the Apollo.
Pete, show us the orbit of the penis-shaped orbit.
Excuse me. As I said to Timur earlier, these are basic consider. I went. That's the Milky Way and the Moon. Consider that back in 2016. So where I've come to right now, fucking many years later, bud, many years later. So you should be interested to hear that. But circumcision, very interesting. Cut off from the circle. I talked about the circle and the. So I don't want to go back into that. But this all applies in 3 dimensions. Oh, did you know that your left? Okay, here's where I was getting to. Did you know that your left brain, your hemisphere. First of all, we have a left hemisphere, right hemisphere. When you have a hemisphere and a hemisphere, usually adds up to a sphere, but there seems to be half of our brain missing. Well, where do we find that? In our second fucking brain, which is in our gut, but that's a different matter. It's just expressed in a different way. Anyway, the point I was, or the question I was going to ask, and please answer honestly, Jeremy, Kosho, and anyone else who's listening in. When is the last time you looked at your urine when you're having a piss? Well, I'm
you
serious.
are all over.
I'm serious about that. I
you
knew
are
someone
all
would
over the
when
map,
I said
bro.
having
You need fucking
okay,
to focus.
but you're having a urinification.
You have any weed or anything?
When is the last time you've noticed the stream and the nature of the stream that comes out of your own body? What's the form it takes?
Every time I piss.
Yes. Every time you piss, every time your daughter, your wife, every time. When's the last time one has looked at their urine? What form is the stream that it comes out in?
What form is it?
Yes.
I don't even know what that means. An arc, a parabolic arc. It depends if I just woke up in the morning. Dude, what's up? You're all over the place.
Parabolic arc. That's your penis.
Listen to me, bro. You need something, dude. You need to microdose or smoke some weed or something. I don't know what you.
You just haven't paid attention. Do you just have a piss and you never look down?
Yes, I look at the pee every time I pee.
Yeah. So, what form does the stream come out in?
What form? Liquid.
Yes, obviously it's liquid, but what sort of orientation does it take? What? It's like your shower head in a sense, right? So if you have a certain setting, it come out a different way than if you turn the setting. So being able to recognize a different form that the water comes out in or expresses in, that's what I'm asking. Have you noticed? If you noticed, you would already be able to say. I think.
I don't
If you
even know what
haven't
you're
noticed,
saying
then
at
you're
this
in for
point. Can you just
something.
make your
You're
point
looking
so we
at
can
your
move
feet
on from
tonight.
this? Because I don't even know. Just make a point, one coherent point, one time for us,
Okay,
Pete.
it's a double helix form. It's a DNA form.
That is not the shape of my pee.
Have a look. Well, have a look. When's the last time you looked at your penis?
Every day.
Well, that's not a good answer.
That's why Kosho cut his off. He's not one of them gay dudes that be looking at dicks all the time.
Yes, man.
Pete, my pee is not in the form of a double helix. I don't know what the fuck you got going on.
Okay.
Did you have a
Okay.
piercing
Now,
in
hang
there?
on. That's why
Listen,
I asked
bro,
the question.
we're
Jeremy,
moving
you
on.
gave your answer. You gave Kosho. Can you give an answer?
Yeah, mine's double helix. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. So someone is taking the piss.
I know,
Jeremy.
Kosho.
Yeah.
Taking a
That's
piss.
a weird phrase you guys use over there.
Taking the
That's
piss.
PISS, a PISS. But Jeremy, you didn't know that the form of your urine stream is a double helix.
It's not. Kosho lied to you just now, to your face.
Well, I challenge any man to go and have a piss right now.
I'm gonna go do that. Let me see.
And I realized this, 30 years ago? Not 30 years ago, quite. Maybe 20, 25 years ago. You
I
have
was gonna
not
say
been
something,
paying
Pete, but I don't want.
attention.
I don't want to say this, Pete. I don't want to say this, man. But it's kind of fucked up, so I don't know if I want to say it.
Go on, say it, bud.
I don't know if I want to say it, Pete.
Go on. That says
Fuck
it
up,
all.
Pete.
But hang on.
Might hurt your feelings, Pete.
I'll see you and I'll raise you.
All right, Pete.
You know what
I don't know. It's fucked up, Pete. I'm not gonna say it.
You know what I'm gonna post now.
But I'm gonna ask you, Pete. I'll ask you a question, man.
Yeah, but you all agree with me. Jeremy now has gone to examine his penis and his piss. Or defecker.
And actually, you know what? I'm not gonna do it, Pete.
You already know it, bud. It's true.
What's true?
Pete, can I sign you up for this 9/11 event we're having, or what?
Yeah, man. Off you go. I'll do
What
it.
time? What time's good for you?
It doesn't matter. Whatever time. If it's, I'll let you know. I'll be there
All right.
probably, most likely. If you want me to contribute seriously.
You don't have. You got 2 minutes. We're gonna do 1 2-minute block where everyone gets to say like a closing statement or something. That's it.
No, well, just make a list of whoever you're going to invite. Just let them know the terms of the debate. Like McToon, I
It's
was on
not a
with McToon
debate.
for 3
It's not a
hours.
debate.
3 hours, and he
Ugh.
never interrupted me. If he did, I would have because I already prearranged that. Look, I'm not going to be talking like the rest of the guests you have on. I'm going to be myself. He said grand. He said grand, and then he held to it. Held to it. So I'm not saying I demand the same of you. Just let us know the format of the thing. Hey, Kosho, this is my response.
It's not going to be.
I see yours, and I raise you mine.
Okay, Pete, it's not a debate. We're just going to have like an open discussion about it because we did it one night where we all went in depth on all the topics and on every single thing, and we really went in depth instead of scattering all over the place.
Yeah,
so that's what we're going to do. We're not going to scatter all over the place. We're just going to stay on one thing until we've, totally exhausted it.
No, well, Jeremy, that doesn't sound too inviting now because remember, I realized the truth about 9/11 in the literal or nonsense in 2010 within 3 months of looking at it, and I looking into it. And that's exactly where I rest right now in the basic level, but I've moved much beyond that. So unless you accept that 9/11 was a la Sandy Hook or a la Boston bombings or many other similar events, media and a victim symbolic hoax, what's the point? But I'm not going to say that. I set out the standards of or the format of your, what do you call it? Your debate. And that'd be fine. I don't mind. But I'm not going to talk to fucking the likes of, I don't know, Brad or Zanuck or something like that. Because they're, or Moyoc Man. Moyoc Man, I got him to fucking humble himself reluctantly. He said, we were talking over in Gem Pandas about 9/11. He said he was a witness to the Twin Towers coming down from the horizon. I said, you saw it? Yeah, I saw him. I looked back in the chat and I knew I heard what he said. He denied saying what he said, and then when I gave him the timestamp, he had to go back on what he said. And it actually turns out that he saw it, the Twin Towers coming down on the television, not from the horizon in New York, as he claimed initially.
Why do you have such a good memory,
And his
man?
defense was that I heard, even though he could understand where I was coming
Yeah,
from.
he's like that dude from Memento. You ever see that movie?
Yeah. He remembers everything, dude. Although he doesn't remember it always accurately, but he'll remember the details about everybody, every encounter. How do you do that?
We did it one night where we just had this nice long discussion. It was nice and peaceful. There were some naysayers that came in, and we might have to have it staged as a stage or something where you get invited to come on.
I'm banned from fucking
Open panels really don't work that good because we got
Jeremy,
people want to
you may-
monologue.
Hey Jeremy, you don't need to invite me then. I'm banned from the forum that's all fucking 9/11.
You're not banned from us.
No, but that's what I'm saying. You don't want me in that discussion then.
I want you there, Pete. You're the 9/11.
Let me know then.
Pete's a 9/11 sicko, dude. He's disgusting when it comes to 9/11. I've had to pay for death certificates to prove to Pete that people actually died.
Well, I don't think he believes you because Pete, did people die?
I'll tell you something different. No one has to die in these things.
Kosho got the death certificates though, the people.
Yeah, but you can fucking get a birth and a death certificate. It doesn't matter. You're dealing with powers who are fucking controlling everything. But
You want a big toe? I get you a big toe.
Anything is fake
with nail polish.
Yeah, I'm not telling
People
you.
don't even believe that shit.
My best piece, I'll tell you this, I could find a video, and I swear to you, listen, my view now is we're always meant to figure out this. Anything obvious is obvious, so all the fakery is obvious. What lies deeper, what lies beneath is a greater symbolic connection to our own experience here in life, which is what we're trying to make sense out of. I can point you to a video where I told this story many times that there's a guy walking into the ground zero, and there's all the people walking out. He stops one of the guys. This is award-winning endeavor, but and it goes on for ages, right? But he stops one of the guys, and the guy was telling him a story. Honest to God, this is a story he told. He said that he was working on the higher levels and the plane crashed, and there was a woman, because the lift didn't work, something along these lines, lifts didn't work, so he had to take the woman out of her wheelchair and carry her down 30 flights of stairs until he got to the 31st level or the 30th level or whatever, and then he had to take a break. And the thing was that he knew time was in such an emergency that he took the difficult decision to leave her behind. So he left her on the 30th floor, and he went out and he made his escape himself. Now the problem is though, you're looking at him, his tie is nice and neatly fucking done. There's no sweat marks under his arms. His lovely blue collar shirt is completely intact. It's like he was just after taking a saunter down the road.
This is an interview right after it. Hold on.
I knew after that point that everything.
Pete, hold on, bro. Pete, you said a lot. Hold on. This was an interview right after it happened of the guy after claiming that he carried her down 30 floors or whatever.
No, it's a cameraman walking in towards where the disaster was unfolding from. So all the people were walking out. He was walking in, and it goes on for about an hour and a half or something like that. So it's a very complete sort of representation. But the interview I just mentioned there is in the midst of it. And
so this guy supposedly just carried a woman 30 flights down the steps.
Yeah.
And he's being interviewed right after that, and he's not sweating. He's not disheveled at all.
No, he's not disheveled in the slightest. There's no sweat marks under his arms. His tie is in complete position.
Yeah, but Pete's not telling you it's just probably an interview from like fucking months later.
That's what I.
It's not. It happened, dickhead. It happened on the exact day, you dickhead. Kosho.
Yeah, the anniversary.
If I show you the images, no, that's live. That's a live representation of what's happening. It's like the story of the 9/11 surfer, Jeremy. You know I mentioned this before, the 9/11 surfer. Just type it in.
9/11 surfer, that guy's cool. You know, I said that guy was probably cheating on his wife, and he's supposed to be at work. And she's like, "Were you at work in the buildings? Where were you?" He's like, "Yeah, I was in the building." He's like, "Yeah, I was falling down and I would just climb on top of one of the cement pieces and surf down the wreckage." Yeah, supposedly he surfed down from 20
you were
stories
supposed
high.
to be at work today at the 92nd floor of the One World Trade.
He was on the 92nd floor, but he was high up.
That's funny.
I don't know if I ever bought that one, dude.
That's funny, man. That's why I wish you could be fucking honest with me, and I wish I could fucking quiz you on what you really know.
Pete, I know that people died that day, dude. It's very horrible. Okay, people jumped from the building on camera. That really happened, Pete. It wasn't a see-through building.
Listen, I already told. No one on earth can tell the story that I have to tell. I know it's fucking true. I already mentioned this. I told it already before. But what we saw on television. Now, see, I don't want to see if I go into this. This is what I'm saying, Jeremy. If I started talking about this on your 9/11 discussion, it's going to take time to tell it. And who's going to fucking listen then? Anyway.
We'll all be listening. I will give you 4 minutes, Pete.
Coach, you just pushed his button so good. That was beautiful.
Listen. I was on. Okay.
Can you do it in 4 minutes?
Okay. Then now we're not on the debate itself that you're talking about.
Not a debate.
I can give you 2 minutes
debate.
here.
2 minutes, fine, perfect. That's what I wanted in the beginning. 2 minutes.
Yeah, but
it's not a debate, though. It's not a debate.
Well, what is it?
It's just going to be an open panel where we talk about 9/11. We go in depth on every single thing, and we don't scattergun and shoot all over the place and go down to 10 different rabbit holes at the same time. We're going to stay focused. Can you do that, Pete?
Pete's already out, dude.
I can absolutely stay focused, but you can't have any bowler.
I don't believe you.
This is like when Winston asked Brian Mabbott to be, or Brian Leakey to be his fucking dude. If it was going to be quiet during the debate.
Well, hang on, please. Hang on. I always try to bring because I'm so used to pressure on all sides. These stories are, you could spend hours, if you knew the significance of them, you'd allow me unlimited time to speak about them. But because I realize you're really in. But 9/11, there was a guy, I was on ATS, so I'm only asking for 2 minutes here, Jeremy, just as we're talking.
Oh, you want 2 minutes right now? Bro, come on, dude. Try to make it concise at least, to be on one point.
Well, if I was with it talking away, what would be the limitation expressed there?
Wit's on point and he's on topic and he doesn't take you down. I mean, just try to be as concise as possible, please, Pete.
Yeah, okay.
Make 1 point, otherwise we have nothing to respond to. If you make 10 different points and ask 3 questions, pull some philosophical shit, there's nothing to respond to after. So maybe just make 1 point.
Imagine you were talking to me over a cup of coffee in my kitchen or something like that. I'd smack you around. Hey, dickhead, don't be talking like that.
I would have I would have. Listen, let's just be concise, please.
Where have we got to go? You're trying to lead me into tomorrow. Anyway, I will be concise. That's why I said, but it will take time.
I doubt. I think you're lying to me.
You said you would be. Time just to tell briefly the story. Listen, this is why it's the greatest story. It's the greatest anecdote ever. When I was on the ATS, above top secret, about 10 years ago, talking about all the 9/11 stuff I learned at September Clues. Shout out to Snack, by the way, Snack to the future. Yeah, one particular person came in. I created lots of threads over there, but one particular person came in on one of the threads, which was concerned with 9/11 fakery, and I was pointing out some evidence that I came by or whatever. Anyway, they said, look, I have nothing to do with this, but this is a story, it's true, and I guess all these things are retrievable as well. And it told a story about how there was a social worker or some sort of parole officer, something like that at the time in New York, and they had this particular parolee who swore to his core, that's a good one, that he witnessed 9/11 a year before it happened. Isn't that an interesting teaser? I can stop it there, Jeremy, at the, 27.83929945793 second mark.
Pete, what the fuck?
Just saying, if I have to cut it short, then I have to end it there. Isn't that an interesting teaser, though, isn't it?
Well, I saw.
Steve, what was that number? What was the number you just said?
Yeah. Yeah, it sets us in the past. I like to leave what's in the past.
Does anyone have anything to respond to for what Pete just said? Does anyone have
but there's
any
more to the
response for that?
story.
Hold on, Pete. Pete, hold on. Does anyone have a response for what Pete just said?
Yeah, I saw it in 1985.
Is that Snack? Hello, bud.
No, it's not.
Well, 1985 was when Back to the Future was made. That's why I thought it might have been Snack.
I just learned about that Back to the Future 9/11 link a few weeks ago.
Oh, wow.
You're kidding
Yeah,
me, man. You're about fucking 10 years behind me then, dickhead.
I was just wondering what took you so long, Dodo. You said 2010, man. It happened in 2001. What were you sleeping that long?
Oh, no, it wasn't that I was asleep. I have my own story, bud. I was off the internet for all that time. I lived in
Oh, we
Ennis
know
in
your
Ireland.
story. Aristarchus.
But if I had been on the internet and from then, I would have fucking figured out 2000. I would have figured out 9/11 in years. I would think. I would be one of the original 9/11 fucking hoaxers because I was so curious. But I just wasn't on the internet. And you know the reason why I didn't want to get into contracts? Because the fucking telephone and companies back in 2000, robbers, they fucking screwed you all around. And I was living in Ennis as well, and there was no sort of Wi-Fi or no similar sort of what do you call it, connections available. So I just stayed off it. The minute I found out about 9/11 hoaxery, though, or not hoaxery, 9/11 conspiracy, more like, within 3 months of looking into it, I landed exactly where I'm at now, but I moved beyond that. But to accept that it's a symbolic hoax, that's step one. Imagine there was 10 steps. That's step one. You know what I mean?
You've only been in the conspiracy since 2010.
Yeah.
Wow.
9/11. That's the first time I heard about it. And you
Oh
know where
my
I heard
God.
about it, Jeremy? I heard about it in
You're
York.
so new to this, Pete. You're so new to this whole conspiracy thing.
Yeah, but I've looked
That
at
actually explains a lot.
clouds from both sides now. Jeremy, I looked at all of the official story throughout the mainstream media from all the time, and I believed it completely. But at the same time, I objected strenuously to all of the subsequent efforts that were taken on. It was stupid. It was fucking mad world. Actually, do you know what? I was in York where I found out about the possibility of a 9/11 conspiracy from a guy called Hugh, who became a sort of a friend of mine when I was living in York for about 6 months in England. But to express my current view, there was a cathedral in York. It's one of the most massive cathedrals in England, significant cathedrals in York in England. But there was a fucking army drive. There was a big tank outside of the fucking cathedral, and all the soldiers selling their story, join the army and protect freedoms and all that. I went over to them, an Irishman went over to, and again, I was a complete 9/11 official story guy, but I didn't agree with all of the fucking measures that were taken. I was so delighted when George Bush was fucking deleted from the scene. But anyway, I went over and I challenged the army man. Me in a strange land, challenging the army man. What sort of bollocks is this, where you, before a church of peace and love, you were recruiting people to go along and engage in fucking hate and killing? I did do that. I created a scene. I did. But that's where I learned that 9/11 might have been conspiratorial, because
Are you filibustering us, or what's going on, bro?
Yeah, but my point is that when I heard about the first time for the 9/11 conspiracy, that was in 2010, when I came home back to Ennis and I got the internet, then within 3 months of looking into it, I landed on that 9/11 was a media and a victim hoax, symbolic scenario presented.
Yeah, we heard you. You're a conspiracy theorist.
Right. Where did you end up? Tell us your story.
I don't know. I've been in the conspiracy since the 90s, bro. You're way too late.
Yeah, but so what happened to 9/11 then?
You know what happened on 9/11. Pete, listen, if you want to come to the 9/11 event we're having and share your thoughts on it, you know my thoughts. You know I think people died.
Yeah, but
Two
talk us through
buildings
the
came down.
process. Talk
Controlled
us through.
demolition. Clear-cut controlled demolition.
Yeah, but you must have heard
People
what you
died.
must have heard of. If you've been in this in the since the 90s, you must have heard of September Clues and Clues Forum. Those out.
I'm with you, Dodo. No one
Yeah,
died.
I was in the 9/11 since the 90s, definitely.
Oh, but you're
I
in
can't.
conspiracy land from the
I can't
90s.
with
So
you,
when
Pete.
9/11 happened, excuse me, dickhead, when 9/11 happened, you would have been immediately on it that there was conspiracy in play because 9/11 was an inside job from the early doors. Remember, they got it into the fucking news media or the mainstream theaters with loose change. Remember that, Jeremy?
Yes,
So
Pete. I remember loose change. I was on it right away, Pete.
you were in it right away.
I was on it right away. Yeah. Obviously, that was a
How did,
massive event.
so is that the truth then? Is that the truth? 9/11 was an inside job, or what? Is that just a layer of the truth?
There was definitely people involved all over the place, high-ranking people. It must have had to have been.
They don't kill anyone, Jeremy. They're all elites here. What are you going to do? Kill people who are in the two richest towers on earth? There'll be lawsuits. There'll be families gathered together. There will be bayonets. There will be fucking pitchforks, guns, fucking tanks on the George Bush government. Why didn't it happen? No one had to die. Why does anyone have to die, man?
Get over here. Get over here. Stay over there. No kicking.
That's what my beginning point would be, that if it was a media and victim symbolic hoax, and every great movie, which was that 9/11 was the greatest blockbuster. Here's the great humor. The creator has the greatest sense of humor going. 9/11 was the greatest blockbuster in history, really, literally, and also figuratively. It was the greatest movie seller. Everyone bought it. Everyone bought tickets, everyone was glued to it, everyone was sucked in by it, everyone lived it. Every great movie is my point. This would be I suppose it would be, if there's 10 levels to it, and accepting that 9/11, as I'm looking, would you believe I'm looking at the Twin Towers as we speak? You would not fucking believe that, but I'll put on my camera. Does Geo allow me to put it on my camera and show you that I'm telling the truth?
The truth about
That I'm actually looking at the Twin Towers at the minute. Go on, just do
you're
it.
looking at them.
Give me
The ones in
temporary
New York.
access. I'll put on my camera and show you exactly what
What are you looking at? A poster on your wall or a screenshot
looking
on your
at.
phone?
There's a great, yes, I'm looking at a lighted image of the pre 9/11. It's not lighted. It is plugged in. I haven't it lit up, but it's a pre 9/11. It's not my choosing. My brother bought it as a gift from my mother. It's so funny. My brother bought it as a gift from my mother because it was going cheap after 9/11, when all of the different memorabilia were sold off because you don't want to be, you don't want to be profiting from this disaster. But I could show you if I don't. I can't show. I can't show my video. But yes, it's up on the wall. Anyway, my point is, if you haven't reached this level, how are you going to understand what I have to say? Every great movie has a great soundtrack, and every soundtrack is written after seeing the movie.
Reach
I'm a
what
song-
level? You've been in this 12 years. You're way levels under me.
Well, I'd like to hear what you think, Dan. Tell me about Radiohead, Kid A album being the soundtrack to the greatest blockbuster of our time. If you don't know about that, I'm afraid you don't know what you think you know.
I know that these buildings were taken down by controlled demolition by maniac elite people that seek to control us.
Bollocks.
Peter,
Bollocks.
come on, Peter.
That's bollocks, man. That is absolute bollocks.
Yeah, well, you don't have any bollocks, Pete. And
No, you don't have any bollocks. They were cut off at the same time you cut off your own penis.
oh yeah, it's a good comeback, man. Hey, what's funny is even though I understand the story that they told, and by the way, Pete, I was into this before you were, dude.
I know that. I know that.
Yeah, that's right, dude.
I think I'm so frustrated with you and Jeremy because I know, and the rest of you is all the rest of the ball earthers, especially I was over in Jet Pandas tonight. I know they already know more than I know.
Yeah, I know. Me, Jeremy, and the rest of the ballers. That's right. Hey, but regardless, oh yeah, right. Even though I know
ballers I was talking to over in Jet Pandas.
that's right, dude. And me and even though I know that the 9/11 was not what they told happened, and the perpetrators were different than the people they said, and that there were people in our government who were complicit and at least knew certain things before they pretended to. Even though I understand that, I disagree with what Jeremy said about the controlled demolitions. Only because, and actually, I won't even say that. I used to argue that a long time ago. I used to argue that there was controlled.
Well, it's clear cut controlled demolition.
Well, no, that's the problem. Is it's not clear cut.
Clear
It's
cut.
possible. It's possible that those were involved, but it's also possible that they weren't. So, for that reason, without the evidence, it's easy enough not to argue that it was, because it's possible. It's possible to have happened. It's possible to have happened without controlled demolition. So.
Those buildings were taken down elevator style beneath the fucking.
Oh my god!
Those buildings
clear cut.
Elevator style. They blew the basements and the things went down like an elevator goes down in a controlled fashion. That's why there was no rubble. That's why Rudy Giuliani came along the next day and talked about, the what do you call it, the Harley guy talked about everything sort of squashed itself into itself.
Giuliani did rush to get that.
They had to explain no
that
rubble.
was the largest.
Excuse me, please. They had to explain no rubble. We're trying to get to the Miss Marple mystery here, the Angela Lansbury mystery, the Sherlock Holmes mystery. Why? How did the buildings come down so
extra
quickly?
shit?
Shut up, Kosho. How did the buildings come down so quickly, even though there were such tall steel imposing structures, while they took them down fucking underground?
That's a good question. I'm gonna let Jeremy respond first because he was been waiting to say something, and you
go
were
with
cutting
that.
him off, Pete, because you're a jerk.
Kosho, that's why I hope you're not invited to Jeremy's fucking panel.
I was already invited, so it's too late.
Well, I won't be there then.
Wow. You serious?
You won't be honest. You won't be fucking honest.
It's getting better and better. Okay, go ahead, Jeremy. You were going to say something?
Oh, that was the world's biggest crime scene. Giuliani rushed to get that fucking to get the shit out of there, and all the rubble. Yeah, that's what he rushed to get out of there. All the rubble that Pete says doesn't exist. World's largest crime scene.
The world's largest crime scene. That may be true. May also not be true. Regardless, let's break this down, because this server is all about Earth awakening to the truth, and truth about physics and science and that kind of shit. So let's talk about the physics. Yeah. So
we don't want to get too deep into 9/11 truth. Yeah, we don't want to do that.
Pete, if you keep being a jerk to me, Pete, I'm going to say the main thing I wasn't going to say before.
Jeremy. So the band charged with the greatest soundtrack to the greatest movie in history,
Damn it, Pete.
the lead singer is the Dodo. And you know what the brothers of the band, the lead band are? Well, the Green Woods, Judy Wood, Dmitry Kalazov.
Pete, I apologize for what I said before, so you can go to the debate again, but can you please shut up for a second? And we'll be
something
cool.
important then.
Okay, I will. I'll say this, and that's if you take the building, and you take the planes, and you take the explosion, which that we already went over this, and I had, I think Witsit was there, and you guys were all there when Witsit had conceded, and then everybody in their nature of following Witsit, they also conceded that it's very possible that the plane actually did explode into the side of the building, even though it was claimed to look like the plane went through the building or whatever. Having said that, all it requires is that the steel be loosened or melted or softened, and the integrity of the entire structure of how many floors was that? 8 plus 8. Let's call it 16, 18 floors. Yeah, 16, 18 floors of the World Trade Center, which they were all built as platforms around the elevator shaft in the center. So there's a center column, and there was the floors. So you have 18 floors, and I just trust me that I've done the math. If you drop 18 floors 10 feet, or however large those floors were, probably more like 15 to 20 feet, so somewhere between 10 and 20 feet. You drop 18 floors, 10 to 20 feet. That's enough force to do the damage that you saw. So that if you just do the math for that amount of force, like that many floors falling that many feet, that's an enormous amount of force, and enough to do all the rest of the
Yes,
collapse.
it is. But where my argument would be in counter to that, then what about the central core itself?
Yeah, I know. I agree with that.
Floors were set around. If all the floors were set around the central spine, and all the floors collapsed upon another, what accounts for the collapse of the spine itself?
I agree with that, man. That's actually, if I was to predict, like if this never happened and somebody was just asked, like, what would it look like or something if that were to happen, I would imagine that there would be a center column left. So that's eerie to me, but still at the same time, it's not eerie enough to throw out the physics of that idea of, the entire building, its entire integrity being lost in that drop.
It's clear-cut controlled demolition. All the demolition experts have said so.
All of them?
Almost all of them.
You know what happens if you go to a fucking surgeon and you ask him if you need surgery? He says yes. Okay, so maybe don't ask a demolition expert.
Not one demolition expert has ever said that, Jeremy.
Are you sure?
I'm positive.
Yeah, you see, this is the problem then. We're getting back 10 years ago with all the fucking arguments that you have with all the guys on ATS and David Icke forums. Yeah. Explaining the visuals, explaining what you see. What if everything what you saw was a pre-prepared movie and it presented a magic trick? What's the best way to get to that eerie feeling you got, Kosho? Well, how can the whole thing be there 1 minute and not be there next? It was enter Judy Wood. David Weiss, talking about Judy Wood. David Weiss was a witness to 9/11. So was Isa. So was Brian Constantine over in Nathan Oakley's. And so were Chocolate saying as well. But here's the thing. Here's the thing that I'm saying. Once you accept that it was all a sort of a staged affair, and a magic trick in a sense, they presented a movie, pre-prepared movie to us, which was already preset over a year beforehand, a testimony of the guy, right? What I was talking about, right? Now they had to make everything in reality look as close as possible. They probably had a plane flyby, but ultimately, how to explain the central core and all the floors coming down at the same time? There was no floors. And the whole greater structure was taken down underground in one piece, in quick smart order time. And then the greater scenario was presented because what? It's a war on terror. Terror is terror. If it's a war on terror and terror is broken, then it's a war on something that's broken. So maybe America, George Bush was doing a noble deed. Maybe he was. Maybe he was. Anyway, that's a different matter. But I know none of you can consider any of that. And once again, if there's 10 layers to it, that's probably layer 2 or 3.
You can't even find any. You can't even find anything on it because if you even search anything like that on Google, just all the debunks and Wikipedia bullshit comes up. Yeah, I definitely remember hearing demolition expert demolition guy saying that it was definitely controlled demolition.
There was never an expert that said that. There were a bunch of people who were like employees of a controlled demo company that were like the guys that carried the explosives around the structures. There was never
and
anybody. No, there was never anybody who was an expert at controlled demolition that testified or did it said anything about that was seeding completely. Never
So the
happened.
guy,
No one.
so just
No
the
one.
guys. Hold on, Pete. Hold on, Pete. Please. I know you can hear me, Pete.
Yeah, go on.
So just the guy. Thanks, Pete.
You're welcome. Dan.
So just the guys that watched tons of controlled demolitions happen. You know, the guys carrying around all the stuff, everyone's standing around watching after. Just those guys said it was definitely controlled demolition.
One guy, Tom Sullivan. You can find him on AE 911.
Just one guy said it was
That's the
controlled
only guy.
demolition.
Only guy. The only one who worked in the industry. And he wasn't an expert. He wasn't licensed to do anything. He was never in control of a site. He was a guy that placed the explosives where the expert told him to place them. It's like getting your
there's
medical
only been one
opinion. It's
So
like
there's
getting a
only been
medical
one guy
opinion.
involved with demolition crews since 9/11 who said it was controlled demolition.
The only one I ever saw. Go forth and find others.
So there definitely could be more.
There could be aliens in your asshole, Jeremy. Doesn't mean that there are.
What's more likely, that there's two people involved with controlled demolitions? What's more likely, there two people involved in controlled demolitions that have said it was controlled?
I don't think it's very likely at all. Go forth and find them. Whoever you find isn't going to be an expert in it, because your claim was expert.
City, you're a ball earther,
All the
aren't
experts.
you? You're a ball earther. I know straight
All
away.
the experts, Jeremy. Remember your claim.
All your 20 years of research, Jeremy. This ball earther. Steel City, are you a ball earther or not? Yes or no? I bet my mother on it. You're a ball earther.
I thought we were talking about 9/11, Pete.
I bet you're a ball earther, though.
Yeah, I probably am.
Yeah, there you go.
I will say, who's the person who you named, by the way?
Tom Sullivan or something like that. He was with AE 911. He was an explosive loader. He was licensed by the state or the city to place explosives where the experts told him to place them. So it's like getting your medical opinion from the nurse who hands the scalpel to the surgeon.
What about the Dutch guy who came out and said that's ideal?
He's not a controlled demolition expert.
Yeah, he was, though, and he died.
No, he's not.
Afterwards.
No, he's not. He's a chemist. He's a chemist. He's not a controlled demolition expert.
You know what I'm talking about. He died shortly in
hold on a
mysterious
second, Peter.
circumstances afterwards, right?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, that's right. There was that one guy. Oh, shit. I forgot. My bad. Yeah, there was a guy. There's a Dutch guy. That's right. Oh, fuck. What was his name? He died.
British guy, the David Jowenko?
No.
Danny Jowenko?
Yeah, that's it. Jowenko. Yeah. I'm sorry. I totally forgot. My bad. Yeah, there was that one. That's the only guy overseas.
That's another
And he
guy.
based his opinion only on seeing World Trade Center 7. He said the towers definitely were not controlled demo, Jeremy. Definitely the towers not. He thought World Trade Center 7 was, but he was absolutely convinced the towers were not.
Unfortunately, he's not around right now because he died shortly afterwards in mysterious.
No, he didn't die shortly afterwards, like 14 years later, Pete. It wasn't shortly afterwards.
No, he did not die 14 years later.
It wasn't shortly afterwards.
After he made the declaration on
It was years later. Years later, dude.
Oh, guarantee you're not correct.
He made that claim a couple years after the towers collapsed, and he died like 9 years later. So it wasn't shortly after.
Okay, I stand to be corrected then. I don't think he made a claim after 2003. I think he made a claim more like 2010, 11. And then he died shortly afterwards. If I'm wrong.
No. He made the claim around the same time Loose Change came out.
Okay. Fair enough.
I got to research this because I see this thing in Reddit, and I got to just substantiate this. But it says,
"Oh, you're looking into it for the first time."
Hey,
right?
Peter, shut up. I looked into this before you did, doofus. We just already said that.
I know that, dickhead.
Yeah. Okay. Well, this guy, Danny Jowenko, on Reddit at least, it says he died 3 days after his interview but I don't know how true that is. So I gotta.
Well, I was right there then. I was close enough there then.
No, you weren't close.
No,
But I gotta look it up though.
he came out. He came out in 2006.
Yeah.
People followed up with him years and years and years later, several times, and he died in 2011. So he died 5 years after he
didn't die
first
at
made
all,
that.
lad. He didn't die at all.
5 years later.
He didn't die at all. He's not dead at all. Don't be worrying about that.
Yo, nobody
Yeah.
ever dies. Pete, has anyone
Yeah,
ever
we
died?
didn't die.
Has anyone ever died?
Fucking breadcrumb laid down for us that the conspiracy people will go, hang on, I already suspected 9/11 was a conspiracy, and now this qualified guy who deals in controlled demolitions comes along and said this, and suddenly he dies. Oh, what am I going to do then?
This guy said that the towers were not controlled demo. He was convinced the towers were not, Pete.
So this guy just touched. Yeah.
He believed World Trade Center 7 was a controlled demolition.
Is
He was
Elvis dead,
convinced
Pete?
the towers were
Give a
not.
fuck what he believes. He has a limitation to his story, his narrative, his character.
Right,
He's not
Peter.
dead.
This
He's
line
dead.
that's
JFK.
He's not dead.
Pete, is JFK dead?
he thinks that he's
No,
Jimmy Carter.
JFK didn't die. He might be dead now, but he didn't die.
Jimmy
when he
Carter's
said-
still alive. You told me he was Jimmy Carter.
Yeah, but yeah, you're just hearing this for the first time.
I'm just hearing that for the first time. You told me 4 years ago that he was Jimmy Carter.
Yeah, but you're acting like you heard it for the first time.
No, I'm acting like
Yeah,
you
when
just
you
said.
say he may be still, when you say he may be dead now, but Jimmy Carter's still alive. Who? I can't.
Yeah, what the fuck, man?
Yeah, okay, that's true. Okay, that is true. I thought Jimmy Carter was still alive with his wife, who looks remarkably like Jacqueline Kennedy. She's not dead either. Yeah, I forgot about that. Don't pay too much attention to these bit players.
She survived him for a long time. And it
I
doesn't
don't
matter.
pay attention to these bit players anymore.
Who do we pay? Who do?
Hey,
Anyway.
Jeremy, we are as New Perspective, or Dave said it so eloquently. We are the focus. We are the heroes. We are the ones that are talking about things that none of the other people in the know are able to talk about openly. We are the one players in this scenario.
You know, New Perspective told me a joke earlier, and it reminds me of you, Pete.
Come on, what's the joke? Come on.
Yeah, he says, "What did the flat earther, or what did Pete say whenever he died and went to heaven, and God showed him the globe Earth, told him the Earth is a globe, and showed it to him."
Come on.
He said, "Oh shit, this thing goes higher than I thought."
All the way to the fucking top. I know.
No, but
Why does St. Peter keep the pearly gates? A pearl you associate with an oyster. Phonically speaking, oyster is I star. R-I star cut.
Yeah, that connects.
It does. It connects in a
No,
beautiful
it
way.
doesn't at all. I was joking.
It does. You know before, excuse me, Jeremy, you might know lots of things. You didn't know where to be or not to be came from. But when Alice received her crown from Alice Through the Looking Glass, from the White Queen, she had a riddle to solve, first of all. And the answer to the riddle wasn't given. This is Through the Looking Glass. But we were, you know, what do you call it? Encouraged. We were encouraged to provide the answer. Well, the answer is actually oyster. The answer to the final riddle, before Alice received her crown, to the riddle that the White Queen placed, was oyster. So that's another connection as well, isn't it?
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Fucking connection, dude. You know that
before Alice met the White Queen, she met Humpty Dumpty. Tell me about Humpty Dumpty.
No.
Yeah, you can't.
You know that Lewis Carroll, he was a mathematician, though. You know that?
Yes, I do. And he was the first one to come up with that if you were to drill a hole through the ball Earth, doesn't matter what angle, you don't have to go to the center, then it would take 42 minutes to fall through. I'm the first one to come up with the ultimate answer, or the ultimate question to the ultimate answer of life, the universe, and everything, which is given us 42. The ultimate question is what you get when you divide 0 by 1. And do you know what connects us both? Me and Alice.
You get
Not Alice.
zero,
Ian.
dude.
Hang on, please. Do you know what connects us both? Me and Lewis Carl. Je suis Dodo. He was also Charles
Pete,
Dodo.
one thing at a fucking time, dude. There's nothing to
Shut up,
respond
man.
to
I
when
was
you're
finished
done
my point
talking because you
there.
make so
I was
many
finished my
points and
point.
ask so many
I
questions.
was finished a brilliant
You
point.
make a point,
You
ask
came
a
in.
question. Make
But
a
I'm
point,
glad I
ask a
finished it before
question.
you came in.
You do this like 5 times throughout the course of your statement. No one even knows what to say after. Dude, I don't even know about the Dodo thing, but the Alice in Wonderland thing. There's definitely some rabbit holes with that shit.
Yeah, Lewis Carroll was a mathematician. He had a bunch of riddles and all this type of shit.
Yes, but
Does
that's
he have
what
a
I was
book? Doesn't
talking
he have a
to
book of
more.
riddles,
Hang on,
Pete?
please. I was talking to Kosho more than Jeremy. Jeremy hasn't a clue. Kosho has every clue.
I mean, I agree with that.
Ojo's peoples were probably in on it. That's why he knows what's up.
That's why he's paying so much attention.
One way or the other, ain't it, Kosho?
That's
It's
why
true.
New Perspective
That's
is
true,
making a
dude.
joke
But
about Pete Shea, right?
don't need to bring me in on that, dude. I mean, it's almost a fact, in my opinion, that those are the real culprits. You know,
Little Sean
We're
G in the
taking
house.
notes.
Sean, I made a big joke about you earlier. There was Lewis came in here going on some real estate rant. This is going to be his new scheme. He's like, yeah, you got to buy this type of properties. And you were in here. I'm like, bro, what you got to get is fucking airport hangars. That's the move to fucking rent out right there.
why are you gonna get airport hangars?
I was just fucking gonna fuck with Sean because he was in here earlier. He left though right away. I don't know. He came in and left.
What is
I was
Sean?
just trying to get Lewis off this fucking real estate rant he was on.
He's always trying to make a buck.
Pete, save it for the 9/11 event we're having soon. All right.
I want to see this thing about the Lewis Carroll. I'm trying to see if that's true. The if you make a hole through Earth, it takes 42 seconds to fall.
Would
through.
you even fall? You wouldn't even fall to the surface on the
42
other
minutes,
side. If it,
42 minutes, I said. 42 minutes.
to do what? 42 minutes to do what? Fall to the center?
Oh, Jeremy, you're not listening. Already said. You're like Kosho's slow brother or something like that.
Where are you falling to, Pete? The center or what?
Oh, I just said it doesn't matter what section you cut.
You mean
through the
doesn't
earth.
matter?
It doesn't have to go through the center. It will take you still 42 minutes to fall through. That's what Alice.
To the center or until you
Walter,
stabled out? Like
Charles
what?
Dodo Dodge and Lewis Carl determined.
After 42 minutes, where are you going to be?
You're going to get to the other side.
Where is your body going to be after 42 minutes of falling?
It depends on where you cut the section through. So imagine an orange and sticking a big needle through an orange. You can stick it through the center. It will take you 40 minutes. You can stick it through the peripheral. It will still take you 42 minutes to fall through. Do you understand that?
I said 42 seconds before.
I said 42 minutes. Go back and listen.
All right.
And the fact is that Je suis Dodo, Charles Dodo Dodgson, he was literally named Dodo because he was said to have a stammer. I didn't say that. I didn't know that when I said Je suis Dodo in my own name. I found it out later.
Has anyone ever died?
He has also said in all of the menagerie he created that the dodo was his favorite figure. And it's most peculiar because the dodo plays such a minor part in a sense. But there's more to that story again. That's about level 2. There's about 10 levels. What about the omitted? What about the discarded chapter? It just slips in, funnily enough, after the dodo, after Alice meets the White Knight, and just before she receives her crown, which is called a wasp in a wig.
Pete, did the Queen die? Did the Queen of England die recently?
No.
Is Elvis Presley dead?
No.
No?
David Bowie isn't. Michael Jackson isn't dead. David Bowie isn't dead. Amy Winehouse.
Can you name anyone who's died ever?
Yeah, your great grandmother.
How do you know Jackson's dead? You know Michael Jackson's dead.
No, he's not dead. He returned as the
Then
Five
you say he
Alive
was
Dodo.
dead.
No, he returned as the Five Alive Dodo. Everyone knows he is dead, but he's not dead. He returned as the Five Alive Dodo.
I was
You
quick.
never heard me saying
He
that
is dead, but he's
before.
not dead.
Just told you someone who was dead. My father is dead. You don't know anything about
Yeah, but
Michael
Pete,
Jackson.
anyone in the public figure, anyone in the is Betty White dead? Like somebody everyone knew. Did anyone that everyone know? Are they dead? Is there anyone?
Hey, I got to come in and back up Pete a little bit here. Maybe not quite the way that he's saying. Like, I don't think Michael Jackson's the Five Alive dodo necessarily, and I'm not sure exactly what that means. But I don't think he died when they told us he died, and that's pretty evident if you look into it. I can show you. I can show you where Elvis is. I can show you where Elvis seems to be. If I had to bet all my money in one way or the other, I would bet this guy's Elvis. It's Bob Joyce.
Pastor Bob.
Pastor Bob Joyce. It seems like that's if anybody is Elvis, that's got to be Elvis, and he doesn't try to say he is, but it's got to be him, right? It's him. I mean, it's right.
Yeah,
It's
definitely.
funny because people often go to, did Elvis die? As if like, if you think Elvis isn't dead, then you're stupid. When this is like the one that's like most evident, it seems. You guys ever looked into that, Pastor Bob Joyce?
I feel
Yeah,
you
but
just
Dave,
name
that's
me
the
one
problem, that
famous
it's too
person
obvious,
that's ever
Dave.
that's
So there must
ever.
be more to the story because it's too
All right.
obvious, right?
Well, we can't ever
Can you
know
hear
for
what-
sure,
can you
Jeremy, is the point. We can't know for sure whether they died or not necessarily. But yeah, Betty White's probably dead. She was that old. But if anything's
I'm
used
checking
as
with
like a
Pete.
way of like creating attention, you have to doubt it, just because everything's shown to us is pretty much fake.
Yeah, relax, bro. I'm just checking with Pete to see if anyone famous that that's been in the public eye, if they've ever died.
But that sounds like you're trying to say that like because if he were to say that nobody ever died that was in the public arena, that it would prove that he's wrong about everything else or something like, I don't think he's taking it to that extreme.
Yeah, people do die.
I don't know. I don't know what extreme Pete's willing to take it at this point.
Have you ever looked at I've posted these before, Jeremy. Have you ever looked at the Pastor Bob Joyce stuff?
Yeah, that's pretty good, isn't it?
No, I ain't really worried if Elvis is alive or not. That shit's like.
But it's
people
interesting if he
faking
is.
their death. People faking
Well,
their
if
death. I mean, people do that all the time.
Yeah. So why is it so surprising that Michael Jackson or Elvis or any of these people might have done that?
It's not if Pete was like, oh, I think this guy did it and this guy did, but he thinks everyone did it. Michael
No, I don't
Jackson,
think that's the straw
Biggie
man.
Smalls, Tupac, everyone at 9/11.
Biggie's. I think Biggie's alive for sure. Biggie's in the group of
I'm
Jurassic
just
5.
saying.
It seems like.
And see, Jeremy becomes then the new co-show. Jeremy is the flat earth co-show.
Yeah, it sounds like you're doubting it in a way of a baller would doubt flat Earth. Sort of.
It just seems very strange that every time someone comes up that supposedly is dead, Pete always says they've never died. Like,
Jeremy,
can you
were
think
in the
of anyone?
conspiracy world since the 90s, right, Jeremy?
Can you think of anyone famous who's been in a public figure has died and they actually are dead, Pete?
Bob Hope is dead at this stage. He has to be.
Who?
Yeah, Bob Hope.
Think Bob Hope is dead? Okay.
Definitely dead. Charlie Chaplin is dead. Oliver Hardy is dead. Stan Laurel, Buster Keating is dead.
Okay, why do you think all these people are dead? Why do you think all these people are dead, Pete? Just curious.
Buster Keaton was in movies in the fucking 1900s, in the 1910s.
I'm just curious why you think these people are dead, though.
I know they existed, and I know that in my own brain, I can no longer exist right now because I've seen them at the early days, and I've seen them at the later decrepit days. So they can't exist right now.
But Queen Elizabeth can.
Yeah, but she died 911 days after COVID was announced as a pandemic in the US. So
I guess she actually died a while back. They're just giving that date as the new. Yeah.
Well, here we go. We'll set up a debate between you guys over if she died a while back or.
Well, who knows? It's all speculation, obviously. Who can know for sure? We don't have like direct information, right? Except for what they're telling us.
She could have died beforehand, but she also could still be alive. But the date she was chosen to die is definitely chosen. Outside
Seems
of
like it.
that,
Yeah, it's a weird thing.
I think she's still alive. 96 is not too. Her mother lived till 102 or something. I don't care. It doesn't even matter though. I think it's a symbolic changing of the guard. I'm the king of Era. I don't give a fuck if you respect me or not for it. If you don't respect me for it, then you don't respect yourself. That's what I would say. The queen is only a steward. We're only holding the place until we come to realize who we really are. This new setting. Who are you, Jeremy, in this new setting? I'm Jeremy.
What new setting? We've been here for a minute.
Flat Earth. You haven't even told your children about Flat Earth as far as your own words are concerned.
I've told some of them.
Okay, that's good. But at least you're not going to send them to school to be told and be indoctrinated within a lie and not have your own influence.
Oh no, they're getting their full indoctrination. They go to school.
Yeah, but at least that's what I'm saying. At least you're not sending them to school and without giving them an opposing story, which is the point of view of the father who sends them to school.
Hey, Jeremy, you know what's crazy about the Elvis thing? I just posted the video of him singing with his son, and his son is an Elvis impersonator. And like the son's singing, and like, you know, he's trying to do his best. He's not that good a singer, actually. But then the dad comes in to sing along with it, right? And everyone, it seems like a lot of people in the room know that he's Elvis because they start cheering as soon as he sings.
What's up? I know. I didn't see the thing you posted. Super
It's a
busy.
video I just posted. No, whenever you get a chance, check it out. Want me to send it to you? Michael Jackson, a lot of people had control of his money, I guess, a mobster kind of guy. If you look into it, like he was pretty much like at a standstill with his money and, you know, some threats, as well as, you know, the whole thing about being sued about some of the fiddling he may or may not have done with some kids. They were never going to leave him alone about that.
Fiddling? Are you sure he fiddled with them?
1 second.
I'm not sure about anything.
I think he might have diddled them, huh?
Hey, 1 second, Dave. Who did Elvis's daughter marry? Jeremy, do you know who Elvis's daughter
And Michael
married?
Jackson.
Now, there we go. We have a changing of the guard. Michael Jackson also took over the
The king of rock and roll, the Prince Pop.
Excuse me, Michael Jackson also took over the past repertoire of the Beatles, right? He brought up so there's a direct connection. If there's a greater story, a thread being laid down for us, can we make these connections? Jeremy seems to be, again, it's a version of you, Kosho. It's a sort of a guardrailer, as IPS calls it.
Joko, a combination of Jeremy and Kosho. Is that what you said, Joko?
Yeah.
My name is Jeremy.
Actually, let's hang on. Hey, Dave, let's see who can come up with the best variation, portmanteau of Jeremy and Kosho. Yeah, no, you don't have to do it immediately. I'm going for a smoke as well out the front window.
How about Josho? Josho. Josho. Hey, Josho. The thing about one of the funniest ones is Prince. Prince, like his last tweet to his fans was, "I've transformed," right? Then he dies in an elevator, right? Like that would that would just happen. Like he dies in an elevator, and he happens to write a song singing, I'm not gonna let the elevator take me down, and it just happens that he dies in an elevator, right? And then his sister, who was supposedly a crackhead, comes out of nowhere and starts singing, right? There's no picture of them together. Now, he might have had a sister with that name, and there may be another woman that is that Taika person, but it's just strange that there's no pictures of them you can see together. She comes out, all of a sudden starts singing, and at his memorial, there's a clip where you can hear her singing and then talking afterwards, and it's Prince. There's no way it's not Prince. She inherits all his money. None of the brothers and sisters get any money, right? So like, why is this crackhead sister that you don't even see a picture of Prince with all of a sudden getting all of his money and his mansion and everything? So it's like he gave it to himself in a way. And then she comes out with an album called A Brand New Me. Right? So like he just became a woman. or he either actually had some kind of operation, or he's just playing her with a fat suit on. But it's so obviously him when you look at it, in my opinion.
We got anything good or what? Nate, you want to debate?
Prince becoming his sister is not good. That's not interesting at all.
Oh, you think he had a gender? I kind of zoned out on you. You think he had a gender operation into a woman, and that
Maybe, or he's just wearing a fat suit. He's either just a man still, or he had some kind of like hormonal thing going on, or some kind of estrogen pump, or
I don't know,
but he
maybe.
got a
I mean,
fat
you could
suit
check
on.
it. You could
You
check
don't
and
think
find out.
that's like deep or like interesting, Jeremy?
I don't know. It's not really my thing.
If it's true, that's pretty interesting, I imagine.
I mean, people fake their deaths
But
and become other people.
how likely is that to be true, Dave? Like, why do you? I mean, why do you
There's a lot
think
of
it's
weird
something
shit going on in the
we're
world.
talking
How do you
about
say
or
anything's
taking
likely or unlikely?
serious?
I
How do you
picture the
say
most
anything's
likely.
likely or unlikely in Yolanda,
That's
right?
not an
They
answer.
faked
That's not an
9/11. They faked
I
9/11. How likely is it that everyone believed that 9/11 was what they
That's
told us?
not an
It
answer to
actually
the
isn't,
question.
right?
Just because 9/11 was fake doesn't
Okay.
mean that has no effect on the chances of Prince being his sister. You know,
Sure it
like
does.
The
It's
there's
just
most
no
that
the most
the
connection.
likeliest scenario.
world
My bad.
stage. It's the world stage, bro.
Hold on,
There's
let me
no
get in real
connection
quick.
between the two.
Yeah, real
Sorry,
quick.
Joe.
The most likeliest scenario is somebody kills themselves and then or fakes their death and then lays on a low, right? On an island somewhere or an apartment they never leave or something. Like, I don't think that they would get back into the public where everyone can see them again. I mean, I guess
Yeah,
that would
but
be the best place to hide in plain sight. I don't know.
Yeah, that's the dumbest flat Earth fucking argument.
yeah,
Is
Hidden in
best
plain
place to
sight,
hide is
though.
in plain sight.
this is Dave's logic, though. Dave's logic is this is a possibility and something we should take seriously because 9/11 was faked. Like I don't see the
No, that's a total
connection
straw
between
man
the
of my
two.
logic.
That's
I think there's
exactly
some
what
things that
you
are
just
true and some
said.
things that aren't true.
That's
No,
what
it's not.
you just said, Dave.
Not.
You literally
No,
said that.
I was saying that the likelihood of things that are crazy sounding goes out the window when you know that we're being presented with a fake version of reality in all kinds of other circumstances. So it's
Exactly.
possible as far as the likelihood
And
goes. This doesn't mean
and
because
the
9/11 was
example
fake
you
that
gave
every death is
was
fake.
9/11. Thank you. So that's
No,
exactly
you're
what
trying
you
to
said.
strawman it, saying that my
I
logic is
didn't
because 9/11 is
strawman
fake.
it.
That therefore all these other things are also fake.
That's
It's not
what
a
you
direct
said,
correlation.
Dave.
No, that's
That's
your
what you
interpretation.
said.
I'm clarifying, just like you would need to clarify each and
But
every
when you
detail
repeated
with
it,
any of
you
these
just
events being
referenced
either
Hold
true or
on,
9/11.
not
guys.
true.
Hold on. Too many people talking at once. I feel like I need to set up a debate for you guys so you guys can hash this out.
I don't want to. I don't want
In
to
an
debate
event.
Dave on this.
Yeah,
You
you
scared? All
shouldn't
right. If
because
you're
you'd
scared,
lose.
it's fine.
Yeah, I'll
I
definitely
just
lose. I'll get my
admit
ass
that it's a
kicked.
straw man. I did not make that direct connection saying that just
Yeah.
because 9/11 was fake, everything else is fake. I said the likelihood of other things being fake seems to be more open to that possibility. You said, how probable is it, right? How do you know what's probable these days? That's all I'm saying.
Exactly. That's what I said, Dave. I said you were saying the likelihood of Prince being a woman. It's a possibility because 9/11 was fake. Those were your words,
I
man.
said it's
I'm
yeah.
quoting you.
That's a better way of stating it. But you said it before as
That's
if
what I
like
said the first
9/11,
time.
therefore this. No, you made it a little bit more like I'm saying. My
No,
logic is just because 9/11's this way, that means everything else has to be this way.
you're just being weird, bro. And
I'm
I'm
just
not going to
clarifying.
debate you on
Details
this
are
because
important.
you think Prince and Justin or The Weeknd and Justin Bieber are the same person.
I said this
Like,
might be. I actually was
but
telling you a
why is
story
that a
about
possibility?
because when you look into the details of these things, there's things that give you the hints. But if you just assume one way or another without looking into it, then you're never going to know, right?
Is it possible there's aliens in Jeremy's ass? Like
Right. See, that's the straw man that you want to go to. Like, just
If I
because
look
Elvis
in,
might be alive,
into the
then Jeremy
details
must
of
have
it,
aliens in his ass. And so
how
that
is
kind
that
of
a
thing is
straw man?
never going to get you anywhere.
I'm asking you a question. How is that a straw man?
No, it's a way of
It's just a
discounting what I'm
question.
saying because
I'm
of the
sorry. Go ahead.
because of the ridiculous scenario of Jeremy's ass
No.
having aliens. It's just as ridiculous as what I'm
That's the
saying, what you're trying
question.
to do.
Could you answer my question though? Is there a chance Jeremy has aliens in his ass?
Depends on what you define as aliens, I guess.
Does it?
Yeah.
Does it really?
You could have some kind of you could have some kind of like creepy crawlers in there that are aliens to his body. They're foreigners to his body, right? Who knows?
All right, man. Never
Possible in
mind.
that way.
That's not bad.
But that's kind of gross, you know? Why are we going up to Jeremy's ass all of a sudden? So gay.
Yeah, that's a dirty area to go. Hey, new perspective. Have you thought about the best portmanteau between Jeremy and Kosho? Didn't hear it.
What did you say to me?
I don't know.
I thought about it.
What
But
do you got
put it
one?
in
You got one?
I
Carry
got a
me.
great one.
Give a better one.
I got a great one.
My
All right.
name is Jeremy.
Kosho is first and Jeremy second. So it is Kermit the Flogger. Yeah, brilliant.
I said
Love
carry
it.
me. I beat you to it.
Oh,
Carry
did
me the
you?
flogger.
Kermit. It says like a take on Kermit the Frog.
Oh,
It's
I got you.
Kermit the Flogger. Okay.
I got you.
This one. Everything Jeremy is selling, Kosho buys, and vice versa. They're like a sort of a twin arrangement. It's like the two binary stars of Sirius in a sense. And don't get me talking about Sirius and 9/11. You see, in my discussion with 9/11, I want to talk about Sirius and 9/11. Definitely, but lose everyone. Lose everyone. I think the Truman.
I was
Truman
told by
Show,
you,
right?
Pete, not to get you talking about 9/11 in Sirius. So
I know that, but what's the point then? What's the point of me engaging? Why don't I just try write a song, Kosher, or maybe go over and get some credit for my phone and send a few embarrassing text messages where my mind rests in terms of people I can't talk to. Just go, oh fuck it. Why did you do that tomorrow morning?
I'm not forcing you to do that.
Not saying that, but what else? What do you do? What's the point of being here then, Kosher?
We
What
can
question
we
you
can
working
chat,
on?
Pete. Check this out, man. This is valuable. This back and forth is valuable if we're communicating with each other and you're responding to what I say and I'm responding to what you say,
I
and
agree.
you're following up on what I said with something that is related to it. Okay, but Sirius and 9/11, what is that? And you said specifically not to let you talk about that.
No, but you have to know because I mentioned it before. It's not stuff coming from me as well, but it is a pertinent thing. How long is it from 9/11 to December 31st? Can you tell me? Just off the top of your head, your quick brain calculation.
A little bit quick, not that quick, but I'd say 3 months and 20 days.
It's
About
110
140 days.
110 days. Each twin tower, 110 floors. I asked the question as a riddle in a sense: is what 55? Is yeah? Hang on.
Math doesn't work, Pete. It's not 110 days. Is it?
Oh, here's my question: is 110 and 110 220, or is it 55? That's my question. Oh, that's not even mine. I didn't phrase that riddle properly, but yeah, that's you have the bones of it there. What is it? If you actually just to align that with another riddle, if you take 3 of the same kind and you make 6 of the same kind, do you multiply or do you divide?
We've done this before, Pete.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I already said that before you
Yeah, but
said
you're
that.
wrong about this, Pete.
For me.
Ask the question again. If you have 6 and you make what? Say it again.
If you have 6 of the same kind, if you have 3 of the same kind, and you make 6 of the same kind, do you multiply or divide?
Yeah, you're gonna say you divide by 2.
You divide. You always have to divide a thing.
Yeah, but you
because you have the
don't.
thing. In mathematics, you multiply.
Yeah, you multiply. That's actually what you do. You don't divide by 2, Pete.
So when we were told to go forth and multiply, were we actually going forth and dividing?
Oh.
Isn't that what happens when you multiply? When you release something of yourself into your opposing aspect, and then something comes into being from that. So don't we actually divide? When we think we're multiplying, we're actually dividing.
Actually, yeah, if a cell divides, it's multiplying. But no, it's not. It's not
Yeah, but
dividing.
what's the beginning? That's the whole point. What's the beginning and the end? Is God a thing? Is there anything outside of the thing in your reality? This is the whole thing about the heliocentric thing. Everything is materially based. What does science not deal in? Anything immaterial. They don't deny it. Just don't
You
deal
got
with
this,
it.
Kosha.
Oh. Peter, I already talked to you about this, bro.
I know, man. I know. I'm tired myself, but.
Pete, you can find a happy medium, Pete. It doesn't
I
have to
don't know.
be
Though.
all
That's
or
why I
nothing.
asked you. That's why I did ask you that. What am I doing here in my time? Should I not be pursuing other?
Yeah, but Pete, that's what I'm saying. We can have a flowing conversation. You don't have to let it all out. It seems like you have so much to say, Pete, and you want to share all of it. But sometimes you got to know when you're supposed to be sharing what, right?
Yeah, I get you now.
You'll stop in the middle of an explanation to start.
Gotta know when to hold 'em, know when to fold 'em, know when to walk away, know when to run.
What
You
the
better
fuck?
count your money.
All right. Okay.
So you end up breaking out into a song, Pete? That's how you react to what Coach said?
Dude, listen, that was actually fucking classic, though. It was perfect timing, too. So don't hate. Don't fucking hate on the
Yeah,
dodo.
nice one. Thank you, Matrix.
She was hilarious. That shit was hilarious, Dodo. You whooped out that guitar. It was almost like you scripted the whole conversation just for you to whip out that guitar, bro. The timing was fucking perfect.
That was completely. My guitar is on the bed next to me here. So yeah, it was just completely in time, and it was something that occurred to me to sing impromptu.
Kenny Rogers is awesome, and Crocodile Dundee is a great movie.
I hear he's a national treasure.
So have you guys heard that in 2 years' time we'll be able to ride balloons into space?
Is that reality? It is.
Yeah, it's going to cost apparently like 125 grand.
I was showing that to them in the other room. Yeah, this challenge. I was showing them this challenge in the other room. There's a challenge. What's it called? The something beat the universe, or what's it called? Hack the Galaxy. That's what it's called. The Hack the Galaxy challenge. They have all these puzzles, and they're gonna give 3 people a free ticket.
That's like the fucking Branson.
That's
It's like the people who bought the Virgin Atlantic tickets years ago, 100 grand or something. They got nothing for it for years and years and years, and then there's always a promise, a future promise. On Show, you don't buy a bit of this stuff, man. This is all fucking carrot at the end of a stick.
But like, what are you gonna do, Pete, if in 2 years' time people are taking balloons to space? Like, are you gonna retract all your?
I swear to you, Shirality, my brother says that to me. I haven't spoken to Andrew in a while, but he says, "What are you gonna do what would you do if you went up in a rocket and you saw the Earth as a ball?" This is his argument against me. I'm going, but babe, I will look. If I did that, if that circumstance arose, and I did that, I would tell the world. I would give you my direct experiences. I would tell you. But he thinks because everyone's already done that, it's only waiting for me to go up and do that, experience it, because he believes the official story. So therefore, I'm a liar. I'm a liar. That's all there is to it. I'm gone. Something's happened to me.
I'm gonna get you a ticket on this balloon, Pete. I'm gonna do that for you.
You don't need to do anything. I mean, you talk about a
If I
balloon to
got you a
space.
ticket, would you go?
Of course I would.
All right, cool. I'm
Of course I
gonna
would.
get you.
I don't know where I'll be in 2 years, but of course I would, and
Stay
I will
alive.
bring.
Make sure you's alive, and I'm gonna get you a ticket. All right.
I will. Of course, I would bring my own. Well, any equipment I could to film the event, but I would bring back my own testimony, especially to
Well,
myself.
Yeah,
when is
definitely.
this event available?
In 2 years' time, 2024.
Okay, I'll make a bet right now. It doesn't happen in 2 years, and you definitely don't get Pete a ticket. I know you're just being facetious, but I
No,
don't know why
I'm
you.
being serious. I'm gonna do it. Yeah,
Okay,
I'm
then
obviously
then
I
I'll
can't
take the bet.
guarantee. I can't guarantee that I'll get Pete the ticket, but I'm gonna try everything within my power.
So no bet.
I
I
go
mean,
out.
Hey
No, I don't
Nate,
wanna.
hey
I
Nate,
don't
what do
wanna.
you think?
2 years.
Hey Nate, what do you think the likelihood of the aliens in Jeremy's ass crawling up to his brain and convincing him that because you think that in 2 years people can go to space in balloons, that must mean we're on a spinning ball? What do you think the likelihood of that is?
You buy me a ticket for an alien craft up
What do
Jeremy's
you say,
arse.
Dave?
But Nate can offer something solid.
I said, Nate, what's the likelihood of the aliens in Jeremy's ass crawling up to his brain and convincing him that because there's this thing about balloons going to space that we must be on a spinning ball?
I don't think that's very likely.
Plausible, but it might be plausible within the next couple of years.
Balloons
In
can't
my
even
mind,
hold.
it's just as likely that people go to space on balloons in 2 years.
Balloons can't
Yeah.
even hold satellites up in the air and be controlled, but they're going to take humans to space in 2 years.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sad state of mind that y'all fight against balloons holding satellites up in the sky, but are going to take humans to space. Define space.
Past the common line.
KR man, yeah, KR man.
So, right, if they're going to take humans in 2 years, you don't think they have anything attached to balloons right now past the Kármán line? They're just going to willy nilly send balloons up. Say
I'm
again?
sure they do. I'm sure they have weather balloons out there that are past the common line.
Weather balloons up past 80 miles up.
You want a coffee?
I'm sure they do. Yeah. But anyway, Dave,
Sure
to go back
they
to what
do.
you were saying.
New York.
Yes, Rocky. I'm sure they do.
Congrats.
All right. So Dave, to go back.
Any skepticism, naturality, where you're a great mind you have. You're entered into conspiracy arena, you speak a lot. Have you any skepticism to express on any official story that's told anywhere ever?
Yeah. I think the CIA murdered Bob Marley. You know, they all conspiracies that I do believe
with
in.
the old fucking boot, the
you know?
cancer nail
But
in the boot. Yeah.
come on, man. You asked me a question. I'm trying to
Okay,
answer.
go on.
Like, yeah. But I think as a skeptic, you should be sure to question all sides. To just decide that because one side lied one time, they always lying, and because they always lying, there's no need to question whatever the other side says on things. That isn't being a skeptic. Now, I do want to go back to what.
But before you go back there, what have you considered then beyond the sort of official conspiracy story that Bob Marley was an inserted character into the environment he was in, very sort of mysterious origins he has. But have you considered that his death was faked? It was.
No, I think he's really dead. I don't think his death
So the
was fake.
CIA put a cancer-ridden nail into his boot, and they gave him a pair of boots, and he walked around in the boots, and his toe was stubbed by the cancer-ridden nail, and that was the end of him. That's the end of your inquiry. This is your dichotomous thinking. So we have the official story, then we have the official conspiracy story. Nothing beyond. Fair enough, bud. Fair enough.
Yeah. And instead of asking me how I think he might have died, tell me what I think, Pete.
Yes, I do tell you because I know you're lying to me. You always lie to me, always on everything.
Right.
Tell me what happened in 9/11 as a New Yorker.
Yeah, cool. I mean, if you think I'm lying, like why
you're
engage
lying.
with me?
No, you're lying.
Yeah, if you know I'm lying, why do you engage with me?
Because you claim to be, do you claim to tell the truth?
Yeah, I
Okay,
can tell
thank
the
you.
truth as far as I know it to be true.
Okay, thank you.
But why
So,
engage with me if you know if you like know I'm lying? What's the
because
point in
this is a public forum, and I like you, bud, but at the same time, I know that you're playing a part, or at least I think I do, and I'm entitled to express my truth in the moment. But if I was to ask you questions, would you be free to answer? And what happened in 9/11? Do you think I'm ridiculous and completely insulting for saying that no one died in 9/11? There was no plane crashes. It was all a pre-contrived
I think that is insulting, Pete,
after
because
from the
I know
start.
people who lost family in 9/11. I know people whose dads I grew up with, and now they're not here anymore.
Yeah,
You
but
know,
there's a reason they're
I
not
was
here.
at their dad's funerals. Like I saw their dads in the caskets. You know, so I do think it's a bit insulting. But if that's what you believe happened, that's cool, Pete. Like
Okay, so
I'm
just
not
like we
really
have an official,
I'm not
just,
really that
excuse me,
interested in trying to
thank you.
convince you
Just like we
otherwise.
have
You
an
know?
official 9/11 story now, our not just like we have an official Bob Marley death story. Now we have a conspiracy story. So, have you looked into the opposing side?
Yeah, I've looked into all sides of what happened to Bob Marley, and I've come to my own
Oh,
conclusions on
9/11 I'm talking about.
on
9/11.
9/11. I've looked at what's available, and I'm not sure what happened, Pete. You know, I haven't come to any
But
conclusions on
you've seen
9/11.
people's fathers dead in a coffin, and you didn't take
Yes,
the
I
time to
definitely
look
know
into.
people died
Took
in
the time to
9/11.
look into the CIA killing
That's
Bob Marley
what
with
I.
a fucking cancer-ridden
Yeah,
name.
hang on, Pete. Hang on, hang on.
Yeah.
I definitely know people died in 9/11. Whether they died due to what the media told us actually happened or if it was something else, I don't know. But to sit here and say no one died and the whole thing was just a fucking stage play, that is a
Well,
bit insulting, Pete.
okay, fair enough. But how did you see the father of a friend or a
Because I
known?
went to the funeral. I
One
told you.
second,
I saw
please.
him
One second. I
in the
wasn't
casket.
finished yet. How did you see the body of the man itself when the biggest body part found from the 9/11 rubble was a DNA identified part? How did you see a body?
Because there were people that died walking on the sidewalk, Pete. I'm not saying that his dad was on the plane. His father
So everything
wasn't
on the
on the plane.
sidewalk beneath the Twin Towers, the whole place was
Yes,
crushed.
when it collapsed, there were people walking on the sidewalk that got buried under
But none of the
the
body
collapsed
parts were,
rubble. You know.
no bodies were found. The biggest human identifier was on the microscopic level, the DNA level. That's why you had to put in your DNA samples to identify whatever was found. It wasn't a body. There was no bodies found in
Yeah,
9/11.
there were no bodies found from the passengers on the plane. I've heard that. I find it
There's
hard
no
to
bodies
believe,
found at all,
but I
bud.
have heard that.
There's no
But
bodies
people
found at
walking on
all.
the sidewalk, you know, people that were close to ground zero, their bodies have been identified. Like
No, they
that's just
weren't. They
silly.
were crushed beneath thousands
Yes,
and
they
thousands of
were.
millions of tons of rubble.
Whatever,
Wrong,
Pete.
man. You're wrong.
Whatever, bro.
Actually,
You
first
understand
victim
that
of
you're just
9/11 was
saying
Father
words
Michael
and you don't
Judge.
even have anything
Type in
behind
Father
it, right?
Michael Judge into
And
your
people
internet
come
and
up with
tell me
like
that that
things
man is
that
real.
say
So
like
what I'm
they know
reading,
people, and you just bullshit it, and you
Yeah,
just
see,
say
there you
shit
go.
out
yeah,
of your mouth.
yeah,
There you go,
that's just
Very
not true.
offensive.
That no bodies were identified. Over 27 people were identified.
No, I'm talking about. You said
No,
you
you don't
saw
know what you're talking about. Stop saying
Father.
no.
You said,
Doesn't
so
even make
here we
sense when you
have
say
once
no.
again. So here we
Yeah,
have
like
Sean G. The tall earther
what you
from
were
flat
saying right
earther
now,
from
Pete,
tall earther.
literally isn't true, and that's the problem. You just spout out
Father
these
Michael
things,
Judge.
Yeah, you're
Father
just
and
Michael
saying
then
Judge was
words. That's
victim
it. And you
yeah,
9/11.
and
know,
then
and then
when
you think it's
people
right.
ask how you know this
See,
to be
once again,
true, you go off into this little song and dance about Alice through the looking glass and
there
Aristarchus
you go. Once again,
and the
Pointless crap.
dodo.
so you become
Yeah.
belligerent when I question you on the basic claims that you make. That you saw the father of
I'm
a
not
dead
No,
becoming
dead friend.
belligerent, Pete.
you you
I
avoid
find it
answering
silly
questions that
when
So
you
you
make
saw
the
him in the coffin.
claim
Did he?
that
How did he
no
look?
bodies
How did he
were
look? How did he look
identified.
after a million-ton building fell out on
yeah.
top of his
See how you don't even listen to him, Pete. That's how everyone knows
No, no,
you're
no.
just
I
ranting
understand whose
bullshit.
belligerence here.
No,
So
you don't
how
understand
did
it
he
because
look
we're
after
asking
a
you
million
to
tons
explain it, and you just say more
steel and
bullshit.
concrete fell on his face?
Yeah. So Pete,
You
it's
see,
it's
anyone
not that I
listening,
don't
hey
mind you.
Dave,
All right, Pete,
see
you
how
stop
easy it is
talking.
for me
You
to
you
defeat
literally
any of
stopped
these
talking. So I thought that was my chance to like talk. So I just find it
Maybe
silly
your friend's dad
when
was
you.
hit by a
Oh,
stolen
come on,
passport.
man, Pete. Let me just say my piece, please. I just find it silly when you make claims like no bodies at all were identified. What is that based on? Where's that coming from?
It's just him.
After the once again, Father Michael Judge was victim number one. I dare anyone to go and look in the
Christ.
pictures of Father Michael Judge being rescued. But anyway, yes, there was no after everything collapsed. If your friend's father was walking on the street sidewalk and then all the buildings collapsed, then he was crushed underneath that amount of rubble. There was no open coffin. When you claim to have seen the father in the coffin,
What?
I was holding you to that.
What the
If
fuck,
he
dude?
was, if excuse me, if he, the biggest remains that were said to be found were DNA-sized remains.
Pete, do you really think that you need to have it
Or there might have
have
been
a
bone. There might have been
body
a
to actually
bone found.
to
There
grieve
might have
over
been a bone
somebody and have a
found in
funeral,
the
you
top of a
dumbass?
building for at some stage. But ultimately, that is the
Yeah.
greater story.
Ignore the reality of questions so you can
Oh,
just
Sean,
rant
now,
on
so
some
you've come
more.
back on. So, Sean, you used to be a flat earther, then
Yeah,
you
it
come
doesn't
back to
matter,
a
Pete.
tall
Go back to
earther.
continue
I'm
on to the
guessing
conversation
you
we're
used
having.
to be a
We don't need to do
conspiracy
that again.
9/11 guy, but then you went back to being an
No, I didn't.
official.
I had no, I didn't. You don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. Just like you don't know what you're talking about with the people
Passionate
that
20
died
years
there.
ago.
Hey, Jeremy. You there, bud?
Carry me, the flogger.
Jeremy, you there, bud? Never mind.
I think it's all pointless. Myself, Snack, and Geo, and Dave. I think it's all pointless.
Then why do you talk about it? And then everyone
Oh,
say
you
you're wrong,
just
and you
come
still
in with the
talk about
same
it.
objections. I already saw through you from day one. I
I don't.
saw
Yeah,
through
everyone sees through
duality
you,
from
Pete.
day
That's why
one.
everyone laughs at you about it. And then
But
when
I'm
they
not
ask you
playing the
questions, you
part, you
can't even be
see. I
taken
value my
seriously.
now. I
That's the
value my
problem you
now.
have.
So if I knew you were taking the piss out of me and lying
Yeah.
to me deliberately in life, I wouldn't talk to you.
Give Jeremy the space to talk.
I only got 1 second. Yeah. Who was calling me?
Hey, Jeremy. Did hold on, give me a
See, you guys ruined it with your bickering. We could have got this over with. Thanks a lot.
Did
Sean and Pete.
hold on, give me a second. I got a bunch of
I
background noise.
stopped talking. Shut up.
I don't even understand the point
All right,
of the
Jeremy,
hostility anymore.
Question. You there, Jeremy? Oh, Jeremy.
I think he had to leave.
He's looking out for his children or something, and now he comes back and he wanted you to answer him, and you didn't say anything.
Shut up, Pete.
No, no, I
I'll be
have
right
a
back.
background
Give me
noise.
1 second.
Jeremy, 1 second, 1 second, Jeremy.
Give me
What's a
1
quick
sec.
question?
Give me 1
Quick
second.
question. All right.
Come here, kiddo. Come here.
Silence again.
Shut up.
Yo, Sean G,
Very
bro.
important.
What's up with the
Hey,
hostility, bro?
How about what's up?
I know you better. You way better than
Yeah.
that, bro. Like, what's going on?
Okay, so
Hold on, Jay. Hold on.
Someone tried. Yeah, go ahead.
So,
Go ahead, guys. Go ahead.
Jeremy, did Nate ever answer your question
What question?
about the whether believing one thing over the other because of the with the Quran or believe his religious belief on the globe?
No, I gave him 4 to 5 business days on it.
He still haven't fortified
the.
Yeah, 4 to 5 business working days. I still got time.
Okay,
Come
we're
on,
on
let's
the
get some
weekend.
jammies
All right,
on,
so that'll be
kiddo.
Monday to Tuesday. So remember my Tuesday?
What do you think, Nate? Tuesday?
Yeah, I got you on Tuesday.
I bet. Tuesday.
All right, Matrix. What's
There
up,
we
man?
go. Back to the Sean G and Dodo bickering show.
I'm not
Go
even
ahead,
talking
guys.
to. I'm not even talking to Pete.
I'm just saying that you already know what it is with Pete. Like,
Yeah,
why lose your shit over it, bro?
Because it's frustrating listening to it, especially when because I have family that was there and they weren't in the chaos of it, but they saw it. They were able to get to it, And when you hear him talk about people, shut the fuck up, you stupid ass, fucking crazy lunatic.
They're ran towards the disaster.
It's extremely
Isn't that a
disrespectful.
little far? Why does Sean G get to get away with that?
Because that's exactly how he's acting.
No,
he
that's
acts like that.
ridiculous. You're a
No, it's
psycho
not.
for saying that. Yeah.
Okay, if you don't think he acts like that, and you don't think the things he says
If
is
you
that
don't think you're
disrespectful,
being a
fuck it then,
psycho
right?
by saying what you said, you're
No,
a
I don't
psycho.
think I'm being
Yeah,
psycho
bro,
at
you
all.
can't say that, Sean. Come on.
Yes, I can. I
Say
absolutely
you're
can.
sorry.
If you can sit here and say that no one died,
Say you're
I can say that
sorry.
no,
Maybe put him on
absolutely.
mute, Jeremy. I don't
Then,
know.
hey, kick me because I'm not going
Any
to say sorry. He
outburst
calls me
for
racist
something
names
like
all
that,
day.
anybody
I don't
else
care.
would then put on mute. But Sean G
But
gets a
you have little
pass.
freakouts all the time, and then you fucking freak out
I've
about
never done what you
Globers
just
being
did.
around.
I've never done what you just did.
Yeah, I've
Never.
heard you do it all the
In my
time.
That was
life.
uncalled
And I'll
No,
for.
do
you
it to
haven't.
Pete every day if he fucking
Hold on,
laughs
Rocky. I
and
got
sits
it.
there and
Lie.
jokes around and tells
That's a
other
lie.
people
I
that
got
didn't
it,
die.
Rocky. Sean, that was
You just
uncalled
lied.
for.
I don't care. Then kick me. I don't care. I'm
I'm
going to
not
say
gonna
the same
kick
thing
you.
about it to him.
I'm not gonna kick you.
That's how
Just
he acts.
don't call
And I'm going to
names,
treat him like that
please.
way.
Okay, just don't call names, please. If didn't your mother tell you if you don't have anything nice to say, don't say anything?
I
Then
think we
tell
can
that to
handle
Pete.
this in a
I think it's
rational way, right?
You're
I
right.
think
Matrix.
we can handle this. Hold on.
Yeah.
I think we can handle this in a rational way, so you won't have that emotion attached to it, right? So
I'll
let's
I'll
just say
talk to you about it.
hypothetically. All right. So let's just say hypothetically. In a hypothetical world, he's correct, right? The events didn't happen as people think, but something did happen, right? Your family could have been there, or your family's friends could have still been there because there still was an event happening, right? Even though it wasn't the actual event that's being promoted, something was happening. So it doesn't discredit the fact that your family or friends are witness something, right?
Yeah.
It has nothing to do with what Pete Shea is thinking of his mind, right? It could be possible without what he's saying.
Yeah.
So your sentiment that he's saying that your family witnessed some sort of, regardless of if it was a hoax or not, has nothing to do with Pete. You know what I'm saying? Pete is just, you understand what I'm saying? So the emotionalism, there's no need to have it.
Because how disrespectful he is, and he goes around talking about it like that and has nothing to back it. So it's just him being a dick about it.
I mean, you already know what it is. It's the internet, bro. It's conspiracies. You know what I'm saying? Unless you're in the room taking part of the conspiracy at the time it's happening, you pretty much can't prove anything. So all we can do is talk shit about it.
Yeah, but at the same time, I mean, Matrix, you're in that area. Do you think what he's saying is good, or it's fine to say?
I'm gonna tell you the truth, bro. At this point, if the world isn't a globe and we're not flying through space, bro, what is crazy? Can you define crazy?
That's the biggest lie.
Absolutely.
Anything else is capable of being a lie. Right, Matrix? Very good.
What's crazy? It's crazy to
between
suggest that
Matrix
there's nobody who
and
worked in the
you,
building.
you're an auto hoaxer.
What's crazy is to think that Sean G wasn't a fucking fake flat earther to begin with.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, oh no.
It's not that crazy, Pete.
I haven't heard that before.
You went and did the impossible, Sean, and went back to
Yeah, I went and did the impossible, and I fucking understood something. My bad, Pete. I'm sorry that upsets you, but that's how that happened for me. Sorry.
You can't answer when I question you why you went back to it.
Pete, I've answered you 1,000 times why I changed. I left Flutter
why did you go back to the
1,000 times, and I'm not going to say it to
We
you
should
again.
sort this out. We should sort this out.
Convenient. You won't tell me again.
I don't care to tell you again for the 10th time. Pete.
Matrix,
It's not gonna happen.
fellow black man is there listening. You don't want to embarrass yourself.
We can hash this out in an official one-on-one debate, 1v1, Sean G. And
I want to have a 1v1
and Pete
I've done that before. It's pointless.
Hey, Nate, you had a question for me that Pete ended up cutting off your question to me before. Hey, Pete, real quick. Nate was trying to get, I'm going into the store in a minute, but if Nate, you wanted to finish up with your question, if you remember what you were going to ask me.
I forgot the question. It's okay, Dave.
It had to do with the aliens up Jeremy's ass, crawling into his brain and convincing him that because in 2 years we might be able to take balloons to space, that we must be on a spinning ball.
Yeah, it was a line of questioning, but I don't remember.
You don't like to go there.
Yeah, I mean, I was trying to go there and Pete kept cutting me off, so I'm sorry.
Well, poor Nate. Poor Nate. Someone came in to defend you on 9/11, how disgusting I was for suggesting that 9/11 might have been a hoax, something that was revealed 10 fucking years ago. And you, because you have family members and people you care about.
Again, it's not that you think it was a hoax. It's how you talk about no one dying there.
To investigate these possibilities.
Blatant interruption by Sean G.
Yeah. because everyone's in a
Hey
hurry.
Pete,
Dave.
Pete,
Keep
hey
trying,
Pete, don't you
Rakia.
think
You're
it,
doing
don't
that a
you think
lot.
it's possible that it was
Blatant
partially a hoax?
lying.
But
That's on G.
hey Pete, can you hear me? Pete,
I
don't you
can
think
hear
it's
you, Dave.
possible? Don't you think it's possible that people died as well as it being a hoax partially?
No, but
Why?
it's not. It's like Sandy Hook. Did some children die and others didn't? No,
No,
it
it's not.
doesn't.
It's not really though, because the buildings did go down, and the likelihood of damage or possible
Yeah,
death
but
is a
they were
lot more.
emptied. The buildings were emptied. There
You
was no
don't know that
floors,
for
and
sure,
all
though. I
the
mean, you
people
can't
were
prove that. I mean,
evacuated.
how are you supposed to know? I'm not trying to get into that
Well,
argument. I'm just saying that don't you think it's possible that it could be
no,
presented as a hoax as a way of excusing it completely? Whereas there might have been, I mean, think about all the dust in the air too that caused the emphysema and the cancer, like from the asbestos that was in the building and stuff, right? You know about that? Those people
yeah,
were paid off.
that's another story. That's another story. How much fakery is involved in that? That's the after story.
You don't
That's the
think there
big
was any
story.
asbestos in the buildings?
No, there was no
Because
floors.
the idea they had to take that the idea that they had to take him down is because there was asbestos and removing it would
That's a
have been a
cover story,
ridiculous
man. That's a
cost.
basic.
Is it?
No,
It
that's
could
not
be,
so.
but how do you know which one's a cover story and which one's not? How do you know for
There's no
sure?
floors in the buildings, bud.
No, I know, but that was maybe before they actually constructed those floors. That picture could have been taken before they actually put those floors in. Did you hear that idea?
I've
The one
heard
from
all
Aaron
the
Dover.
ideas. I've heard
You're talking
all the
about Aaron
ideas.
Dover, right?
And I'm not talking about Aaron Dover. Aaron Dover suddenly died when I reminded him on one of his broadcasts with no floors and 9/11. That hang on, that Let's Roll forums talked about this about 5 years ago, bud. The detailed
How do you know that Aaron Dover actually died? I suspect he
He didn't
might not have
die. He's
died.
a fake. He's a
Yeah,
fake. He
there's a
didn't
fake. There
die.
you go. So he didn't die.
Yeah, didn't
There
die.
you
You
go.
know
So
about
he's
it
a
in this
fake. So
day.
how does anything? He's the one that came out with the no floors concept. I thought to begin with,
No,
right?
he's not.
Oh, I thought he
He's not.
was.
Well, see,
He's got some
maybe
interesting
you
other
don't
theories
know.
that may or may not be on
I
the
don't know
market.
what I don't know what you know, Dave, but you should definitely know. Do you know about Let's Roll forums? Have you never heard of Let's Roll forums?
Let's roll forums.
Never heard of Let's Roll
I've heard of
forums?
it. Yeah, of course.
Why haven't you fucking read it from top to bottom like September Clues or Clues forums?
Well, I think it's all controlled opposition, Pete.
I know it is all controlled opposition.
Yeah. So why would I read the whole thing if it's controlled opposition?
Because they're different layers. So you make your way
I know
through
that.
these advanced layers and then you get on to where it might lead yourself.
Right. Well, the
You've
architects
controlled
and
opposition, Dave.
architects and engineer.
Perspective. It's not to the
Am I?
future controlled opposition. It's geo controlled opposition.
I don't I would say that I put money on Snack's not because he just lived with me for a couple months and I don't suspect that at all of him or Geo.
You're still
I can
in the
tell you I'm
same
definitely not,
vicinity
but
as
I mean
Snack, right?
who are
Still
you
in
supposed
the
to
same
believe, Pete?
vicinity as Snack, right?
What would be my role as controlled opposition? What's your speculation there? What would I be doing? The outer ponders. They could think that I'm trying to push the outer ponder side up, huh?
Leading people to blind alleyways ultimately. What the infinite plane is about ultimately.
Right. But you often, use him as a resource of credible information, which I would too.
Absolutely.
That's the interesting
That's
part about
why
it. Some of the
I
stuff
just said
seems
to
like
you,
some of
go
the
and look at,
speculation by these
excuse me,
people.
I said to you, go and look at Let's Roll forums, September Clues forums. I know they are opposition.
Right.
They're advanced
So why would you suggest you go there though? For what reason? Now at this point?
Where?
What information am I going to get from there that I don't already know?
Where? From where?
From the Let's Roll forums.
Oh. Everything about 9/11. They were the first. So you talked about, your understanding was that Aaron Dover was the first to suggest no floors. He was not. When I suggested to him, or when I wrote it in the chat, that was back in 2016, in the chat, yeah, good stuff, great video, which was a great video. I wasn't trying to take away from him, but I was just trying to inform him. I swear, I wasn't trying to go, someone got you beforehand. Let's Roll forums. They're the originators of the empty towers, back in 2011 or something like that. They appeared on Jim Fetcher's show. They have their own thread. They're almost famous for it. But that was 5 years before, Aaron Dover came along on the scene and suggested it. As you were concerned, anyway. 5 years. So if you go to Let's Roll forums and type in empty towers, even though I think their whole forum is taken down as well, but there will be some, way back. But yeah, that's Batman. They in every detail. If you could just imagine a collective research forum specific to 9/11 research, their threads are amazing, absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. They went through every detail regarding the lack of materials found that should have been in possession or in place with the collapse of the building that wouldn't have been crushed. Evidence of something. This is where Judy Wood comes into it, though, with her directed energy weapons, because there's no evidence of any of this. Then something has to be miraculously disintegrated. So it's all a sort of a different layer. I'm happy enough to think that the floors were fucking empty. They all came down beneath the ground in a planned way, and a greater story was presented to us with all the different conspiracy layers. But yeah, go to Let's Roll forums and just look up empty towers. You'll see the length and the breadth and the extent of the thread. And that's back in 2011.
But, these things are put out there just like, you'd probably agree that the conspiracy theory was also planned with the conspiracy, most likely,
Yes,
and the
exactly.
whole conflict, right? So just like JFK and some of these stories, so working out the details of all that right now is like, arguing about the controlled opposition versus the real story, which you can't say with confidence one way or another that, nobody died or some people died or any of that, because how are you supposed to know for sure?
You
Your
gotta go
speculation
along
can't
with
be stated in the way that you were
I've
doing
showed
that with nobody died as like that's like a state of fact. And that's where you get in trouble with the people that are saying, okay, speculation, fine. But if you're
how many
saying
died?
for a fact that nobody died and somebody went to some funerals,
How many
they're going
died
to have a
on
problem
how
with
many
that.
died on Sandy Hook? How many died on Sandy Hook, Dave?
It's not the same thing, Pete.
Yes, it is. If you think about it, how many died on Sandy
No,
Hook?
it's not, because this
You're
is
going to say
you're
someone had
talking
to
about
die.
buildings that went down. You're talking about buildings that went down where there's more likelihood of damage to possibly cause death. Whereas Sandy Hook was a complete farce in another way.
Not if they had the subway stations closed, and not if they had the whole area cordoned off.
Pete, it's a non sequitur. You have to. I know it's in the same category, but it's not. It's not the same necessarily. And I'm not arguing with you about this. I'm not even trying to bring it up again for you to argue your side. But you understand when you say for sure that nobody died, that's a grand statement that's really hard to back. You can't say that. It's your own speculation that you're stating as a fact. That's the problem.
Yes, I'm not saying that. I don't know anything for sure. For fuck's sake.
Okay, then that's all that needs to be said. Then there's no reason to argue as if you know for sure or not.
Don't make but what the heck, man? Of course no one knows any. If you were there, why do you even know for sure? I'm nothing at all.
But the way you state it is as if you're stating a fact, and that's when people get upset.
Yeah, but I don't care what people get upset about or what.
Well, you understand that it's hard to make a conversation when you're stating speculation as fact, right, Pete?
Yes, but
that's
I
all I'm
thought
saying.
I was talking to seasoned conspiracy thinkers here. Jeremy came on earlier on and said he was into conspiracy since the 90s. Why isn't he considered fucking media fakery? It's been made so obvious in
yeah,
recent...
but why pick on other people's speculation not being as strong as yours in certain areas? Why make that an issue and then to call them out as if they're agents because they're not as extremely speculative as you?
If something is scripted as a fucking symbolic hoax, then no one has to die. There's hundreds of people in cooperation. No one wants to be involved in a
That's fine that's fine for your speculation. But then when you say nobody died, you don't know what you're talking about. Nobody died as if you know for sure. Then it's like people start arguing with you because you can't know that for sure, no matter who it is, whether it's me or somebody else.
Now you're arguing for Sean.
No, I'm not. Now you're trying to pigeonhole me into some kind of category that pisses me off because I'm speculation station all the time. But you have to point it at you have to like at least put it state it as such in a way that allows people to say, okay, that's your opinion, and I understand why you have that opinion, rather than you're trying to push your opinion as fact on me, and then if I don't agree with you, all of a sudden I'm categorized as Sean G or something. That's not fair, and it makes for a hard back and forth.
I assume that you're further on in your research, but as you,
I'm not trying to claim anything about myself. I'm just saying for the conversation, I think it would help.
As you thought that Aaron Dover was the originator of the empty towers in 2000.
Maybe I'm wrong about that. I'm fine to be wrong with that. I'm not trying to state it as if I knew something. I asked you the question, wasn't he? And I wasn't saying I wasn't stating as fact, Pete. That's the whole point. I was asking you because I didn't know, and then you corrected me, and I'm fine with you correction if you're right. It's not a competition about who knows more about one thing or another. Why does it always have to be a competition with how much you either don't know or know? I'm happy to learn from you, and I'm sure you can learn from me.
Okay, I'm not saying that, but you're defending
It comes off that way.
I don't care how it comes off, man.
Well, you should, because it's a conversation, and it helps to have the conversation with people that understand criticism and take criticism and actually apply it to new conversations rather than just say, I don't care, I am the way I am, and you're never going to change me, because that's hard-headed in a way that just makes you avoidable rather than engageable. Well, fine, but then why do you want to be avoided? I don't want to avoid you. I love you, Pete. I think you're great. I think there's a lot of great things about you that I really enjoy, but then you have that edge to you where you're like, I'm gonna start categorizing you if you don't agree with me about my speculation. That's where I think then you even turn me off, and I'm like more speculative than most people.
Yes, I know that, but tell me then, how many people, to find the middle ground, how many people do you think reasonably died on 9/11?
I have no idea. I was talking about no people dying before any of this happened. Like, I thought there was helicopters taking people off the roof. In fact, I thought I saw on that day. I'm not sure for a fact, but it did seem like there was helicopters of people getting taken off the roof that I can't find anymore.
That would have been nice.
So maybe there was maybe the buildings were empty. That I understand that idea that there was people that collected in on life insurance policies and they didn't actually have to die, but those deaths were recorded. Maybe they even had funerals and they got their life insurance money because they were a part of the deal. That's possible. I don't think there was any planes. I don't think there was any people on those planes. I think the planes were half full for a reason, because a lot of those people got, life insurance policy cash in or whatever. I mean, there's all kinds of money changing going on, possibly, right?
Why no helicopters or rescuers going onto the roof? I mean, they didn't think that the buildings were going to fall, so why weren't even the Coast Guard, right, is local there? Why weren't the National Guard and Coast Guard mobilized after an hour and a half of the buildings burning and putting rescuers on the roof? That doesn't add up.
Doesn't it seem like does anybody else remember that? Helicopters on the roof taking people off the roof? Anybody else?
They couldn't get to people off the roof. That was the whole point, that they couldn't take people off the roof.
Yeah, but there should have been rescue helicopters everywhere.
And here's another thing that there should have been everywhere. According to the official story, that is, when all the people who had no hope of escape beneath the affected area, they would have made their way to the roof for the helicopters to take them away. But if the official story is true and every floor collapsed on top, every other floor, there would have been intact bodies at the very top. Dead or maybe some surviving, but they would have been all intact bodies because there's nothing to squash them, all the people on the roof. Nobody's found. There's a greater story here, and Dave, I don't know, what can I say, man? I'm going to say, you go along with...
But the story was put out there for us to argue about it.
You go along with the
right?
possibility
Part of it is for the conflict, right? Hey,
No,
Pete,
it's not
don't
the
you think that...
conflict.
Yeah,
not a
part of it
conflict.
is.
It's not.
Yeah, it
Because
is.
you want-
It's a discord. It's the fact that we're still arguing about it. That was part of the plan, right?
No, it's your plan,
No.
not my plan.
Well, I didn't say it was my plan. I'm saying, don't you think if you agree that the controlled opposition was part of the plan from the start, then
Yes.
the discord that accompanies that to this day with people arguing about the details and whether it's one way or another was part of the plan that we're falling into by still acting like it's a big deal to figure out
Yes.
one thing or another about it, right?
Yes, but the point is here that who do you trust as an individual as you encounter them over the internet? This is the point for the individual. Ultimately, I think it's the individual
Sure.
game. You don't trust anyone. You can't trust anyone at all.
Rocky, remember that night it was...
This is what Antonio Subarats and Patricia Steer told us.
Rocky, I remember that night it was me, Witsit, a bunch of us in here, and we were doing that, going in depth on that 9/11 thing. We're going to be doing another thing like that soon.
Yeah, I don't know why I like 9/11 so much. It just was my starting point of knowing that we're lied to about everything. When I saw that building fall, the first one fall like it did, a steel structure, I just said to myself right there, no way, right? I can remember where I was, the moment, what color couch I was sitting on, what size TV I was looking at, everything. It hit me hard.
Yeah. Definitely, we're going to have a little event. People like events, apparently, so we're going to put a little event on for 9/11. We can do that same thing we did the other night. That shit was great, bro. Go in depth on each thing, and not do what Pete's doing right now. Go just all over the place.
Not all over the place. You get wrapped up in the literal and you pretend that there's no greater layers to the conspiracy story, Jeremy. You especially do this. And you go, what do you mean? You every new suggestion beyond the official story, you're fucking reactionary to it. It doesn't make any sense.
No, I always go with the official story. I know.
Oh, but how many people died in 9/11 then, Jeremy?
Close to
I
3,000.
don't. Probably a few. More than a few, I would say.
Oh, well, hang on. So Kosha says close to 3,000. What do
On
you
Peter.
say?
And on Peter.
On Kosho.
On Peter. I was just going to say.
Don't come on to me. This is fucking
hold on, Peter.
Hey, Kosho, 1 second, please. Hey, Jeremy, if you can hear me and you get a sec, can you check your DMs?
Go on, send him a DM to mute Pete.
Get ready to see a chocolate chip tiny wiener. Okay. Anyways, I'm just kidding. Just kidding.
Well, we all know Sean is an ex black porn star.
Hey, Pete. I was just gonna say, I was thinking about that too for a second. I was like, that'd be nice if they had helicopters to save people, but you have to remember that all the air traffic in the country had been
from the 88 drills and exercises that were ongoing. Yeah, we know that.
No, all the air after the fucking the buildings in the Pentagon. After that, then all the air traffic in the whole country were stopped.
Well, I know the news agencies had helicopters filming some things. It seems like they could have had some rescue helicopters as well.
Yeah, but I think after it hit the Pentagon, so I think I was like 10 o'clock or something like that.
Yeah, so we can still talk about before. I mean, we know I think the news is smart enough to know they have an event. I would think the rescue people would be smart enough to know if they have a fire in a building, then they need some rescue from the rooftop.
Yeah, they would have
I would
trained
hope
for
there's.
Would have trained for this as part of the safety.
Of course, skyrise
establishments for the high-rise
rescue,
buildings.
no doubt. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying, Dave. So push it further. I'm pushing it to accelerate rate, but I feel I'm fucking retarded. But it's okay. But where are all the bodies? That once they were, according to the official story, obviously the difficulties you raised, but where are all the bodies at the top of the building? They would have all no hope of escape below. Word would have got through. The only way is up. Everyone goes up for rescue for the helicopters that were expected, and no helicopter. Okay, the buildings collapse. Where are all the bodies? What's going to crush them? They're at the top. No bodies at all, though. So anyway, they're just greater little clues. And this is 21 years later, for fuck's sake. Fuck's sake. If you haven't got there in your own mind, then there's no point in talking about any greater symbolic tale in all of this. That's what I'm saying. It's probably a waste of my time.
Hey Pete, you remember the 20 other times I told you that Chocolate Sand, he was from New York City as well. He's a courier, and he delivered to the World Trade Center all the time because people work there. And he said this, and he said even that morning he had a delivery at the World Trade Center.
I don't think you told me that.
I told you that several times, Pete, and you just called him a liar.
Not you. I don't think he told me that.
So what's maybe he hasn't.
What time did he have the delivery? What did he deliver?
It was on his route, but he hadn't gotten to it yet. So I don't know. Maybe he just had it.
He didn't deliver. He didn't make a delivery then.
No, he had a delivery there that morning. He didn't. He didn't make it before the plane.
So that's why I never heard that from him, because he would have said if he was there to deliver something. So he actually it was something on his route, and he didn't get to deliver it because. And so what did he see himself?
He saw the event. He saw it happen. He wasn't. He wasn't down there at that time. He was somewhere else.
Where did he see it from, though?
I don't know. Talk to him about it.
I had a best friend that was in the second tower, Pete. I have a good friend who was in the second tower. He felt, he saw, he heard the first plane, saw what was going on, and he felt the second plane hit the tower he was in. Everyone panicked.
You think,
Yeah,
guys?
he made it out.
What's his name?
I'm not going to dox him.
I mean, dox him. He would have made a report to the FBI.
Not every person who was in the tower that day has gone on record about their experience.
You're privy to private
I'm
information.
privy to one individual who is a very good friend of mine. I've known him for 30 years. He was in on New York for training that day. He was in the second tower. He was above where the plane would eventually impact it. When the first tower was hit, they evacuated him down to the sky lobby. No one knew what was going on for sure, what they were supposed to do, evacuate or not. They went back up to the classroom, then went back down again to the sky lobby. He was down in the sky lobby for a minute, and the second plane hit. And he said it hit so hard, he thought the tower was going to collapse right there. He said you wouldn't believe how large of a building it is and how violent the impact was. And there were thousands of people, and he managed to evacuate, and he got out with like 10 minutes to spare.
You know, for the force of the impact was like 3 times the force of a Saturn V lifting off. That's insane.
Yeah, it was insane impact. It damaged fireproofing. It damaged the structural building, everything.
Oh, you'll easily be able to show me videos of mass evacuations from both towers, especially after the second plane hit, where they knew it wasn't a
They're all over the place, Pete. Just look for them.
But hang on, please. There's plenty of video in that day, but you'll be able to show me mass evacuation of the 25,000 people in both towers, assuming they're half full. We don't see any of that though. So who's your friend? I won't name him. Fair enough. So where does that leave me? You're a ball earther. I already know you're a liar. I already know since I heard you earlier on you're a liar. That's why I knew you're a ball earther. Where does that leave me? You think I'm going to do? Change my mind after I hang up from here?
You're very confused, I guess.
That's a good point, though.
How does anybody explain if this is what we're shown on the news, right? That GIF that I just put in the live stream. How does anyone explain that? If that's what we were actually shown, like, does that make any sense?
Were you here that night when Witchett showed this GIF, and then I showed him the 20-minute video of the same event from 5,000 different views?
All the updated video that came out in about 2008, 2009.
This GIF I just put in there could be fake. All the videos you put in there maybe could be fake. I'm just saying that. What is it? If this is what we were shown on the news, what's your explanation? If this is actually what we were shown on the news,
zero of them are fake. Zero of them are fake.
Zero. This one's real.
No, this is real. This is a real GIF from the actual event. The actual event, though, which is not a GIF, you're not going to get a good impression of what happened from a GIF. You can see it from different angles. Exactly what happened. A plane did indeed hit the building. And what you're seeing is
the plane that hits the building. You can see the wing disappear.
What you're seeing is an impact hit the building, and you're seeing the impact. I don't know. Impact. Pete, stop talking for a second. The impact point. The pressure is going through the building. That's not the plane coming down the other side of the building.
Okay, so your theory is that it just happens to look just like the nose, and the impact makes the impression that the nose comes out the other side, but it's actually just debris.
No, that's not even just debris. That's the actual. That's the impact. The impact is hitting the building. The explosion is happening in the building, and it's coming out the building in the same point where the impact happened.
Right. That's what I just said. The debris is making the impression that it's the nose of the building, but it's not the nose of the building. Nose of the plane. Yeah.
Right.
So you're saying it's not really the nose of the plane. It just happens to be that debris looks just like the nose of the plane with the same exact speed that the plane would have reached the other side of the building without any kind of slowdown whatsoever, going through the building and then coming out the other side as debris that just happens to look like the noses of the plane coming out the other side.
Which is what would be expected.
Well, it's pretty amazing that gives that impression that the nose seems to be coming out the other side, that it was just debris instead of the actual nose, right? With no slowdown whatsoever.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. If the information you're getting or sharing with people is from this GIF alone, then you might get that impression. But what I'm about to show you is the impact from many different angles, and what you're going to get a much better idea of what happened.
Right, which you don't think any of the ones that you're showing could be possibly doctored as well? Like if we were showing a graphic image on that day, how do you know that?
Because I'm not claiming that yours is doctored.
I'm not saying that doesn't mean that yours aren't. Just because you're not
Okay.
claiming mine aren't.
Well, it'd be a tall claim for you to, it'd be a tall order for you to claim that the video.
I'm not claiming anything. I'm just
100 different
asking you if it's
views.
possible that any of them are faked. Like
Well, they all show
the day
same
of
thing.
the impact.
They all show
like
the
the
same
first,
thing.
the one, right? But the ones we were shown like on that day, what we had at that point, right? With the wing disappearing. Have you seen that? The wing disappears before it goes into the building.
No, I've never seen the wing disappear before it goes in the building.
Oh, okay. Well, that's obvious. I mean, that one you can show over and over again. It's the one we were shown where the second plane supposedly hits, but the wing completely disappears, and the plane just like melts into the building without a wing breaking off, without anything coming off. It just disappears into the building like butter, and that doesn't seem like very physiologically possible.
Why would anything break off?
Because the wings are aluminum and the plane is like steel reinforcement, right? There's a steel.
No, the whole plane is aluminum. It's aerospace aluminum, which is very strong. It holds a 200,000-pound plane together and in the air, so it has to be strong. Those wings are extremely strong.
It goes right through steel and doesn't break
Aerospace
off at all.
aluminum will do that. Yes, absolutely.
You're kidding me, right?
The other theory is that they wouldn't be able to fly it fast enough at that height.
There are photos of Japanese kamikazes that put the same cartoon shape into the side of a steel warship. Those planes were 10,000 pounds moving at 150 miles, 200 miles an hour.
Oh, that'd be a good video to show as evidence for your side, for sure.
It's not a video, it's a photo. But you can find them. Just search for them. There are a couple of them.
Yeah, you have to understand.
Plane will put a hole in steel.
Yeah, any mass. I mean, not any mass. Any object, any material made out of that amount of mass going at that speed is going to have that same impact. Even if it was cotton balls,
theoretically,
of the same mass going at the same speed, it's going to create that kind of impact.
Yeah, there's so many anomalies with this that would really have to be. It takes a faith, in my opinion, to accept the official version of everything we were shown, especially with some of the like tell-all signs of placed people talking about the event right afterwards, like that guy in the street saying, "Oh well, obviously it must have been because of the heat damage, and that's the reason that the plane." He had like the whole narrative down, like, and then that guy was actually at another event too, saying some shit. I think there's so many like telltale signs of like the trickery that could have been used, right? That the theories that it was the official story's way really take a leap of faith, in my opinion. The pancaking and the fact that the building went straight down into its own footprint, completely turned to dust. I mean, there was just so many things about it that are like unbelievable if the official story is right.
But the building wasn't turned to dust. There was a lot of debris on the ground.
Doesn't mean that there was that many stories that were likely to be the wreckage that we saw afterwards. I mean, it went down into its own footprint, and that it's you have to at least say, well, if they were going to design it to fall that way, that would be the most convenient way to do it. Have some kind of energy weapon or some kind of thing used. Not only
no one designs a building to collapse.
Well,
no
you could say that you could say that, but there's speculation that it actually was designed that way. So you have to at least say that it was pretty convenient that it didn't tip over sideways and like damage a whole bunch of like other people and streets and buildings.
Why would you expect
Every
to do that?
building within 300 feet was damaged. Several of them were completely destroyed, including
right. I know a lot of all.
collapsed.
Right, exactly. And 6. There was like I think all of the buildings
Yes,
ended up going down.
there was a Greek church. There was a Marriott. Everything that was all destroyed. There was post office.
And Building 7 doesn't give you any kind of pause. Like Building 7, the way it came down all four corners just from fire, doesn't give you any kind of pause to think, that just looked like a controlled opposition. I mean, a controlled demolition.
Fire department thought it was going to collapse. That's good enough for me.
What about
good enough for you is all it takes. Good enough for you is different than some speculation that you might think, oh well, yeah, I can see what people are saying there, instead of like, oh, it's good enough for me, I totally buy it.
I think people who are paid and trained to go into buildings and fight fires and make determinations on the structural ability and strength of a building, I think that those people who are there on site that day doing the inspection, going into World Trade Center 7, I think those people are very good evidence as to what was going on in Building 7. And I think people speculating after the fact who were never there are not good evidence. So,
Well, yeah, but you can understand why people are speculating because of the way it seems, right? Like that building going down, building 7, it seems like a controlled demolition. Now, if it was fire, that's crazy that it happened that way. But you can understand why people might, be led to think that doesn't look right. I mean, the fire shouldn't cause that building to go down all 4 corners like it did.
that's why people should investigate further and investigate outside of the narrative, but also investigate everything available. Look for testimony. Look for people who were there that day. Look for people who were in that building. That people that went into that building searching for people.
Please,
I'm just saying. At least wait.
Hold on,
You are
somebody wanted
agreeing
to
that
get in. Hold on, someone was trying to get in a minute ago. Sometimes it's hard to get in, so I think it's nice to respect people who was that was trying to.
That was me, brother. That was me, Gio.
Oh
yeah.
go ahead.
I got a question for Steel City, bro. I totally understand. Like a lot of the arguments about 9/11, I think are subjective, and the one you guys talk about footprint and all that kind of stuff. What about the 2 disappearing 747 airplanes that completely disintegrated upon impact? That has never happened before in aviation history, or any crash of any vehicle into anything ever.
They didn't completely disintegrate though.
No, the FBI report says they disintegrated, bro. FBI report. You can go on FBI.gov, go read about it. FBI claims that airplanes disintegrated.
There was plane debris. I don't know what adjective that person who wrote that report was, but there is debris. There's a debris, aircraft debris, that landed on a woman's car and smashed her car. There's a woman who was hit on the street. There's pictures
in Pennsylvania. In Pennsylvania.
I thought you were talking about the towers.
No, I'm talking about 9/11 in general. I'm talking about the airplane that supposedly hit the Pentagon and the airplane that supposedly crashed in the field in Pennsylvania.
All right, you moved the goalposts on me there a little bit.
Well, I didn't mean to move the goalposts. We were just talking about 9/11 in general, and for me, disappearing 747s is an anomaly that can't be overlooked.
There are a lot of photos of the debris field in Banksville.
Yeah, there is, and there's not a single piece of evidence that an airplane crashed. Not a wing. There's not an engine. There's not a seat belt. Not a dead body. Not a piece of luggage.
That's not true. There is an engine. There are parts of the plane.
There's an engine that belongs to another plane that's actually not from that plane. But on your point, bro, you're right. It always baffled me that an engine that uses that fuel to operate can disintegrate from the same fuel that it uses to operate. Makes absolutely no fucking sense. How could an engine disintegrate and it's got like titanium and shit in it, and it's not able to disintegrate?
You can go on FBI.gov and read the 9/11 report, and the FBI straight up says, and they've said on film with multiple representatives, including the final 9/11 report, that there is no evidence, none, that an airplane crashed in Pennsylvania. Zero. If that claim is true, if what I'm telling you is true, Steel City, would that give you a moment for pause?
You're gonna have to post that. You're gonna have to post that. I don't believe that there's an FBI report that says there is no evidence that a plane crashed in Shanksville. I don't believe that for a second.
All right. So if that could be demonstrated to you, would that give you a moment for pause? Would you say, wait a minute, maybe this story is not exactly as it was told to me?
I'm not going to speculate on evidence that I haven't seen. You have to post the evidence.
Have you watched the September Clues evidence at all? Are you familiar with September Clues, the video series called September Clues? Whatever it is that we're talking to.
Are you talking to me, bro, or Steel City, bro?
No, Steel City.
I haven't seen it for years, but it's been debunked, even within the 9/11 Truth Committee.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. That the claim is, the claim is that the architects and engineers wouldn't allow that speculation in, and then that could be them outing themselves as controlled opposition, or it's the other way around, and that the no planes theory is that trying to take away from the it's subterfuge of its own. So you have to figure out which one makes more sense when you look at that. But you said it was debunked. How? Like what was the debunking on that?
David Chandler?
The September clues?
David Chandler, the truther. He's the guy that in the press conference got NIST to admit World Trade Center.
You're roboting.
Sorry. So anyways, David Chandler is the member of AE 911 who was at the NIST press conference about World Trade Center 7. He got them to go back and do the math and admit that the building was in free fall for 18 floors, 2.2 seconds. That guy and another person whose name I can't recall did a detailed report on both the Pentagon and Shanksville, pointing out to how, in fact, the plane did crash there. And
so you're saying he got NIST to admit something that you also don't agree with, like you don't agree with his.
I agree with. I agree with it. Yeah.
It was in free fall, right? Okay, so then why was NIST why were they having to be convinced of that? Why wasn't that just in their report?
They didn't measure it the same way he did.
Okay. So
they measured the entire building collapse. He took from like point A to point B, not point A to point D. So he took he took a specific period of the building collapse. And he showed that for those 18 floors, remember it's a 47-story building. So for those 18 floors, the north face of the building was in free fall.
Does that prove anything one way or the other though about like the way it should have actually fallen? According to the official story?
I think it proves that David Chandler is a very good researcher and he's a truther, and he wouldn't lie in findings about Shanksville and the Pentagon. So, following his work, I don't have the presentation handy. I'll see if I can find it, but he did a very good presentation on the Pentagon. He did another one in Shanksville, and he explained all the evidence, and he showed where planes did crash in both of those facilities. Whether or not,
so David Chandler was not a 9/11 truther. He was actually supporting the official narrative.
No. He's a very famous 9/11 truther. He was heart and soul with and he still is. I mean, he still is a truther. Absolutely.
But he thinks there was planes and everything. So he was, if he was controlled opposition, let's say, he was there to support the official story of the planes and all that, but then still doubt the idea that they were not controlled or whatever.
He's doing a hell of a job because he gave you one of your best sounding part.
Well, yeah, I would say the same about the other guys too. Like, was this the other guy, David Griffin? David Griffin.
I'm a 9/11 truther, and I don't argue that there weren't planes. The whole event could have still been orchestrated or not happened the way that they claim to have happened, and planes.
Absolutely.
You think 9/11 was an inside job, bro?
No, I think that wasn't the people that they said it was, and that there's people in our government who was complicit. But,
wow. Fuck. Wow. You just gained some brownie points in my book, man. I didn't know that.
There's a whole lot of evidence that the intelligence committee either miserably failed on purpose, or aided the event.
Yeah, the DEA has reports on 100 people who that they already knew were suspicious that they picked up living around the supposed terrorists or whatever. I just don't think it was Islamic fundamentalists.
OBL? You don't think it was OBL?
OBL.
Osama bin Laden, OBL for sure.
I don't know why you call him. He's like a sports icon or something. I don't.
Oh, dude, he is. He's former agent something. I forgot what his agent name was. He used to work for the CIA. It's
he was. The Al Qaeda was funded by the CIA. That's just correct.
Yeah, to fight off the Soviets. Yeah.
But so did al-Baghdadi from ISIS as well. But
yeah.
KSM. Yeah, I mean, I mean, there was a terrorist element involved, but there was almost certainly some, like I said, intelligence failures that were just heads, should be on pikes for sure.
Well, the Israeli Mossad, there were, like I said, there were cells that were living in the building. The people in New Jersey, living in the 2 streets away from the people in Florida, and they were picked up by the DEA several times. Well, like I said, 100 times, 100 different reports, and then even the Israeli the dancing Israelis or whatever, they were part of the group that was living with the that moving company in the building in New Jersey.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot that we will never find out, and I think it's telling that nobody was punished for the failures. No officers in the military, no officers in the intelligence community were ever called out and hauled before demoted or publicly anything. And there's something going on there, no doubt about it. We just don't know
Hey,
what.
Steel City,
What do
you
you think
mentioned
about-
the Pentagon, right? You mentioned that. You said David, what's his name?
David
Chandler.
Chandler.
David
Okay,
Chandler
so you think the
did
plane hit
presentation.
hit the Pentagon for sure? Is that what your opinion is?
Is that saw it hit?
What's his name? Went on TV. Prime Minister. He said it was a missile. Missile hit the Pentagon, and
Who?
you can still find that video.
I don't know who you're talking about.
I know,
British?
same here, because I don't follow politicians' names, but during the 9/11 thing, one of them, you screwed up. British, I think, British dude. He was like,
Blair.
Tony Blair.
People
He said
mistake, though. I mean,
it was a missile.
Somebody says something, misspeaks or whatever. But it wasn't a missile. I mean, there were 100 people that saw it happen. There's probably thousands more that saw it that just aren't recorded because they were in traffic driving by.
Yeah.
Recorded the plane hitting the Pentagon? No, there's only 4 frames from the gas station. That's all the cameras have been scrubbed in the neighborhood, bro. There's no
what I'm
plane.
saying is-
There's no evidence of a plane there. Like there's
There is evidence of a plane. A single person saying "I saw the plane hit" is evidence. That's a witness statement. So saying that there's no evidence is simply false.
There was jet engines and plane debris, but
yeah. It didn't match the plane stuff. So that's a funny.
Yeah,
thing.
but that's the thing is,
where the fuck did they come from? They don't match the plane that hit. That
It did
reportedly
match
was
the plane
stolen.
that hit. That's simply not true.
You know, missiles can look incredibly similar to planes when they've exploded, right? Just saying.
Speaking of which, I'm about to post just that exact image right now. I mean, this is exactly what could have been what people thought was a plane, maybe. Look at that
there's
on the live stream.
there's a difference between a kinetic impact and an explosive.
Yeah, and you can use a kinetic missile where you have no
Correct.
explosives in it. So what are you on about? This was actually
You don't have to have a warhead. You don't have to have a warhead.
because the plane, the angle for the plane, right there, Kosher, the angle for the plane to be able to hit the Pentagon, right? The steep and shallow angle in which it would have needed to have took, it wouldn't have been accurate enough, quite frankly. Then the evidence and the debris would have matched the plane that they claimed that hit it. But to just say because it wasn't an explosive hit and was only kinetic, that's fallacious, right? You don't need a warhead in a missile. Many missiles nowadays are kinetic. There's even a kinetic version of the Hellfire missile where they attach huge 8-foot-long fucking samurai swords to it in 4 different directions, so it comes into room like an X shape.
Well, then
So
why not
it's
just
no explosives.
What?
A plane? Why are you saying a plane? It's too shallow for a plane to leave it when planes land all the time. They can hit. They
I'm not
can.
talking about landing.
Yeah, but he's
Yeah,
like
but they don't have a landing approach.
driving on
They
the
don't.
ground.
They
Yeah,
don't have a landing approach at all. If you look around the Pentagon, right, you look at the angle in which he took, you try and carve a pathway out that allows for a plane to actually get in line with the Pentagon. It's quite a shallow building. It's not entirely that tall, right? Look into it. You should actually look into what it would take for someone to hit it. They would have to do like a crazy slow down spiral, pile-on turn, right, until they ended up exactly before a certain building, and they pull up. It's nearly impossible to. It is impossible to do, I think.
Okay, quick question for Kosho. What do you think about the nose of the plane coming out of the building? I think Tower 2. What do you think about that CGI video?
We already covered that, and it didn't.
I wasn't here.
It didn't have that GIF that people share. It doesn't resemble what actually occurred. Which, like I said, I posted a video of 50 different angles of that same event, and it's just
I looked at it.
exactly what you were.
I agree.
No. Whoa, hold on. That GIF, whatever the fucking GIF was, that video of the nose coming out, like I paused it frame by frame myself to verify that, and yes, the nose pokes out the other side.
There is a part of the explosion that goes out the other side, and it's in the same shape as the plane. But that's what I'm saying. That's what would be expected.
Yeah. We expect that on impacts?
Yeah, the impact.
Really?
Yeah, why not?
Explain to me. Okay, then show me some math on your. We expect that.
Yeah, the impact would have hit the building. The pressure would have gone in the direction of the impact, and the direction
Pressure of what?
The pressure of the impact, the explosion.
Oh, okay.
That
What
impact
explosion?
The
It's not
impact would have created a I think a force. I calculated it's like 3 times the force of a Saturn V launching, and it would have hit that.
And it would spread out like a directed missile. Like I mean, it stayed like in the perfect shape of a plane. That makes no fucking sense.
No, it's in the direction of the impact, and it's that same pressure of the impact in that in that same direction. It's going to look like that. But this video with 50 different shots, 50 different angles of that event, you can see exactly as I'm explaining. The plane hit the building, and then the explosion coming out the other side, which wasn't the plane, but it was caused by that impact.
Those planes, in my opinion, they had inverted cones in the nose.
I'm a no planer, so you're gonna have a tough time convincing me with that.
The thing is, Cyrus, we don't see a nose. BK, you need to mute. You got a terrible hot mic.
Oh, sorry, bro. Yeah, yes, you do. You do see it clearly, a nose-shaped thing.
Yeah, you see it come out of the side, but the problem with that is it's not the actual nose cone. We know that because it doesn't carry on flying, right?
No shit, it got destroyed. Yeah,
But
it's crushed. It's been crushed.
I would say that the planes themselves could have been the very missiles, right? They could have inverted copper cones. Like all a plane is a fucking huge missile.
Agree to that.
I think they had inverted copper cones in the nose with high explosives behind the nose, and it was basically a big RPG.
It's not that easy to guide a plane like an RPG, dude. That big of a plane going that fast at that altitude never adds up.
No,
you can't fly.
No, I'm not on about the Pentagon. I'm not on about the Pentagon. I'm on about for the building. I'm on about for the building, right?
Yeah. We're on Trade Center 2 right now. Yeah, the towers. Yeah, not the Pentagon. Correct. That's what
I'm just saying. A plane with wings. Just a normal plane could be fitted with a inverted copper cone in the front of it with some high explosive in it. It would become an RPG. Is my point. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, sure.
Even without that, the kinetic impact of that collision of something moving a fraction of that speed of that same mass it's like I said 3 times the force of the Saturn V. So you wouldn't even put explosives in it.
But the strengths of the two different materials are such a greater difference that kinetic energy wouldn't matter. Concrete versus aluminum. Come on.
Were you in the army or what are you, fucking Kosho? Sorry.
Well, when we go with ballistics, and it's true, it's like we can take incredibly large objects that have got a lot of mass behind them, right? If they're made out of, if they're FMJ rounds and not armor piercing rounds, right?
Yeah,
so they won't go for a plate, right? They won't go for a plate. We can get a 7.62 round ball ammunition.
Can you make a aluminum bullet? Can you make an aluminum bullet that'll pierce steel?
No, you can't. Let me just finish this point.
Thank you.
So if you get ball ammunition, 7.62, right, by 39, you take that and you shoot at a plate that's a 4-rated plate, a 4A plate. You shoot at that plate, okay, it will not go through. If I go and take the 5.56 round with a much lower mass, right, it's going faster, don't get me wrong, it will go through the plate, right, but it needs to still penetrate to do so. But the point is if you just take a large mass, a big object, and it's going extremely slow, like that is, there's no way that you're going to ever penetrate through armor. You can get a 50 BMG round, you could get a 20 millimeter round, and put it at 500 miles per hour, and it won't go through it will not go through any body armor that's rated even to stop. That can't stop 5.56 even. The same body armor that can't stop a 5.56 round won't be able to stop a 50 B. It will stop a 50 BMG round that's going 500, 600, 700 miles an hour slower than what it already is. So it doesn't add up in terms of what we actually see with moving objects whatsoever. What Kosha is saying, just a fact.
You understand that the material doesn't matter.
I just posted
If you take a
Surface
mass,
hardness,
if you
yes,
take
it
the
doesn't
mass
matter.
and you take the velocity, you can determine the force.
Kinetic
And the
energy,
force,
yeah.
the force is going to be the force regardless of what the material is.
Yeah, but the shape. Listen,
but then to do the calculations for penetration, you need to know strengths of the material that you're trying to penetrate.
Okay, Mike. At 8:33, I posted a photo from World War II of a Japanese kamikaze. The wing of the kamikaze sliced a hole in the steel hull of a ship. We're talking about a plane that's weighs 10,000 pounds, going at 200 miles an hour.
The steel hull that shit. Well, you got to remember, right? With the kamikaze plane. Wait there. With the kamikaze plane, that isn't just the wing that's done that. Bear in mind, but that metal that isn't in no way comparable. That steel that is on the exterior of that ship is no way comparable to the steel beams that are inside of that tower, right? And you have to remember that a lot of that is aided by the fact that there are literally 3 50 caliber machine guns in each of the wings, right? And also there's a huge fucking engine right in the middle, so you actually have that exact shape in exact steel in the wing,
bro. Thickness
That's a single engine plane.
crucial here.
It's a single engine plane.
Yeah,
It's a
thickness
single
of the
engine
material.
plane. There's no engine on the wing.
Is crucial, dude.
No, he said machine guns on the wing and one big engine in the center. That's what he said. Yeah.
Yeah, but in this shape, this kamikaze was a single engine plane.
I know that, but
it didn't have engines on the wing.
It had machine guns which could penetrate the hull before impact. But
so your claim is the slit that you can see in this photo at 8:33.
That is not, and that steel is not analogous to a steel beam. It's a lot thinner. Yeah.
here's the thing. This is just a layer.
And the plane weighs 10,000 pounds and moving 200 miles an hour. The other plane was 200,000 pounds.
This is a layer of steel with beams behind it. We're talking about concrete reinforced.
Not on the exterior.
No. I want to get back in there when you guys are.
The building was built
It had an exterior. Yeah, it had an exterior it had an exoskeleton on the outside, dude. No. That building was designed actually extremely strong on the outside, and a core of steel columns on the inside, and they use both. I've studied statics, so like no, and dynamics. Like it's not gonna happen, dude. Yeah, if you have a thin sheet of metal, you can penetrate it with a fast piece of wood.
Yes.
But once the thickness starts increasing, no. It's a different ballgame. Now you need a penetrator because the surface hardness of the material will matter. Because the energy you need has to be focused and contained and needs to remain focused to punch through things.
That's why we use shape charges.
There's a reason.
Soft nose.
There's a reason we use concrete walls for impact tests because it absorbs a lot of the kinetic energy.
The exterior wall of the towers had no concrete. None. Zero.
It did.
It didn't. Not the exterior wall.
The floors
building
did.
itself is
that's not the wall. So it's a what? 8 inches.
What do you think?
Listen, the plane?
Listen,
okay, can the plane
do you
fit
think
between
it
the
was a
floors?
wooden building? Do you think it was a wooden building?
It was a steel building, right?
Bro, it's designed to absorb plane impacts like they're flies.
No, it's not.
What?
Yes, it is.
No, it's
not,
not, dude.
It's not. It wasn't designed for a 747, but it was designed for whatever biggest plane at the time. Yes,
But it wasn't designed to act as a shield and knock the plane to the ground.
No, not a shield, but all high-rise buildings are actually calculated for plane impact.
That's correct.
It is.
You would be very irresponsible. It would be very irresponsible to build a building that can't have a plane crash into it.
Bro, I studied mechanical engineering.
Yeah.
Safety factors
They
always put in
absorb shock too.
that we build for the public. Roads have a safety factor. Buildings, they all have safety factors.
The
The
main
high-rise
beams,
buildings have a
yeah,
plane safety factor. They're meant
it's
to absorb plane impacts.
it's
Calculated.
yeah, it's also
How
built
many is just the
I
with
key.
can't believe
seeing.
people are still arguing about this.
I know it's too obvious. Too many engineers have spoke up
Yeah.
themselves.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a waste of my breath. You're right. I'll just shut the
It
fuck up.
is professionals who did this for their entire lifetime and actually built these buildings. First off,
Do the simple calculation of how
Who are
much
you
force
talking
it is
about,
against the
Mike?
side of that building.
What? How much?
well, I was talking plain English, so
Calculation.
Who
Who are you talking about?
there was a group
Kosho.
of engineers against this who said this couldn't happen. I'll repeat myself for you because you either lack comprehension or you can't
No,
fucking
don't get
hear
smart, Mike.
because
No, bullshit.
you constantly fucking interrupt me every time I'm talking, bitch. So get some coot and I'll return some coot to you. Otherwise, you get what you give, motherfucker.
Who are you talking about?
Listen to
Who are you talking about, Mike?
Wait there. Wait, what does it
I'm
matter?
talking to you. Don't interrupt me.
No. You made a claim. You said professionals who built these buildings claimed that these buildings wouldn't be damaged by planes or whatever it was.
Oh,
yes,
I didn't say
I made that
damage.
claim. Yes. Yes.
Let's talk
You
about how
want me
these
to
planes
build a
didn't fall
design
with the
documents
bias.
or something for you?
Yeah, I made no claim about damage, but engineers have come out and said they wouldn't have went down like that. First off, they're built to absorb the shock wave of a what factor 3 fucking earthquake? They absorb shock.
It was a 737. It was a 737
Wait
or
there.
something like that.
If these planes were able to do what they're claiming that they did, how come we didn't see the actual towers fall in lieu with the bias in which was created with the force? If it was enough force to overcome the structure of the buildings, why did we not see any of the directionality or vectored bias in the falling of the buildings? There was no redundancy system in these buildings, as admitted. They didn't have self-detonational charges to make sure they went down in a straight line.
Are you
so
ready
that
to have the question answered?
Wait there. I'm not finished. I'm saying we know already. What we already know is that we don't have a redundancy system that will make these planes fall, these buildings fall straight down, right? So there's no anti-popping. So what do you? Yeah, go ahead.
Look at what you're asking, dude. The planes hit the building. Later on, the buildings fell. The buildings falling. The buildings falling aren't going to go in the direction of the planes hitting them. The buildings fell because the 20 floors or so that were above the floor 92 crashed into
Pancake
floor
theory.
91. So that's going downwards. So that's the direction of the way the building's going to fall. There's no expectation of it falling in the direction that the planes hit.
Actually, no. The top 30 floors has to roll towards the corner that it got chewed out. It's just basic physics, bro. But it was controlled demo the way it fell, anyways. But that's how buildings fall. If you take out several core columns or like outside, it depends how it's built. Like I said, I fucking studied buildings and bridges from A to Z. Like, don't fuck with me. There's plenty of safety factor in there,
All right,
and I'll work out whatever math you want.
Cyrus, you just said that you understood how the buildings were built. You brought up the column in the center. The column in the center is the spine of the building, holding the rest of the building, holding the entire building up. Correct. All the floors are built around the spine. No.
Hold
on, Cyrus. Cyrus, hold on, Cyrus.
There was an extra.
Cyrus, hold on, dude. Hold on, Cyrus. If the 20 floors above floor 92 fell into the building beneath it, it would have been that spine, that the integrity of that spine that would have collapsed. So it's not going to fall into one of the corners. It's going to the spine itself is what's collapsing.
Yeah. The spine could not collapse. You with me? Because the plane never cut the spine. So what has to happen? Your pancake will punch through the pancakes, and you'll have the big spine standing in the center. Like I said, that building specifically had an exoskeleton. Look it up. It's built like strong shell on the outside, and you tie the shell to the core.
I just posted it.
Thank you. Well, I'm on my phone, but that's how the building is. Like, you guys still have to have a strong mesh on the outside with a super strong core. Like, I've studied pre-tensioned cores, if you guys know what the fuck that is. You pre-tension a concrete core to carry a lot more by running steel cables in the center and tensioning them. So it's like, no, I've worked on some cool shit. Just the math, though. Nothing fancy. But yeah, no, like, you can pre-tension cores and shit like that. And whenever you have a core, like, it is suspended, like, off the core, but you have to have a strong shell on the outside. That's it.
Someone explain to me how can a spine collapse vertically down on itself anyway?
Can't, because it's made out of steel. It has to buckle. Steel doesn't collapse like that. It buckles. So no, there's many things that are missing.
Yeah, I know. I work with steel myself, dude. Like,
Yeah.
yeah.
Like, go ahead, grab a
impossible.
piece of rebar and like load it from up top really heavy. It's gonna buckle. It's gonna deflect. It never collapses.
Nah,
Like, because
it
brittle.
turns
It's not a
into
brittle material.
powder. It turns into powder.
Yeah, it
Quick
turns into
enough
molten
that an
spheres.
exoskeleton. Well, as well, remember the exoskeleton would be damaged on one corner of the building. So if the core was to have collapsed, right, we would have still had directionality in terms of what would the steel thing, the steel exoskeleton done? Would that have also collapsed just directly down with the core? No, it wouldn't have. No, there would have been a bias due to the missing portions that they claimed the plane quite easily cut through, right?
Yeah, it's whatever, man. Like whoever said that, I'm not gonna fucking argue with this. I just like the physics and the science, and I'll talk about that. But anything other than that, make up your own fucking conclusions. I don't care. Those who are going will be going.
I'd like to read something over there to Steel City, if I could. Steel City, you said that you didn't believe whatever. I'm on FBI.gov right now with